Chapter 5150. At this moment Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. This arrow was shot from his hand, so he naturally knew best whether it hit the target or not. He had a kind of divine perception. In his line of sight, along with the cries of surprise in the surrounding space, an incomparably deep buzzing sound came from the right side 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. The golden arrow pierced through the body of the black nether wolf without any suspense. The nether wolf was only around 30,000 meters in size, but this arrow was 10,000 kilometers in size. The two were not proportionate to begin with, and the nether wolf was drowned by the golden light. However, in reality, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of danger at this moment. Even the heavenly arrow was ineffective. He really couldn't think of any other method he could use to deal with this incomparably powerful nether wolf. This was a supreme existence that had already surpassed the heavenly Tao and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. The great Tao realm was the highest realm in this primordial void. It was like the will of the heavenly Tao in various large and small worlds. The power it controlled had already touched the operating laws of the primordial void. The power of Xian's arrow was indeed terrifying. However, no matter how fast the speed of the golden arrow was, even though it was as if it had teleported and arrived in front of the black nether wolf after leaving the bowstring, it was still unable to do anything to it. The arrow couldn't hit its target at all. What the golden energy arrow drowned was only an illusion. Sure enough, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a buzzing sound rang out in the distance to his left. Ripples appeared in the air, and a black figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was not the slightest fluctuation of energy, and it was extremely strange. This figure was only around 30,000 meters tall, and it was none other than the nether wolf. In an instant, he had already traversed a distance of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers, and he had silently moved from 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers to 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers to the left from 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away. Even more so, as for the heavenly falling arrow, even the nether chi lock was completely ineffective. This scene was too shocking, and the void fell into a deathly silence. After half a breath, the bodies of the old monsters from all sides trembled violently, and at the same time, their expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. What a terrifying technique! Traversing 2,000,000,000,000 miles in an instant? Even the heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage would definitely not be able to do it, but Senior Nether Wolf could do it so easily. This is clearly not his limit. A primordial chaos Tao realm expert after the heavenly Tao is indeed terrifying. The Skyfall arrow shot by the Skyfall bow carries with it the ability to lock onto and suppress the target. Once the arrow is shot, the target is instantly locked onto, and there's no way to teleport away. But just now, this ability failed as well. Clearly, it's the result of Senior Nether Wolf grasping some sort of primordial law of void. How can we fight like this? There's no need for him to make a move. Even his strongest technique is useless against Senior Abyss Wolf. The master of the magic hall Yi Xian is destined to fall here. Fallen? You're joking. When facing such a formidable Senior Nether Wolf, he probably doesn't even have the ability to seek death, and he'll surely be captured alive. Roar. Everything is about to come to an end. The master of the magic hall is finally going to be executed here. How satisfying. Roar. The master of the magic hall Yi Xian, it's indeed you. At that moment, a shocking roar suddenly sounded from the distant void behind them. Following that was a voice filled with endless anger. The blue crocodile soul maggot is in your body. Although the aura is odd, it's enough to prove that you are the culprit behind his death. As this divine sense voice rang out, ripples appeared in the void 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers behind them, and a figure silently appeared. It was a fiendish crocodile. Its body was pitch black and it was only about 100,000 feet tall. However, the aura it emitted was similar to the nether wolf that had previously descended. It was definitely not the power of the heavenly Tao realm. Clearly, this was a primordial chaos monster that had surpassed the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, from its words, the reason it was here today was clearly for the Frostblood blue crocodile that was ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list. Outside, the world only knew that the strongest expert in the Frostblood blue crocodile forbidden land was the Frostblood blue crocodile. However, they did not know that in the deepest part of the Frostblood forbidden land, on the largest planet, there was a black blood fiend crocodile that had been in seclusion for millions of years. This old fellow was the same as the nether wolf. He was an ancient existence from the same era as the nether wolf. Furthermore, he had broken through the heavenly Tao realm and entered the primordial chaos Tao realm at the same time as the nether wolf. However, after breaking through, he had been stabilizing his realm and solidifying his cultivation, so he had not appeared. But Now, his cultivation had already stabilized, so he was able to rush over as soon as he came out of seclusion. Seeing how furious he was as soon as he arrived, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Yi Xian on the spot. The sky fell into a dead silence once again. The old monsters from all over trembled violently, and their expressions changed as they subconsciously held their breaths. The ferocious beasts from the supreme forbidden lands were fine, but as for the remnant old monsters from the various remnant star domains, all of them had worried looks on their faces. They were clearly uneasy. In the primordial chaos void, the ferocious beasts and the remnant people had always been opposing existences. This was because the remnant people needed the flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts to refine the flesh and blood medicine. Other than the ferocious beasts devouring each other, they would not let off the remnant people of the primordial chaos either. Although this kind of life and death situation became more restrained as one's cultivation level increased in general, the remnant people and the ferocious beasts were still two opposing groups. First, previously the remnant star domains on the left bank and the ferocious beasts' forbidden lands could generally get along harmoniously. Although there were many battles between existences below the heavenly Tao realm, existences above the heavenly Tao realm were basically in a balance. However, over the past year, due to the appearance of the heavenly Nine Great Tao Treasure liquid, this high-level balance and restraint had long been broken. Even the heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts and the remnant people of the heavenly Tao realm had disputes with each other from time to time. Under such circumstances, the remnant people had yet to have any primordial chaos Great Tao that surpassed the heavenly Tao realm, but the ferocious beasts had two extremely powerful primordial chaos old monsters in one day. This had undoubtedly completely broken the balance between the ferocious beasts and the remnant people. If the two primordial chaos Great Tao realm ferocious beasts, the abyss wolf and the black blood demon crocodile, were hostile to the remnant people, all the remnant old monsters present today, whether it was a mighty figure or a desolate venerable or a heavenly Tao realm expert, would be suppressed and killed here. This was also the reason why all the remnant old monsters present looked uneasy and worried. Abyss wolf? Just as all the remnant old monsters around the void were worried and vaguely uneasy, the voice of the black blood demon crocodile that had just descended sounded again. His eyes flashed as he swept his gaze to the abyss wolf that was 1,000,000,000,000 miles away on the left side of the void. You old ghost, you have also broken through. Why are you here today? Abyss wolf? When all the remnant old monsters around the void were worried, the voice of the black blood demon crocodile that had just descended sounded again. His eyes flashed as he swept his gaze to the abyss wolf that was 1,000,000,000,000 miles away on the left side of the void. You old ghost, you have also broken through. Why are you here today? The two old guys had known each other for 1,000,000 years, but their relationship was not harmonious. They were even hostile. Now that they met again after 1,000,000 years and saw that the other party had also broken through to the primordial chaos Great Tao realm, they were naturally unhappy. Abyss wolf, this was the reason why the abyss wolf did not make a sound when he saw his arrival. He just looked on coldly. Now that the black blood demon crocodile took the initiative to ask, the abyss wolf curled his lips and revealed a cold smile. He snorted and the voice of the divine sense sounded, "Humph, why am I here? What does it have to do with you? But don't say that I didn't remind you of one thing. Don't get involved with the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. My bloodline descendant was also killed by him. Even if you are here to seek revenge, it depends on who came first." He meant that he had arrived before the black blood demon crocodile. Even if he wanted to suppress and take away Yi Xian, it should be him, not the black blood demon crocodile that had arrived later. What a joke. Black the blood demon crocodile naturally understood the meaning of the abyss wolf's words. He immediately sneered and said, "I have never heard of anyone taking revenge on the victim. There is no such thing as first come, first served. Do you have to queue up for such a thing?" It was clear that he did not agree with the abyss wolf's logic. Since he had arrived here today, then the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had to be taken away. It was impossible for him to sit back and watch the abyss wolf take action. "What? Do you mean to attack me?" The abyss wolf was immediately enraged as he roared incessantly, "Our cultivation levels are similar. If we were to fight, it would definitely end with both of us suffering losses. Once we start fighting, we will restrain each other. If the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, were to escape, would you bear the responsibility?" The atmosphere in the air instantly turned extremely stagnant. The infernal wolf and black blood fiend crocodile's bodies emitted an extremely terrifying suppressive aura, completely sealing off the void. Even the heavenly Tao's old monster was silent under such pressure. As for the mighty figures below the heavenly Tao realm and desolate supremacy, They were trembling. Yi Xian watched coldly as he pushed the power in his body to its limits. He paid close attention to everything that was happening. As long as there was a chance, he would not miss it and would instantly escape. The two old fogies had not been on good terms since 1,000,000 years ago. They had a grudge against each other. Now that they had arrived, it seemed like they were seeking vengeance, but in fact they were here for the various treasures in Yi Xian's hands. Having the 9 great Dao treasure liquids were no trifling matter. They could allow the forbidden lands under them to produce more primordial chaos Dao realm experts in the future. Apart from that, the heaven-falling bow was a supreme divine power, and Yi Xian's 9-colored divine flames, red lotus karmic fire, and farmer god cauldron were all top-grade treasures that moved them. Therefore they could not let go of the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. They had to capture him to prevent all the benefits and opportunities from going to him. To Yi Xian this was his only chance. 2. He wouldn't be able to contend against any one of these old fellows. Just by releasing the pressure from their bodies, they would be able to completely seal off the void. Not only would they be unable to teleport, they wouldn't even be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that was attached to Yi Xian's internal system. Against 2 such powerful existences, teleportation was completely unrealistic. Even the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle could not shake off the 2 old fogies. Although the Red Lotus karmic fire had strange powers, Yi Xian might not be able to touch the 2 old fogies of primordial chaos who had surpassed the heavenly Dao realm. There was a high chance that he would miss like the heaven-falling arrow from before. In this sort of situation, if Yi Xian wanted to successfully escape, the only thing he could rely on was the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system within his body. Now he was hoping that the 2 old fogies would start fighting. Even if they did not start fighting, the cultivation in their bodies would transform into an invisible pressure that completely enveloped the vast void, completely sealing it off. Yi Xian would not be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of his internal system. Only when the 2 old fogies started fighting would a gap appear in the complete seal of the void. Yi Xian paid close attention. As long as such an opportunity appeared, he would be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and escape. Roar! Rumble! Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 2 old fogies finally did not disappoint. One of them made a move. The black blood fiend crocodile raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Following that, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a lightning ball with a diameter of 10,000 feet. It shot towards the dark wolf opposite it. You really want to attack me? Since that's the case, then let's fight again. I'd like to see how much you've improved after 1,000,000 years, you old geezer. Roar! Upon seeing this scene, the dark wolf was instantly enraged. As the voice of its divine perception resounded, it opened its mouth and spat out a black crescent-shaped blade. It swirled as it shot towards the black lightning ball that was shooting towards it. The 2 old fogies were only about 100,000 feet in size. The lightning ball and crescent-shaped blade that they spat out were also only about 100,000 feet in size. Although it looked inconspicuous, it was definitely not the power of the heavenly Dao realm. The lightning ball and crescent-shaped blade were condensed from extremely pure primordial chaos power. At that moment they shot towards the dark wolf, emitting a terrifying aura. Even the heavenly Dao's old fogies in the surrounding void could not help but change their expressions in horror. They felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Bam! Rumble! Even though there was a distance of trillions of kilometers between them, the 2 attacks were simply too fast. In just half a breath of time, the lightning ball and crescent moon blade had already crossed the distance of trillions of kilometers, colliding with one another with loud booms. At the same time, a terrifying explosion sounded in the void. Even the heavenly Dao's old fogies felt their eardrums buzz. They even felt a stabbing pain as though they were about to be torn apart. Even more, the mighty figures in the distance instantly withered as though all the strength in their bodies had been sucked out. They withered in the void as though they were on the brink of death. The desolate supremacy old fogies had pale faces as they spewed out blood arrows. Their injuries were not light either. They were separated by such a great distance, but because of the invisible shockwave produced by the collision between the lightning ball and the crescent moon arc blade, they had already fallen into such an unbearable situation. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the power of this attack was. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the system's tidal exploration mission. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance of upgrading the system's title. System's current title, Level 6, Galactic Controller. System's next title, Level 7, Galactic Overlord. Bam! Rumble! Although there was a distance of trillions of miles between them, the two attacks were simply too fast. In just half a breath, the lightning ball and the crescent moon arc blade had already crossed the distance of trillions of miles and collided with each other with loud booms. What? It was just too powerful. The mighty figures around the void instantly withered as desolate supremacy vomited blood. Even the heavenly Tao's old fogey turned pale as his eardrums buzzed. A gigantic void rift with a diameter of 5 billion kilometers appeared. Large amounts of void turbulence shot out from it. This was no ordinary void rift, but a primordial chaos rift. Therefore, the void turbulence that shot out was condensed from the purest primordial chaos forces. Although they were in the primordial chaos void, even mighty figures and desolate supremacy could tear apart the void in battle, much less heavenly Tao realm experts. However, the primordial chaos void was extremely resilient. The mighty figures, desolate supremacy, and heavenly Tao's strength were only able to tear apart the surface of the primordial chaos void. Furthermore, the void rift that appeared was quickly mended by the powerful primordial chaos void nomological forces. Since only the surface was torn apart, it was naturally impossible for the primordial chaos forces condensed from primordial chaos forces to surge out. But this time it was different. Infernal Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile were primordial chaos monsters after the heavenly Tao realm. The lightning ball and crescent-shaped blade they blasted out with all their strength were condensed from pure primordial chaos forces. Steep, however, the collision tore apart the primordial chaos void. Furthermore, it was not just the surface but the depths. The reason for the primordial chaos forces to appear was because of this phew, roar, wah, 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 screech. With the appearance of the primordial chaos rift that spanned 5 billion kilometers, large amounts of void turbulence instantly shot out. This was no ordinary void turbulence. It was condensed from the purest primordial chaos forces. It was not an exaggeration to call it primordial chaos forces. In a short instant, more than 1,000 primordial chaos forces shot out from the rift. They scattered in all directions, with some vanishing into the horizon while others struck the various old monsters in the surrounding void. Sounds were instantly heard. Against the primordial chaos forces condensed from pure primordial chaos forces, be it mighty figures, desolate supremacies, or heavenly Tao's heavenly Tao's heavenly Tao's heavenly Tao's heavenly Tao, none of them were able to resist. Amidst astounding roars and violent howls, hundreds of experts in the surrounding void instantly exploded, turning into nothingness. And at that moment, a familiar system notification unexpectedly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the system's tidal exploration mission. If the exploration is successful, there is a chance of upgrading the system's title. System's current title, Level 6, Galactic Controller. System's next title, Level 7, Galactic Overlord. Galactic Overlord. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 5 levels of titles, Galactic Traveler, Galactic Adventurer, Galactic Explorer, Galactic Pathfinder, Galactic Conqueror and Galactic Overlord, a brand new system ability will be added. At the same time, the number of galactic coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 3 to 5. System mission completion requirement: enter the primordial chaos rift and find the source of chaos. Punishment for failure of the exploration mission: system title will be downgraded by 1 level. Level 7 system title? Galactic Overlord? Hong Primordial Chaos Rift? These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately made a decision. Without any hesitation, he responded by accepting the system's title exploration mission. This was his only chance. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have a chance to leave alive when facing the 2 powerful old monsters, the Dark Wolf and the Black Blood Demon Crocodile. He would either be killed or captured alive. Phew! With his response, the devouring system in his body was instantly activated. The 7th system's title mission was activated. A power emanated from the origin devouring crystal deep in Yi Xian's body, instantly enveloping him. He transformed into a beam of light and charged into the 10 billion kilometer primordial chaos rift that was blasted open by the collision between the lightning sphere and the crescent blade. Darn it, I actually let him escape into the primordial chaos rift. Old Wolf, this is your responsibility. This supremacy isn't done with you. Upon seeing this scene, the Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, who were situated far away in the void, had a change in expression as they exclaimed. However, they did not enter the primordial chaos rift to pursue. Although they were primordial chaos old monsters that had surpassed the heavenly Tao realm, the void turbulence in the primordial chaos rift was condensed from the purest primordial chaos forces. If they entered without permission, they would be in danger of being heavily injured or even dying. Whoosh! Phew! A weak sonic boom sounded as a beam of light appeared, transforming into Yi Xian's figure. This was an extremely chaotic void. Although there were abandoned stars, the void was filled with primordial chaos turbulence of various sizes. It was a ghastly sight. Looking around, he did not see the 10-billion-mile void rift that he had just entered. It should have been sent in by the energy of the origin crystal powder after the activation of the title mission. The battle just now had allowed Yi Xian to usher in another opportunity for a breakthrough. Now that he had entered the primordial chaos void, he was not in a hurry to find the so-called source of chaos. Instead, he immediately rushed into an abandoned star with relatively fewer primordial chaos turbulence and entered the core of the star. Then he waved his hand and summoned the farmer god cauldron before stepping into it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a wave of his hand, a faint sonic boom sounded. Instantly, beams of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. At this time he had already returned to his human form. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the domain of the farmer god cauldron. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala! The nascent soul fist ball melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed in Yi Xian's body. As expected, the sound of the chains came from everywhere. A shackle chain appeared in Yi Xian's body. He immediately concentrated and activated the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. After an unknown amount of time, the river of energy formed in the meridians in Yi Xian's body was completely refined. Not as expected, with just one impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken. The expected system prompt soon sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, 4th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 4th level of the heavenly Tao. In the next moment Yi Xian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of excitement. The suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. After the breakthrough was completed, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was clearly a flash of excitement. 4th level of the heavenly Tao. This was already the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was completely different from the middle stage from before. But, unfortunately, the suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, even if he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation realm was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the 9th transformation. However, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. However, this kind of increase in combat strength was meaningless to him now. Again, so what if he was powerful? As long as his cultivation realm did not break through the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm, there was no way for him to resolve the crisis that had already befallen him. Great the Tao realm was the highest realm in the primordial chaos void. It was like the will of the heavenly Tao in small and medium worlds. It was high and mighty and looked down on all life. First, back in the primordial chaos world, no matter how monstrous Yi Xian was, he was still deeply powerless against the primeval heaven's eye of the heavenly Tao realm. He was completely unable to contend against it. For example, now that he was in the primordial chaos void, he was nearly invincible within the heavenly Tao realm. However, the moment he encountered a primordial chaos great Tao realm expert, the situation was the same as when he encountered the heavenly Tao's eye in the primordial chaos world. He could only be crushed. This time, if not for the old grudges between the two old monsters, Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, as well as the stimulation of the benefits in front of them, causing them to suddenly attack upon meeting. Each of them blasted out a lightning ball and a crescent moon blade. The collision tore open the primordial chaos void and inadvertently triggered the system's title mission. It was impossible to imagine what would have happened to Yi Xian. Even if only one of the supreme existences of the primordial chaos great Tao realm descended, it was already an insurmountable mountain for him, much less two at the same time? But, therefore, even if the system's title mission was completed and he returned to the primordial chaos void, Yi Xian could only hide with his tail between his legs. He did not dare to show his face. Otherwise, once the two old fogies, Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, knew that he had walked out of the primordial chaos rift, they would definitely descend immediately and suppress Yi Xian. It really worried him. He felt even more aggrieved and helpless. Fortunately, it was impossible for existences of this level to vent their anger on the Magic Hall's forbidden area under his name and find that place to attack the mighty figures and desolate supremacy in the Magic Hall's forbidden area. Otherwise, the situation would be so dangerous that Yi Xian would be unable to resolve it in an instant. Until, he was even less worried about the Source Nest's base camp. Until now, the Source Nest's base camp had not officially appeared. Now that they had heard the news of the appearance of the two supreme great Tao existences, Abyss Wolf and Black Blood Fiend Crocodile, the 8 great guardian deities, Demon Commander Guihai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the others who were guarding the Source Nest's base camp would not act rashly. 4th stage of the Heavenly Tao. There are still 5 small stages to break through before consuming a level 31 primordial pill and breaking through to the primordial Tao realm. With that thought in his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flickered with a dark light as he muttered softly, "In addition, the refinement of the level 31 primordial pill must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Otherwise, once my cultivation reaches the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm of the 9th stage, it will be a joke if I don't have a level 31 primordial pill to consume." At this point, Yi Xian had already made a decision. Once this time's title exploration mission was over, he would immediately go into seclusion again and consume the Heavenly Tao blood essence to forcefully break through, increasing his cultivation strength as soon as possible. Then, after that, he opened the furnace and began to refine the level 31 primordial pill. In order to refine a level 31 primordial pill, other than the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, it also required various other supplementary pill materials. All of them were the top cultivation resources in the starry sky. Yi Xian had already prepared these long ago, and it was enough to refine 3 pills. In addition, the most important pill materials were the Heavenly Tao blood essence and Heavenly Tao origin liquid. Every level 31 primordial pill required 81 Heavenly Tao blood essences and 81 Heavenly Tao origin liquid. Yi Xian had already collected all of these during the previous battle. Even more so. As for the Heavenly Tao blood essence, there was still a little surplus. It was enough for him to consume it and forcefully raise his cultivation by 2 small stages. Of course, these 2 chances of consuming the Heavenly Tao blood essence to forcefully raise his cultivation by 1 small stage couldn't be used consecutively. It had to be separated, and he had to smoothly break through once in between. Otherwise, it would have a huge impact on the stability of his cultivation base, which wasn't a good thing. All of this flashed through his mind, and he quickly had an idea. After that, Yi Xian didn't dwell on this matter anymore. With a flash of his figure, he flew out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the farmer god cauldron into his body and then rushed out of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion. Next, he would begin his exploration of this primordial chaos void and find the origin of chaos that the system had mentioned. He would then complete the 7th title exploration mission. Regarding the origin of chaos void, the headless infant corpse had once mentioned it to Yi Xian. It was said that countless eons ago, before the Great Desolate Era had begun, there was a chaos green lotus growing in an unknown place in the primordial chaos void. The chaos green lotus was constantly absorbing the surrounding chaos spirit chi, gradually forming a huge chaos spirit chi storm. This spirit chi storm flashed with dazzling light from time to time. In the end, the chaos lotus exploded, and 3,000 streaks of light shot out and transformed into 3,000 stars. At the core of each star, there was a chaos origin nest that nurtured a chaos life seed. These were the so-called chaos demon gods. The 3,000 chaos void differed in strength. The chaos demon gods that were nurtured represented different laws of the great Tao, so there were also differences in strength. In the chaos, there were 3,000 laws of the great Tao, which was also known as the 3,000 firmaments. In the primordial chaos void, among them the top 10 law holders were all extremely powerful existences. The top 10 law holders were Power Law, Time Law, Space Law, Primal Chaos Law, Immortal Tao Law, Demonic Tao Law, Life Law, 5 Elements Law, Yin-Yang Law, and Destruction Law. Clang. Demon God Pangu, who'd created the Great Desolate World in the Primordial Chaos Void and thus kicked off the Great Desolate Era, had walked out of the number 1 Chaos Void nest. What he had mastered was the strongest law in the top 10, the Law of Strength. All of this should only be describing the opening of a primordial era. Similar primordial eras had been opened countless times. It was like a cycle of reincarnation. Every time a new primordial era opened, 3,000 nests would appear, and 3,000 chaos demon gods would be born in them. The 3,000 chaos demon gods were merely existences in the primordial realm. They were far from the supreme primordial chaos realm after the primordial chaos realm. The reason why they were called chaos demon gods was because they represented 3,000 seeds that pursued the supreme primordial chaos realm in the primordial void. Yi Xian speculated that the origin of chaos might have nothing to do with these 3,000 chaos demon gods or the chaos void nest that nurtured them, but it was definitely related to the chaos lotus that appeared at the start of every primordial chaos era. Chapter 51-51. According to Yi Xian's speculation, the so-called source of chaos may have nothing to do with the 3,000 chaos demon gods and the chaos source nest that gave birth to them, but it must have something to do with the green lotus that would appear at the beginning of every primordial era. In other words, if he found the legendary green lotus, he should be able to complete the system's title exploration mission, or obtain a key clue. That green lotus was the key to the primordial chaos. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart suddenly jolted. The title exploration mission was not randomly activated. In the previous 6 exploration missions, the exploration mission was only activated when the conditions were met. For example, when Yi Xian had obtained the devouring treasure body, it was because he had entered the black hole, and the devouring system in his body had captured the aura of the devouring origin crystal from the faint energy that permeated the void. That was why the system's title mission was activated. It was the same this time. Previously, there had been no reaction until the 2 old fellows, Dark Wolf and Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, collided with the Crescent Moon Arc Blade and tore open a primordial rift. The devouring origin crystal in the depths of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness sensed it and activated the 7th system's title exploration mission. This explained 2 things. First, the mystery of the devouring origin crystal was that it could sense something just through a primordial rift, which shocked Yi Xian once again. This second, it meant that if the devouring origin crystal's senses were correct, then the most important primordial green lotus should be in the primordial chaos void within this rift. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian rushed out of the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion and arrived at the primordial chaos void outside the star. He looked around and fully activated his divine sense, extending it in all directions. This primordial chaos void was extremely vast, and Yi Xian's divine sense covered an area of trillions of miles. Except for some abandoned stars that exuded an ancient aura, as well as the primordial chaos currents of various sizes, there was nothing else. As for the aura of life, that was even more impossible. This Yi Xian had already returned to his original human form. This was something that could not be helped, because this was an extremely unstable primordial chaos void. The void was crisscrossed with large and small primordial chaos currents, which was extremely dangerous. These weren't ordinary spatial turbulence. They were primordial turbulence formed from pure primordial energy. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation, he didn't dare rashly come into contact with them. Otherwise he would definitely be injured. In his human form, his body was very small. If he was careful, as long as he didn't encounter any of those extremely dense turbulent storms, he would be able to avoid danger and ensure his own safety. Time flowed by slowly. Yi Xian maintained a high level of vigilance as he moved through this chaotic and dangerous void and ceaselessly searched. Unknowingly, 2 months had already passed. Over the past few months, he hadn't found anything in this turbulent space. In this boundless dark space, apart from the countless primordial turbulences of various sizes, there were only some abandoned stars that could be seen occasionally. However, he had never seen anything like this before. However, he wasn't discouraged because of this. This chaotic void was too vast, and he probably hadn't even touched its edges in merely 2 months of time. So, it was a little too hasty for him to be so worried right now. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. In this half a year he still hadn't found anything. At this time Yi Xian finally felt a little uneasy. He calmed down and moved through the void for another month. Finally, there was a major discovery in front of him. At the end of his line of sight, in the originally pitch-black void, a ray of light suddenly appeared. To be more precise, this was a ray of green light. It was hazy and gave off a dreamy feeling. When this ray of hazy green light penetrated from the front like the first ray of light of the rising sun, Yi Xian's figure abruptly stopped in the void. After being stunned for a moment, he cried out involuntarily, "This is the chaotic green lotus?" He hesitated for a moment. At the same time he called out softly, he had already activated the power in his body and moved forward again. Soon as he approached, the darkness in the void in front of him became less and less. The entire sky and earth were replaced by a vast expanse of hazy green light. This kind of light was not very blazing. It was hazy and dreamy, but Yi Xian felt a kind of glaring sense of déjà vu. He didn't dare to look at it directly. Only when he activated the demon soul pupil and it appeared between his eyebrows did he gradually adapt to this dreamlike hazy green light. He could clearly see everything in the void at the end of his line of sight. This was a lotus. It was entirely green and had mysterious veins. It looked like it was made by nature. It had lotus leaves, lotus stems, lotus flowers, and even a lotus seed pod. Yi Xian was simply unable to use words to describe the size of this green lotus. It replaced the entire space in front of him. Even the size of a single lotus leaf was probably greater than the size of the original Great Desolate World. The entire green lotus stood in the void in an extremely abrupt manner. It emitted a dreamlike hazy green light, but it was silent and there was no movement. Neither the lotus leaves nor the lotus flowers swayed in the void. Hidden vaguely, he seemed to be able to see some mist-like dense fog coming from this incomparably huge green lotus. This is some green mist rose from the green lotus. At first it was very gentle, but as it moved away from the green lotus, it slowly gathered together and became faster. It turned into streams of primordial chaos of different sizes. This was the primordial chaos. Such a scene shocked Yi Xian to the core. The turbulent void was vast and boundless. It was probably not smaller than the primordial void. In fact, it might even be larger. And all the primordial chaos of different sizes in such a vast turbulent void were actually condensed from the green mist that emanated from the green lotus. This. Even after witnessing everything with his own eyes, he still felt disbelief, and he almost suspected that he was hallucinating. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, the expected system notification sounded out, resounding throughout Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Ding. Congratulations to host. System title exploration quest completed. System title upgrade successful. System current title, Level 7, Galactic Overlord. Galactic Overlord. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 5 levels of titles, Galactic Traveler, Galactic Adventurer, Galactic Explorer, Galactic Pathfinder, Galactic Conqueror and Galactic Controller, a brand new system ability will be added. At the same time, the number of galactic coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will increase from the previous 3 to 5. System Mission Exploration Reward, complete. As the system's notification sounded out, Yi Xian, who was shocked by the terrifying green lotus in front of him, suddenly recovered from his shock. His expression changed as he sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in shock, "This green lotus is actually related to the Supreme Primal Chaos." As the scene in front of him entered his line of sight, a familiar system prompt instantly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. At this time, he was originally shocked by the terrifying green lotus in front of him and fell into a daze. Straight. It wasn't until the system notification rang out in his mind that he recovered from his shock. His expression changed drastically as he gasped and exclaimed in shock, "This green lotus is actually related to the Supreme Primal Chaos." Previously, when the 7th system title quest was activated, Yi Xian only suspected that the so-called source of chaos was very likely to be related to the mysterious green lotus that the headless baby corpse had mentioned. But now, when this green lotus appeared in front of him and the familiar system notification rang in his mind, indicating that the system title exploration quest had been completed and ended, Yi Xian's guess was finally confirmed. In other words, the so-called source of chaos was actually this mysterious green lotus that appeared every time the primordial era began. It was the key to the supreme chaos. Every time the primordial era began, every cycle, this green lotus was searching for the supreme chaos after the primordial era. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's mind suddenly moved. His eyes narrowed and immediately swept his gaze towards the lotus pod at the top of the huge green lotus. The lotus pod had already matured because traces of lotus seeds could already be seen protruding out of it. Unfortunately, all the lotus seeds on the entire lotus pod were withered. Even though they were separated by an endless void, the moment these withered lotus seeds came into view, they instantly made people feel a dense aura of decay that could not be dispersed. Except for one exception. This exception was located in the center of the huge lotus pod. The green lotus was so huge that a single lotus leaf was as vast as the original Chaos World. Naturally, one could imagine how huge the lotus pod at the top was. There were a total of 3,001 lotus seeds on this enormous seed pod, but only 3,000 of them were left on the seed pod now. These 3,000 lotus seeds were all dull and withered, without the slightest bit of vitality. But the lotus seed at the very center was gone. There was only a dent there, which meant that a lotus seed once existed, but for some reason, it disappeared without a trace later on. After reaching this dent where there were no more lotus seeds, Yi Xian suddenly felt a strong intuition in his heart. He suddenly had an extremely strong intuition that the key to the supreme chaos after the primordial era was very likely to be related to this missing lotus seed. And the reason why this mysterious green lotus opened a new primordial era again and again was like a cycle of reincarnation. Every time, 3,000 rays of light would shoot out from the green lotus's body and enter the primordial void that was about to open a new era. They would transform into nests and nurture chaos fiend celestials that were born as primordial Tao realm experts. The ultimate goal was very likely to be related to this missing lotus seed. There were a total of 3,000 withered lotus seeds on the pod, and 3,000 nesting stars that gave birth to chaos demon gods would appear in the primordial void every era. This was definitely not a coincidence. If there were no accidents, the 3,000 nesting stars that appeared in the primordial void every era should be the essence of these 3,000 lotus seeds on the pod. They were extracted and sent out by the green lotus into the primordial void, turning into nesting stars that gave birth to chaos demon gods. The purpose of this was to find the lotus seed that had been lost for God knows how many cycles ago. This lost lotus seed was the key and only opportunity for this green lotus to transform and evolve again, from the current peak of the primordial Tao to the supreme chaos. Everything was just a guess, but Yi Xian's intuition was very strong. He was sure that this guess should be the truth, at least not too far from the truth and not too far from the truth. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, his heart suddenly moved, and in a strange coincidence, he instantly activated the power of Demon Soul Pupil to the extreme, and looked at the lotus head above the green lotus at the end of his line of sight. Then, to be precise, the place where his eyes landed and focused was the indentation left by the lost lotus seed in the center of the pod. It was not that he did not want to go closer or even directly jump to the end of the green lotus pod at the end of the void in front of him to investigate at a close distance, but he did not dare to do so and could not do so at all. First, as mentioned earlier, even though the primordial chaotic flows of various sizes within this boundlessly vast chaotic void that was extremely likely to be even vaster than the primordial void, the primordial chaotic flows that were practically everywhere were condensed into form from the green-colored mist that effused out from the green lotus's body. In other words, this mysterious green lotus at the end of his line of sight was actually the source of countless primordial turbulence in this vast and boundless chaotic void. The further he was from this place, the fewer primordial turbulence in the void, and the lower the density. On the contrary, the closer he was to this green lotus, the more primordial turbulence that was wreaking havoc in the void, and the denser the primordial turbulence was. Right now, Yi Xian was still an endless distance away from this mysterious green lotus. Otherwise, with how huge it was, he would not be able to see its entire lotus body if he was too close. But even so, the amount of primordial turbulence around Yi Xian was already extremely terrifying, and it was so dense that it was almost impossible for him to move an inch. If he continued to move forward, it would be very difficult for him to avoid the countless primordial turbulence of different sizes in the void. Once he came into contact with it, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. There must be something ominous. Therefore, Yi Xian was unable to move forward, nor could he move forward. However, this did not matter. With the demon soul pupil, even if he was separated by an endless distance, with his current cultivation and strength, he should be able to see through the indentation of the lotus pod with his full strength. Buzz. In the next moment, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. In the middle of Yi Xian's brows, the third vertical eye of the demon soul pupil suddenly started to rotate, emitting an incomparably scorching pillar of light. Clang. When the light was extremely scorching, a pillar of light shot out from the demon soul pupil. Just as it shot out from the demon soul pupil, it had already disappeared in the void in front of Yi Xian. Almost at the same time, at the furthest end of the void, in the only indentation in the center of the mysterious green lotus pod, there was a sudden flash of light. It was the pillar of light that shot out from the demon soul pupil between Yi Xian's brows. The demon soul pupil was known as the strongest pupil technique. Its ability was to trace back to the source, to see the source of things from the surface, to trace back to space and time. It was far more mysterious than ordinary pupil techniques that could see through the void and break illusions. Especially with Yi Xian's current cultivation and full strength, He was able to find some clues even from the dent in the lotus seed on the mysterious azure lotus seed pod. In the next moment, as the dim light flashed, an image mysteriously appeared in the indentation of the lotus pod. Although it was extremely hazy, Yi Xian's body shook violently in an instant. He gasped in shock and exclaimed, "What? That's impossible." With a thought, Yi Xian was enlightened. He activated the demon soul pupil with all the cultivation in his body. As he concentrated, even the indentation of the lotus seed on this mysterious green lotus pod was instantly seen through by him. In the next moment, as the dim light flashed, an image mysteriously appeared in the indentation of the lotus pod. Although it was extremely hazy, Yi Xian's body shook violently in an instant. He gasped in shock and exclaimed, "What? That's impossible." That was why it was like this. It was because the image that appeared above the indentation in the center of the azure lotus seed pod was too shocking. Yi Xian had made all sorts of guesses before, but he never thought that the truth would be like this. Shadow, the mysterious green lotus, appeared in the image, and it was focused on the lotus pod. The image should represent an endless time ago. It was unknown how many primordial eras it had to go back. That, on the lotus pod, although there were also 3001 indentation, the 3000 lotus seeds around it were not mature yet. They were very small. Only the indentation in the center had a mature lotus seed protruding out. That's right, the lotus seed in the center of the indentation was indeed the earliest to mature among the 3001 lotus seeds in the entire lotus pod. Very soon, an unforeseen event appeared in the video. The only mature green lotus seed suddenly shook and rose from the center of the giant lotus pod. It flew directly away from the green lotus and shot into the void in the distance. It shuttled back and forth in the boundless dark void for an unknown amount of time. In the end, perhaps it was tired, bored, or confused. It finally stopped in the void and there was no more sound. Time continued to pass slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the green lotus seed slowly transformed. After experiencing all kinds of mysterious and strange transformations, it slowly turned into a star. The crust on the star's surface slowly moved, slowly evolving into towering peaks, continuous mountain ranges, deep canyons, and a blue ocean that occupied about 70% of the star's surface. When this vast blue ocean appeared in his sight, Yi Xian's heart shook violently. At the same time, he realized that this was clearly the mysterious mother planet in the Milky Way. It was also the star that he suspected was before he crossed over to the Nine Heavens star. At this moment, he finally understood why the primordial void deliberately protected the Milky Way and the mysterious mother planet in the Milky Way galaxy. And he also understood why the headless infant corpse chose him. Perhaps the only explanation was that he originally came from this mysterious mother planet that was formed by the only mature lotus seed of the green lotus. After thinking about it carefully, all of this might have been expected. However, when the truth was revealed in front of him, the shock in Yi Xian's heart did not dissipate for a long time. He finally understood why the opening of the next primordial era revolved around the Milky Way galaxy. He finally understood why the opening of the Milky Way galaxy was conditional before the start of the new primordial era, so that the universe masters in the primordial void could enter and try to fight for the so-called primordial luck on the mother planet. Now, even Green Lotus knew that the mysterious mother planet was formed from the lost mature lotus seed. It opened a new primordial era again and again, and drained the energy of the 3000 unripe lotus seeds on the lotus seed pod time and time again. The ultimate goal of sending them into the primordial void and turning them into nests to give birth to chaos fiend celestials was to hope that one of them would appear and bring the lost lotus seed from the mysterious mother planet back to Green Lotus. Or perhaps, the person who obtained the lost lotus seed would see the truth of the primordial void and step into the supreme chaos after the primordial void. Buzz. The buzzing sound continued. A faint light flashed between Yi Xian's eyebrows, and the demonic soul pupil that looked like a third vertical eye disappeared. The ancient image that appeared on the green lotus seed pod at the end of his line of sight also disappeared in an instant. So, this is the truth of everything. As the ancient image on the lotus seed pod disappeared, Yi Xian finally came back to his senses. He sighed and murmured softly. He did not continue to move forward. On one hand, it was too dangerous. On the other hand, it was no longer necessary. The key to entering the supreme chaos was the lost mature lotus seed. Even the mysterious green lotus was looking for it, opening new primordial eras, giving birth to 3000 chaos demon gods, hoping to bring back the mature lotus seed from the mother planet. Then, it was meaningless for Yi Xian to lock his eyes on the mysterious green lotus. In the end, everything would be answered in the mysterious mother planet, and the end of everything would be completed there. However, the new primordial era had not yet arrived, and even the conditional opening of the Milky Way galaxy had not started yet. There was no time to worry about all of this. The most important thing now was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. First, the situation before was different from now. Now, there were already primordial Tao realm experts after the heavenly way appearing in the primordial void. Moreover, there were 2 of them at once. This was most likely just the beginning. There would be more primordial Tao realm experts after this. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian did not improve his cultivation to the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly way, how could he compete with those old monsters for the green lotus seed in the mysterious mother planet once the new primordial era began? Brain, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, his heart suddenly sank. He quickly put aside the other distracting thoughts and turned his attention to the current situation. First, it was the system title exploration mission. This was Yi Xian's 7th title exploration mission. After completing it, his system title had now reached the 7th level, which was the Overlord of the Stars. This title was very domineering. However, with his current cultivation strength, he probably could not achieve the ability to dominate a region in the current primordial void. However, this did not matter. Soon Yi Xian would break through to the true primordial Tao realm. When that time came, dominating a region of the void would only be a matter of course. The halo effect of the Overlord of the Stars title was not bad. It was on the original foundation of the previous 6 titles: Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, Interstellar Pathfinder, Interstellar Conqueror, and Interstellar Controller. The system had added a new system ability and activated it. Yi Xian immediately checked it. Unfortunately, this new auxiliary system was of little value to his current cultivation level. There was not much practical use at all. In addition, the number of interstellar coordinates that Yi Xian had imprinted in any of the void planes had increased from 3 to 5 after completing the system's title exploration quest. He had already imprinted 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in the primordial void. They were all on the right bank. One was near the Sourcehive Star's base camp, one was near the Sourcehive Star's strongest doppelganger, and one was near the star vortex that led to the original Xuxing Forbidden Land. In the primordial void, the interstellar coordinate jump points that Yi Xian imprinted were all on the right bank. One was near the Sourcehive Star's base camp, one was near the Sourcehive Star's strongest doppelganger, and one was near the star vortex that led to the original Xuxing Forbidden Land. Now, with the completion of the 7th title exploration mission, the number of interstellar coordinates that Yi Xian could imprint in any void plane had increased from 3 to 5. In other words, in the primordial void, the current him could imprint 2 more interstellar coordinate jump points. This, although it was a turbulent void, it was connected to the primordial void. Due to the existence of the mysterious green lotus, it and the primordial void were not different from each other. Of the remaining 2 coordinates, Yi Xian decided to keep one in his hands. He would imprint it after confirming a suitable location on the left bank in the future. As for the other one, he chose to imprint it in the dark void where he was standing now because the mysterious green lotus was here. It was also extremely important. If he imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point here, when he needed to find the green lotus in the future, he could directly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and rush over. Outside, this was the primordial chaos void outside the primordial void. If Yi Xian encountered an unresolvable crisis in the primordial void in the future, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and instantly leave the primordial void and arrive here as if he was taking refuge. After deciding, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately took action. Everything was exactly the same as before. Although there weren't many similar imprints from the beginning to the end, Yi Xian had already imprinted more than 10 of these personal interstellar coordinates in different planes. Very quickly, Yi Xian issued an order to the system and began to imprint the interstellar coordinates. The system prompt quickly sounded in his mind, guiding Yi Xian step by step to start the imprinting process. A wisp of primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was quickly refined into a special imprint. Then, this primordial spirit imprint was shot out of his body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way. It connected with the turbulent void trench where Yi Xian was, until it completely merged with the primordial void. Although he had experienced this many times, the pain of forcibly separating a small wisp of his primordial spirit still made Yi Xian unable to adapt. This was simply difficult to describe with words. It was simply a painful torture. After some effort, this wisp of primordial spirit was successfully separated, but Yi Xian could not immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He could only forcefully endure the various discomforts of the injury to his primordial spirit and force himself to use different and complicated methods to continuously condense this wisp of primordial spirit. Each process took the time of a meal, and this was the result of him already being familiar with the process. The final step was to integrate this successfully condensed primordial spirit imprint into the primordial chaos void in front of him. Yi Xian paid close attention to the entire process, from connecting the void to matching the primordial spirit imprint and finally merging it perfectly. In the end, he did not dare to relax in the slightest from the beginning to the end. He was a little on edge throughout the entire process. After a total of half a day's work, his personal interstellar coordinates in this primordial chaos void finally merged perfectly into the void. After a flash, they completely stabilized and then disappeared. Even Yi Xian could not catch the slightest breath. Soon, when the personal interstellar coordinates were imprinted, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully imprinted your personal interstellar coordinates. The next moment, he who was sitting cross-legged in the void immediately opened his eyes. A look of relief appeared on his face. Then, a dim light flashed in his eyes and he fell into deep thought again. The 7 tidal exploration missions were completed. Even the personal interstellar coordinates of this primordial chaos void had been successfully imprinted. Also, in other words, if there was nothing else, it was time for Yi Xian to return. Counting the time, he had been in this primordial chaos void for quite some time. After breaking through to the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm in seclusion, he had wandered in this vast and boundless void turbulence void for nearly a year in order to find this mysterious green lotus. A year was not long, but it was not short either. It was enough for many things to happen. Yi Xian did not know what happened on the 2 sides of the Milky Way after he left nearly a year ago. However, before he returned, there were 2 things he had to do. One was to take advantage of the fact that it had been nearly a year since his previous breakthrough to attempt to enter seclusion again. He would consume the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcibly raise his cultivation by another small level. This was not something he could do immediately. He planned to do it later. After he was done, he could immediately set off and return to the primordial chaos void. The other thing was to fuse the Shinong 9-colored flames with the karmic red lotus fire that he had recently subdued. Back then, the red lotus origin flame, as well as the red lotus karmic fire that was connected to the core of the star in the chaos starfield, had all been refined by Yi Xian. Back then, he had estimated that the boundless karmic red lotus fire could be completely fused with the 9-colored flame C. Once this matter was completed, the Shinong 9-colored flames would once again welcome an astonishing transformation. It would evolve from the current 9-colored flames to the 10-colored flames. Its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. No, back then Yi Xian did not plan to immediately carry out this matter because the karmic red lotus fire was already extraordinary. Fusing it with the other heavenly flames would definitely take a long time. Furthermore, the Shinong heavenly flames had already evolved to the 9-colored flames after so many fusions. The subsequent transformation would definitely be even more difficult. In fact, time was only one aspect. More importantly, he needed to immerse himself fully in controlling and paying close attention to everything. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable if an accident occurred. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian finally decided to return and find time to carry out the fusion. Thus, this matter was temporarily shelved. However, the situation was different now. Nearly a year ago, 2 powerful primordial chaos old monsters, the Dark Wolf and the Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, had appeared in the primordial chaos void. After nearly a year, there would probably be other primordial chaos old monsters appearing in the world. Under such circumstances, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, there was nothing he could do to make these primordial chaos old monsters fear him if he encountered them. This included the Heaven-Falling Bow. The Heaven-Falling Bow was indeed powerful. With Yi Xian's half-step primordial chaos cultivation level, perhaps even these primordial chaos old monsters would have to fear him if he fully activated it. However, no matter how powerful the Heaven-Falling Bow was, it would be useless if the Heaven-Falling Arrow could not hit the opponent. Although the 10-colored flames might not be able to hit them, the 10-colored flames were different from the Heaven-Falling Bow. The Heaven-Falling Bow could only attack, but the 10-colored flames could transform into a sea of flames or a fireball that enveloped Yi Xian and temporarily protected him. Yi Xian was still confident about this. The 9-colored flames from before were already enough to make the heavenly Tao old monster helpless. If the 10-colored flames were even stronger, it would definitely make the primordial chaos old monsters afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Chapter 51-52. The 9-colored flame was already enough to make the heavenly Tao old monster helpless. If the 10-colored flame was even stronger, it would definitely make the primordial Meng realm great Tao old monsters hesitate to attack. On this point Yi Xian was still quite confident. Therefore he decided that before returning no matter what, he would first fuse the Shinong 9-colored flame with the Red Lotus karmic fire to refine the 10-colored flame. Although he still might not be able to attack those primordial Meng old monsters, at least with the protection of the 10-colored flame, Yi Xian finally had the ability to protect himself to a certain extent in the hands of the primordial Meng old monsters. He decided to do it. Swoosh! With a flash of light he immediately waved his hand and a ray of light shot out. It expanded with the wind and turned into the Shinong treasured cauldron. Its shape did not deliberately shrink and it was like a giant star. After all, this was the primordial chaos void, and Yi Xian had already retreated to a place extremely far away from the mysterious green lotus. The primordial chaos void in the void was also very rare. As the treasured cauldron was summoned, his shoulders shook, and he instantly jumped into the mouth of the treasured cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and directly entered the cauldron's space. Cauldron inner space. High in the sky, Yi Xian's figure landed at the end of the horizon, but he did not see the goat horn immortal. The old man might be in seclusion in the distant mountain range. He ignored all of this and directly pressed down on his body, entering the central region volcano in the cauldron's space. In the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the mountain, the 9-colored flame sea was still there, occupying 90% of the flame pool. The other 10% of the area was a red ocean. Every wave in the ocean was made up of red lotuses that were about 10 feet in size. In the center of this area, there was a dark red flame that was only the size of a finger's belly. It was the red lotus mother flame. Now that it had been refined by Yi Xian, it had a profound connection with his flesh and blood. When he was at the bottom of the central region volcano, he sat cross-legged in midair, took a deep breath, and threw all the distracting thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. Swoosh, swoosh. In the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano, the Shinong 9-colored flame, which occupied 90% of the flame pool, set off raging waves. Yunzai at the same time, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. The red lotus karmic fire, which occupied 1/10 of the flame pool, did not move. However, the red lotus flame jellyfish, which was only the size of a thumb, shot up and entered the 9-colored flame sea for the first time. At this moment Yi Xian's heartstrings tightened. His heart was in his throat. He had completely refined the blazing red lotus seed, so the karmic fire of the red lotus posed no threat to him at all. Even if he came into contact with it, he would be like a fish in water. However, merging the blazing red lotus seed with the Shinong 9-colored flames was another matter altogether. Yi Xian didn't know what would happen, but he was certain that if there really was an accident, it would definitely be no small matter and extremely dangerous. After the flame mother red lotus entered the 9-colored sea of flames, it could no longer be seen. The 9-colored sea of flames, which was already surging with waves, became even more turbulent at this time, revealing an incomparably violent and fierce aura that seemed to want to destroy the world. This was how it should be. The Shinong 9-colored flame was originally a 1-colored flame. It had only grown to its current 9-colored flame by fusing with top-notch heavenly flames time and time again. At this point, at this height, it was extremely difficult to take another step forward. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Yi Xian couldn't predict what would happen. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, a month had passed just like that. In the next moment Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was clearly a hint of joy quietly flashing through. At the same time, the 9-colored sea of flames, which had been surging with huge waves for the past month, also stopped in an instant and quieted down. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light as he swept his gaze across the Shinong flame pool below. He could see that the karmic fire of the red lotus, which occupied 10% of the area, was rapidly merging with the Shinong 9-colored flames. This was clearly caused by the fusion of the blazing red lotus seed with the 9-colored sea of flames. Everything progressed very quickly. In just 3 short breaths, the flame pool was no longer separated. The 9-colored flames were gone, and the karmic fire of the red lotus was also gone. There was only a pool of dazzling liquid in the pool. There were a total of 10 colors, exuding an endlessly powerful aura. It was finally completed. The 10-colored flame had appeared out of nowhere. A gratified expression appeared on Yi Xian's face, but he did not get up. This was because he wanted to finish the other thing before he returned in one go. In the past month, his mental state had been greatly exhausted, and his cultivation was almost exhausted. It was time to take advantage of this situation to break through. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, very quickly as he waved his hand, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Among them were 10 pieces of heavenly blood essence. This was a cultivation resource that he needed to forcibly break through a small level in his cultivation base by swallowing it. Yi Xian, after hesitating for a moment, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He immediately activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent fist. Then, with a wave of his hand, he swallowed it into his stomach, walala. The nascent fist ball melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed out from within Yi Xian's body. As expected, the sound of chains clanging could be heard from all directions. A shackle appeared within Xian's body. This meant that the cultivation resources that he had swallowed this time were sufficient, and the shackle that represented the bottleneck of his cultivation had been activated. As long as he could tear it apart, he would be able to break through smoothly. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heartstrings immediately relaxed. He quickly focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the great river of energy that had just formed in his body, circulating it through the 100 meridians in his body time and time again. After half a month, the huge river of energy that had formed in Yi Xian's meridians had been completely refined. The result was within expectations. Only with just one attack, this incomparably thick shackle broke. The anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind very quickly, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 5 of the heavenly Tao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, level 5 of the heavenly Tao. In the next instant, Yi Xian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of excitement. There was no need to be conflicted. The suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Perfection Stage 9 under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, Yi Xian had long been used to it. At least after this breakthrough, his actual combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. If he had the 10-colored flame in hand, even if he encountered the primordial chaos old monster after the heavenly Tao, although he would not be able to attack, he would at least have the ability to protect himself to a certain extent. Whoosh. Very quickly he rushed out of the treasured cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he stored the Shinong cauldron into his body. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the system in his body. He locked onto the primordial chaos star base camp and returned to the primordial chaos void. The primordial chaos void. Counting the time, the shocking accident that occurred outside the chaos lac star field had already happened a year ago. A year ago, more than 1,000 heavenly Tao old monsters from all over the left and right sides of the Milky Way gathered in the chaos lac star field with even more powerful experts and desolate supremacies. Originally, they were there to fulfill their promise with the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, to refine the heavenly 9 treasures elixir. However, but what happened after that was completely out of everyone's expectations. It turned out that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, did not plan to help others refine the heavenly 9 treasures elixir. After the unexpected primordial chaos pill tribulation, he did not return to the right side of the Milky Way. Instead, he lay in wait on the left side of the Milky Way. After stirring up the situation, he took advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. He secretly hunted the heavenly Tao old monsters time and time again to obtain the heavenly 9 treasures elixir that was needed to refine the heavenly 9 treasures elixir. In the year after the promise, no one knew how many times the master of the magic hall Yi Xian had attacked, how many heavenly Tao old monsters he had killed, and how much heavenly Tao original elixir he had obtained. However, one thing was absolutely certain, and that was that the amount of heavenly Tao original elixir in his hands was definitely not small. This was because other than the amount of heavenly Tao original elixir that he had obtained during the battle in the Chaos Lac Star Field, the master of the magic hall Yi Xian had also killed many heavenly Tao old monsters in front of everyone. Just this amount of heavenly Tao original elixir that he had obtained was not a small amount. By the time now, a year had passed and the shocking accident outside the Chaos Lac Star Field had already spread to both sides of the Milky Way. Over the past year, no matter if it was on the left or right side of the Milky Way, when everyone mentioned the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, their expressions would change and they would suck in a breath of cold air. They would feel a cold wind blowing behind their backs, ferocious. The master of the magic hall's ferocious reputation was indeed not just for show. In the left bank of the Milky Way, no matter if it was the top 10 Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beasts list or the top 10 Heavenly Dao Survivors list, although there had been changes over the countless years, it was basically only one or two rankings that moved up or down occasionally. There were cases where someone who was originally in the top 10 suddenly disappeared from the top 10 rankings. Although there had been cases, it was very, very rare. However, this time, although there was no change in the Heavenly Dao Survivors list, there was a huge change in the top 10 Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beasts list. The dragon whale, who was originally ranked 10th on the Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beasts list, had fallen. The frost blood blue crocodile, who was ranked 9th, had fallen. Even the tyrant blood silver wolf, who was ranked 6th, had fallen as well. These three existences were all terrifying experts who were ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beasts list. They had sat on the list for a very long time, and no one had ever shaken their positions in the top 10. But now all of them had fallen, and within a year, they had been killed by the same person. In the last battle, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had killed the dragon whale and the tyrant blood silver wolf in a direct battle in front of everyone. Just based on this point, one could see how terrifying his battle prowess was. Now, there were already rumors secretly spreading on both sides of the Milky Way that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian's battle prowess, was probably not as simple as just entering the top 6 of the Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beasts list. If there were no accidents, it was very likely that he would be able to enter the top 3. In other words, among the terrifying old monsters ranked above the tyrant blood silver wolf on the Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beasts list, there were at least 3 people who were not a match for Yi Xian. Although this matter had not been verified, it was already widely spread in private. No, there was no meaning in this anymore. Even the 5 old monsters ranked above the tyrant blood silver wolf on the Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beasts list didn't care about this matter. Because the current Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beasts list and Heavenly Dao Survivor list had already fallen from their divine altar on both sides of the Milky Way. They were no longer at the top of the pyramid. Everything had changed because of the appearance of the 2 ancient ferocious beasts, the Dark Wolf and the Dark Blood Demon Crocodile. 1,000,000 years ago, there was no hope of entering the primordial Chaos Dao realm in this era. Later, the ancestor of the survivors, Hong Ke, created the Heavenly 9 Great Dao Elixir, which gave the old monsters of the Heavenly Dao hope of entering the Dao realm. At that time, Hong Ke refined a large amount of Heavenly 9 Great Dao Elixir, and a large number of old monsters of the Heavenly Dao who had obtained enough Heavenly 9 Great Dao Elixir disappeared. They went into seclusion in different regions to break through to the primordial Chaos Dao realm after the Heavenly Dao realm. Among them was Patriarch Hong Ke himself. Heavens! After the primordial Chaos Dao realm, it was not so easy to break through. Even with the help of the Heavenly 9 Great Dao Elixir, it still required a long time. Therefore, ever since then, the Heavenly 9 Great Dao Elixir was lost, and the old monsters of the Heavenly Dao who were in seclusion also disappeared without a trace. Until a year ago, the Dark Wolf and the Dark Blood Demon Crocodile appeared one after the other, causing the primordial Chaos Dao realm to enter another prosperous era, an unprecedented prosperous era in the primordial Chaos Dao realm. Since within a year after that, more than 10 primordial Chaos Dao realm experts appeared one after another. Since there were ferocious beasts, there were also survivors. Now, more than 10 primordial Chaos Dao realm experts, including the Dark Wolf and the Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, had entered the Milky Way Primordial Chaos ranking together. Although the Milky Way Primordial Chaos ranking had just appeared, and because the Primordial Chaos old monsters had not fought against each other, it was difficult to determine who was stronger. Therefore, the ranking list did not have a ranking system and they were all ranked together. Even so, it was enough to suppress the Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beast ranking and the Heavenly Dao Survivor ranking. Over the past year, countless experts in the Ferocious Beast Forbidden Lands and the Survivor Star region on both sides of the Milky Way were discussing the newly appeared Milky Way Primordial Chaos ranking, as well as the Primordial Chaos old monsters who were ranked together on the ranking list. Until at the beginning of the year, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, was still very popular and famous. However, as time passed, his name gradually stopped being mentioned, because the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had been banished into the Primordial Chaos Void. There were primordial chaos turbulence void of all sizes there, condensed from the purest primordial chaos force. Even the primordial chaos old monsters did not dare to enter. The master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, was only a peak Heavenly Dao realm expert. If he entered, he would definitely die. Although, It was said that he had the Shinong Cauldron, the nine-colored flame sea, the red lotus hellfire, the fallen sky bow, and the heavenly nine treasures elixir refinement manuscript. These were all top-notch resources. However, now that they had disappeared with Yi Xian's death, no one cared about them anymore. Until the Magic Hall's forbidden zone on the right bank was similarly ignored. Previously, the old monsters on the left bank were paying attention to Yi Xian only because of the various treasures and top-notch divine powers he had. Apart from all of that, a tiny Magic Hall's forbidden zone did not pique their interest. Only there was one exception, and that was the primeval Heaven's Eye. He came out of seclusion a month ago. Although he felt somewhat regretful when he heard the shocking news, he did not plan on letting go of the Magic Hall's forbidden zone. Now he was rushing towards the Magic Hall's forbidden zone and was about to descend upon this stellar domain and wreak havoc. After Yi Xian left, the Magic Hall's forbidden zone remained very quiet. When Yi Xian left, the Magic Hall's forbidden zone had the four heavenly Tao realm experts, Pig Spirit, the Empyrean Beast, the Devouring Treasured Body and Sherwanjin. If they were on the left bank they might not be considered much, but on the right bank they were extremely powerful. During this period of time, all the experts of the 6 legions of the Magic Hall were restrained and were not allowed to leave without permission. They were all cultivating in seclusion in the forbidden stellar domain. Only a few scouts and fleets took turns to head out to gather intelligence. News of the shocking incident that happened a year ago in the Chaos Fiend stellar domain on the left bank had spread throughout the right bank. The Magic Hall's forbidden zone naturally knew about it as well. However, be it Pig Spirit or Sherwanjin, they did not take it to heart. This was because they were confident in Yi Xian. However, due to the commotion caused by Yi Xian, they had formed too many grudges. It was impossible for them to not expect that someone would come to the Magic Hall's forbidden zone to cause trouble. At the very least, Primeval Heavens, I would definitely not let the matter rest so easily. He did not know that the Magic Hall's forbidden zone had 4 heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over it. Even if he knew, he probably would not take it to heart. This was because he still had 7 heavenly Tao old freaks under him. Including himself, he had a total of 8 heavenly Tao old freaks. Furthermore, Primeval Heavens I was a late-stage existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not far from the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In fact, the 4 heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over the Magic Hall's forbidden zone were far from what they were in the past. Although it had only been a few years, the 4's cultivation had improved at an alarming rate. Elder Pig Spirit had already reached the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic pig. Furthermore, his cultivation realm had also broken through to the heavenly Tao realm in the past few years. Therefore, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic pig, Old Pig Spirit's strongest cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Of course, although they were both at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, he was still incomparable to Yi Xian. However, it was no longer a problem for him to suppress Primeval Heaven's Eye head-on. As for the Archbeast, Yi Xian was already at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm when he left. Now he was at the mid-stage of the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Together with the 4 heavenly kings that had fused into his body, his overall combat strength was comparable to a mid-stage peak of the 6th stage. Devour the treasured devouring body's cultivation improved the fastest. In just a few years, it had gone from the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm to the 5th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. However, as it was formed from the Khanate devouring origin crystal, its combat strength was not to be underestimated. It was enough to crush late-stage heavenly Tao realm experts at the 7th stage. That was even if it fought the Primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It should not be at a disadvantage. As for Sherwanjin, this fellow had already gone into seclusion when Yi Xian left. He had just come out a month ago. Before he went into seclusion, he had just swallowed 99 bean-sized primordial energy. He had forcefully gnawed them off the barrier of the 99 source hive stars with his teeth. After a few years of seclusion and refining these 99 bean-sized primordial energy, the current Sherwanjin was already at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. If his lightning poison tribulation body and heaven-defying teeth were included, even an ordinary 8th-stage heavenly Tao expert would not be his match. With 4 heavenly Tao experts guarding the forbidden area of the Magic Hall, they were naturally full of confidence. It would be fine if the Primeval Heaven's Eye did not come, but if he really came, the result would definitely be exciting. Unfortunately, the Primeval Heaven's Eye was unable to know all of this. Currently, he was leading an elite army under his command, going around the Black Bank at the end of the left end of the Milky Way, heading towards the forbidden area of the Magic Hall on the left end of the right bank. This time, the Heavenly Dao's Eye was determined to destroy the entire forbidden area of the Magic Hall and take it for himself. He, apart from the 7 Heavenly Dao generals, including the Weeping Soul Beast, there were also thousands of powerful experts, hundreds of desolate supremacies, and ancient beasts below the level of powerful experts. However, it was inconvenient for such a huge army of beasts to rush over from the left bank, so the entire army of ancient beasts was swallowed into the Heavenly Dao's Eye's stomach. Now only he, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, and the other 6 Heavenly Dao beasts were rushing over in the void. These figures were all Heavenly Dao old monsters, so their speed in traveling through the void was naturally very fast. In just a few days they had already rushed from the left end of the right bank to the forbidden area of the Magic Hall on the left end of the right bank. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly charged into the forbidden star domain of the Devil Palace. Screech, roar, 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 roar. In the next moment, the primeval heaven's eye descended, and a green vertical eye as huge as a star appeared in the void. Behind it, there were 7 enormous Heavenly Dao beasts, and one of them was the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. Other than the green eye of the primordial Heavenly Dao, the other 7 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts were all roaring loudly. This was especially so for the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. When it let out a vicious roar, a circle of blood-colored ripples surged from its single horn and rapidly spread out. This was the bloodline ability of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. It could cause some kind of invisible interference to the minds of the members of the 6 great armies of the Magic Hall and the abandoned stars in the depths of the forbidden area of the Magic Hall. A woo, rumble, bam. In the next instant, a long howl that shook the heavens sounded, and a huge black boar suddenly appeared behind the Weeping Soul Blood Ape without any warning. No. With a moment of hesitation, the old pig spirit, who stood up like a human, directly raised his hoof and smashed it on the back of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's head, causing its huge body to explode into a cloud of blood mist in a shocking rumble. Then it was swallowed by the old pig spirit. At the same time, Sherwanjin, the Emperor Beast, and the devouring treasured body also appeared in 3 other directions in the void. Swish, walala. With the sudden appearance of the devouring treasured body, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand. Almost at the same instant, a blood-black beam shot out from the devouring treasured body's hand. It expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blood-black cauldron the size of a star. It was none other than the Netherworld Furnace. Netherworld Furnace? You are indeed the one who refined it. You are Yi Xian's avatar? Upon seeing the Netherworld Furnace appear in the sky, the old pig spirit, the Emperor Beast, and Sherwanjin, who had just killed the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, arrived in the other 3 directions. Instantly, the green vertical eye that was as large as a star emitted angry exclamations. Although the Netherworld Furnace's furnace spirit's combat strength was only comparable to the first stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, it was a primordial treasure at the level of an epic-making artifact. It was forged from a mysterious and powerful metal. Furthermore, it was personally forged by the primeval Heaven's Eye. Typical Heavenly Dao realm experts, even late-stage Heavenly Dao realm experts at the 7th or 8th stage, as long as their cultivation level was not stronger than the primeval Heaven's Eyes, it was impossible for them to erase the primeval Heaven's Eyes brand and forcibly refine the Netherworld Furnace. He originally believed that the one refining the Netherworld Furnace was Yi Xian's actual body, but when he saw the devouring treasured body conjure it, he realized that he had underestimated the Magic Hall's forbidden zone. Originally, the primeval Heaven's Eye believed that the one refining the Netherworld Furnace was Yi Xian's actual body, but when he saw the devouring treasured body conjure the Netherworld Furnace, he finally realized a problem. He had underestimated the Magic Hall's forbidden zone. He originally believed that the Magic Hall's forbidden zone only had 2 Heavenly Dao patriarchs, which were the Pig Spirit and the Archbeast, but now there were 2 more. They were the devouring treasured body and Sherwanjin. Although the devouring treasured body was only at the 5th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, he was able to erase his brand on the Netherworld Furnace. Furthermore, he was Yi Xian's avatar, so his means were definitely extraordinary. His combat strength was probably not something a mid-stage Heavenly Dao realm expert could compare with. As for Sherwanjin, he was at the 7th stage of the late-stage Heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, the primeval Heaven's Eye had personally seen him bite a tiny hole in the barrier that enveloped the Sournest star. Just this ability alone made it obvious how difficult it was to deal with him. In fact, other than the 2 additional Heavenly Dao patriarchs, the Archbeast and Pig Spirit that he had expected also gave the primeval Heaven's Eye a fright. A few years ago, the Archbeast was only at the 2nd stage of the early-stage Heavenly Dao realm. Now, it was at the mid-stage of the fourth stage Heavenly Tao realm. Elder Pig Spirit was even more frightening. Back then he was only at the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now he was at the peak of the ninth stage of the perfected Heavenly Tao realm like Yi Xian. Although his combat strength was definitely incomparable to Yi Xian's, he was at least stronger than him. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the primeval Heaven's Eye's heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. However, he did not hesitate at all. This was because, including him, the desolate army still had 7 Heavenly Tao patriarchs. They might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he still had more than 100 desolate supremacies, more than 1,000 mighty figures, as well as an ancient beast army that numbered in the tens of millions. At this level, the magic hall was absolutely unable to compare with the desolate army under his command. Whoosh whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, a ferocious roar sounded. A vortex appeared in front of the giant vertical eye that resembled a star. A large number of ferocious beasts appeared from within and shot out. Very soon they gathered into an army. They were all ancient and powerful wild beasts numbering in the tens of millions. Roar, 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 roar. The moment this desolate beast army appeared, they charged straight for the depths of the magic hall's forbidden star domain. They were like a surging torrent that wreaked havoc in the void. At this moment, the 6 legions under Devil Hall's command also showed up. From the abandoned stars deep in the Forbidden Land, countless battleships, starships, and ferocious beasts rushed out and assembled into an army, rumbling as they approached. Hum, whoosh. A deep hum sounded, accompanied by the rattling of chains that shook the heavens. At that moment, the treasured body of Devouring had conjured the Netherworld Cauldron's domain. The entire cauldron that was as massive as a star began to tremble slightly. The 10,000 runic chains on the cauldron's exterior instantly soared into the sky as they intertwined to form a mysterious pattern in the void. Oni formless suppressive force emanated out, forming a mysterious domain that sealed the void within 100 billion kilometers. Just the sealing force formed by the Netherworld Cauldron's domain was clearly insufficient to stop a mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm expert's teleportation. But at the same time, the suppressive auras of Pig Spirit, the treasured body of Devouring, and the Archbeast emanated as well, augmenting each other invisibly. Instantly, the sealing force was reinforced, making it impregnable. From this stance, it was clear that it wanted to leave behind all the invaders that had descended here today and completely annihilate them. Even Heavenly Tao realm experts were no exception. It was as though it was beating a dog behind closed doors. It wanted to annihilate all of them. Roar! The Archbeast's body spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers. At that moment, it raised its head and roared angrily. It took a step forward and charged at the desolate beast army. A voice transmission was emitted from it. All of you hold back these 7 old freaks. Kill Azurai first. As for the desolate beast army, I'll deal with it. Phew. 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 At the same time, an extremely sharp sound tore through the air as 4 beams of light shot out from the Archbeast's massive body. They expanded with the wind and transformed into 4 heavenly kings. They lined up in a row and spanned across the void. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the desolate supremacy level 9 perfection, half-step Heavenly Tao realm. Howl. A shrill howl resounded, causing the void to tremble slightly. It gave off a terrifying feeling to one's soul. The moment the 4 heavenly kings appeared, Heavenly King Dihun raised his head and roared. The War Raja that was fused into Heavenly King Dihun's body was the Weeping Soul War Raja. The kinetic force within the War Raja was the Weeping Soul Beast race. This War Raja, the strength of the Weeping Soul War Raja was directly related to the level of life forms of the Weeping Soul Beasts within the War Raja. After being tempered by the Thunder Luster Spirit Mist, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes within the War Raja had all leveled up to become Weeping Soul Golden Apes. There were even 300,000 Genesis Realm Weeping Soul Purple Apes among them, but that was a long time ago. Now, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts were almost all at the Undying level. Among them, there were more than 300,000 Universe Masters and more than 30,000 Universe Supremes. As Heavenly King Dihun raised his head and roared, all the Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul War Raja began to move. In the thousands of beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters, tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts activated the unique Weeping Soul Spirit ripple of their race and gathered at each node. Shun. Through the special pipes between the nodes, they all surged toward the core node of the core circle and gathered into one. The speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a shrill howl that was extremely sharp. Mimic, it was like the roar of a raging sea, but it was also like the sound of nature. It spread out in an instant and roared forward. The entire void space of the star sector, which covered an area of tens of billions of miles, started to tremble due to the sudden arrival of this howl. It gave off a terrifying feeling that it was enough to tear the sky apart. The various wild beasts in the army of void space beasts trembled violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a daze at this moment. It was as if their spiritual bodies were being pulled away by the howl and were about to leave their bodies. A formless tidal wave that was like an ocean in the starry sky enveloped their bodies and directly affected their souls, wreaking havoc on them. Roar. At the same time, Heavenly King of Void raised his head and let out a shocking roar. The soldier ladle insignia on his chest suddenly burned and shone brightly. The tens of millions of soldier ladles and the thousands of beehive nodes all started to move under the command of Heavenly King of Void. There were a total of more than 1,000 beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters, and inside each node, there were tens of thousands of void space soldier ladles guarding, fully activating the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle race. These unique biological frequency were all transmitted out under the guidance of the soldier ladles in each beehive node. In the thousands of beehive nodes, there were thousands of biological frequency streams like a river. In the blink of an eye, they all flowed along the pipes to the core node of the core circle. Then they gathered into one. Along with the sudden roar of Heavenly King of Void, this terrifying and mysterious biological frequency was like a tsunami. From his mouth, it instantly blasted out in all directions. There were two waves of attacks in succession. The first was the Weeping Soul Beast, which shook the mind and caused the consciousness to be in a daze. Following that, the Heavenly King of Void roared like a tsunami. In an instant, a large number of wild beasts exploded. The scene in the void was bloody mist everywhere. It was extremely tragic. Chapter 51-53. In an instant, as the four Heavenly Kings traversed the void, Heavenly King Di-Hun and Heavenly King Su-Kong each launched a wave of attacks, enveloping the entire wild beast army. Received two waves of attacks in a row. The first was Weeping Soul, which shook the mind and caused the consciousness to be in a trance. Following that, the Heavenly King Su-Kong let out a tsunami-like roar, and in an instant, a large number of wild beasts exploded. The scene in the void was extremely tragic. In just a single exchange, the desolate beast army, which was caught off guard, suffered a heavy blow. At this time, before they could recover from their shock, the 6 great armies of the Demon Palace had already surrounded them from all directions. True, the bloody battle in the starry sky had just begun. At the same time, in the outskirts of the forbidden area of the Magic Hall, the devouring treasure body, the old pig spirit, and Shi Wanjin were facing the 7 primitive Heavenly Dao old monsters, who were led by the Heavenly Dao's green eye. Today all of you will die. Screech. At this moment, the green vertical eye that was as huge as a star once again let out a shocking roar. The primeval heaven's eye was completely enraged. All the wild beasts in its body had already rushed out, but that huge whirlpool was still there. The one who will die is you. A cold light flashed in Shi Wanjin's eyes. His voice rang out, but he did not hesitate at all. His entire body turned into a ray of light and shot out. His speed was extremely fast. Before the short voice of the divine sense had finished, his body had already entered the huge whirlpool and disappeared. This whirlpool was connected to the Heavenly Dao's green eye's body. It was a passage. The wild beast army that was swallowed into its body previously rushed out from this passage. If Shi Wanjin entered, it was no different from entering the Heavenly Dao's green eye's body. Moreover, it was impossible for him to do nothing after entering. He would definitely push his cultivation to the limit, including all kinds of bloodline abilities. He would not hesitate to use all his strength at the first moment. However, the lightning poison tribulation physique had a pair of infuriating teeth. After entering, he would eat everywhere as if he was swallowing. At the same time, he would fully activate the bloodline power of the lightning poison tribulation physique. Boom. Rumble. A bone-chilling thunderous roar came out from the huge green vertical eye. The huge vertical eye that was like a star was instantly blasted open. The corner of the eye cracked open. At the same time, it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, its body also began to tumble in the void. It was too great. The lightning in my body exploded, and it contained a strange poison. In addition, Shi Wanjin opened his mouth and gnawed at me. This was simply fatal. Even though I was primeval heaven's eye, I was caught off guard and was tormented to the brink of death. Bang. Gotcha. Without waiting for Tian Dao's green eye to catch his breath, the old pig spirit, who was walking on two legs, had already shot forward and arrived in front of him. The pair of large black hooves that danced like the wind directly met the corner of the green vertical eye. However, it was not just once but one after another, densely packed like the beating of a drum. The old pig spirit was clearly ruthless. His pair of large black hooves were the hardest part of his body. Now that he was waving them like the wind, his shadow could not be seen. It was dazzling and it directly increased his power. Under such a dense beating, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The corner of Tian Dao's green eye cracked open, and a dazzling light bloomed from within. After all, he was a powerful existence in the heavenly Dao realm. His sea of consciousness was like a blazing sun, dazzling and eye-catching. Although Tian Dao's green eye's cultivation was strong, the old pig spirit was now at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm, at the peak of the 9th step. His cultivation was stronger than his. Now that he was in close range, he raised his sturdy hooves and smashed down. In an instant he was seriously injured. Even his consciousness fell into chaos. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. However, he was not dead yet. However, it did not matter, because at this moment, the devouring treasured body also made its move. Whoosh, walala. After a weak sound of something breaking through the air, it was followed by the sound of chains that covered the sky. The devouring treasured body's eyes flashed with a cold light. His figure instantly appeared in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the huge netherworld cauldron that was like a star waved the 10,000 rune chains on the outside of the cauldron down from the sky. It was like a huge seal that smashed into the right corner of Tian Dao's green eye. This was definitely a fatal blow. After all, the netherworld cauldron was made of a mysterious and powerful metal. Like the Shinnong cauldron, it was a primordial treasure of the era. Now that it had been refined by the devouring treasured body and integrated with the strange bloodline power that belonged to the devouring treasured body, its power was even stronger. It would have been fine if he was in his normal peak state, but now Tian Dao's green eye was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The entire corner of his eye was cracked, and a corner of his blazing sea of consciousness was revealed. Even his consciousness had long fallen into chaos and was in a daze. How could he activate the power in his body to defend? The power of this blow completely smashed into the wall. An earth-shattering sound rang out in an instant. Without the slightest bit of suspense, Tian Dao's huge body, which was 50 to 60 million miles long, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and spread out. Shi Wanjin's figure was revealed. Swish! The devouring treasured body was already familiar with this. With a wave of his hand, an invisible majestic force surged out, enveloping the majestic blood mist that exploded from Tian Dao's green eye's body. In an instant, it turned into a ray of blood light and entered the devouring treasured body's body. Same as at the same time, there were more than a dozen rays of light that shot out. They were all the heavenly Dao's origin liquid, and now they were all taken advantage of by the devouring treasured body. At the same time, in the Forbidden Star's Sky Central Territory, the bloody battle between the 6 legions of the Magic Hall and the army of desolate beasts had already entered its climax from the beginning. 1. The heavenly king of the void activated an invisible shockwave and roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused the void to tremble faintly. The scene that entered one's eyes was extremely shocking. It gave one an illusion that the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under the sudden appearance of this high-frequency buzzing sound. Boom! A terrifying sound that was sharp enough to tear apart the sky instantly caused everyone to temporarily lose their hearing. In front of the void, an invisible tide that was like an ocean of stars suddenly burst out. It turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it enveloped the vast expanse of void within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, enveloping the large number of desolate beasts that were rumbling in the opposite direction. The power was too strong. Even the 3 great beings of the universe couldn't withstand it. Their bodies directly exploded. Even the supreme beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the primordial era were seriously injured and vomited blood. It was extremely tragic. Boom! Chilala! Rumble! The clear sound of silk tearing like rain resounded everywhere. This vast expanse of void that was tens of billions of miles away was instantly torn apart inch by inch. Within the range of the line, a large number of turbulent void streams shot out. Among them, at a few larger cracks in the void, a large number of turbulent void streams directly formed a void whirlpool that was like a black hole. No one knew how many desolate beasts and exploded flesh and blood were swallowed by it. Chilala! Rumble! The clear sound of silk tearing like rain resounded everywhere. The vast expanse of void that was tens of billions of miles away was instantly torn apart inch by inch. Within the range of the line of sight, a large number of turbulent void streams shot out. Among them, at a few larger cracks in the void, a large number of turbulent void streams directly formed a void whirlpool that was like a black hole. No one knew how many desolate beasts and exploded flesh and blood were swallowed by it. It was simply a massacre in the starry sky. Space beasts below the level of a powerful being, even if they were universe supreme beings, were bound to be crushed like paper in the face of the impact of the endless storm tide surging out from the crack of the void that resembled a black hole. However, this wave of attack was only the power of the Heavenly King of Void. It was far from over, and it was not all. At the same time, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito let out a shocking roar, and the power of Blood Mosquito Jianghu, which was integrated into its chest, also exploded. The more tragic the situation was, the more it looked like the primordial world army was going to be completely wiped out today. Roar. Screech. Screech. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in just a few breaths' time. In just a few breaths' time, the desolate beast army suffered heavy losses and was being slaughtered one-sidedly. At the periphery of the star field, the commander of the army, Primeval Heaven's Eye, was even killed by the devouring treasured body Swordsmanship and the old pig spirit. At this moment, the remaining 6 heavenly beasts finally reacted. They reflexively raised their heads and roared madly, revealing shocking anger, endless fear, and panic. They did not expect this to happen. None of them had expected such an outcome. Now they were already filled with regret and wanted to leave as far away as possible. However, unfortunately, it was all too late. Whether it was Swordsmanship, the devouring treasured body, or the old pig spirit, they would definitely not sit still and watch the 6 of them leave. They would definitely kill all of them here, not one less. Roar. Is this the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank? An 8th level heavenly Tao was killed in one blow. Why do I feel like I'm on the left bank? Damn the old pig spirit, how many years has it been? He's already a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th level. How did he do all this? It's not scientific at all. We can't fight against him. Let's retreat quickly. Screech, I'm unwilling. Where there's life, there's hope. We will avenge Green Eye's death one day. Everyone, let's retreat quickly. Roar. 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 As the voice sounded, the 6 ancient heavenly Tao desolate beasts raised their heads and roared, revealing endless indignation and resentment. However, they did not hesitate and immediately retreated. It wasn't that they didn't want to teleport or tear through the void to leave, but it was impossible. The devouring treasured body had already activated the Netherworld Cauldron's domain to seal the void. Again, furthermore, with Pig Spirit, Lion Wanjin, and the Empyrean Beast fully circulating their cultivation levels, even a Heavenly Tao realm expert would not be able to teleport away at such a close distance. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay behind and fight to the death to avenge Primeval Heaven's Eye, but that was clearly just a beautiful wish. It was impossible to put it into practice. Body as Heavenly Tao realm experts, they were ancient existences that had lived for countless years. Regardless of the time, the most important thing was ultimately their lives. Heavens! They were afraid that no matter how indignant they were, knowing that they were no match for them and that they were in danger of dying, all they could do was flee. Awu, you want to leave now? It's already too late. The old pig spirit raised his head and howled. With a shake of his shoulders, he disappeared from his original spot. This was not teleportation, but extremely fast, surpassing the signs of lightning. Bam! When he reappeared, the old pig spirit was already behind a heavenly law ferocious beast, blocking his way. He stood up like a human, raised his front hooves, and smashed the heavenly law ferocious beast's body. And without any suspense, the late-stage rank 7 heavenly Tao beast's body exploded into a bloody mist, which was then sucked into the old pig spirit's mouth and swallowed. And the origin liquid of the heavenly way did not appear this time. All the origin liquid of the heavenly way old monsters in the untainted forbidden land was collected by the green eye of the untainted land. When the green eye of the heavenly way died, it was taken away by the treasured body of the devouring treasure. At the same time, the devouring treasured physique and Swordsmanship approached the 2 heavenly law beasts in a flash and attacked at the same time. The result was the same. The 2 heavenly law beasts couldn't withstand a single attack, and their huge bodies directly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that was devoured by the 2 of them one after another. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 heavenly Tao beasts left. When the 3 heavenly law ferocious beasts saw that old pig demon, devouring treasured body, and Shi Wanjin were so brutal, ruthless, and decisive, and even the true battle strength they displayed was far above the cultivation realm they emitted from their bodies shook violently in an instant. They were so frightened that they once again raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and howl. However, the momentum of their bodies did not stop at all. Instead, because they felt that death was approaching, they became more and more anxious. They were about to reach the periphery of the forbidden land of the magic hall. After sealing the void and ensuring that the heavenly beasts were unable to teleport away, the netherworld cauldron's power and the heavenly Tao suppression that came from Pig Spirit, the devouring treasured body, Shi Wanjin, and the sovereign beast fully activated. Their cultivation bases did not cover a very large area. It was only 200 billion li *, 500 m per li. As expected, the three heavenly Tao beasts were forced to retreat to the periphery of the forbidden land of the magic hall. Even if they rushed out of this area at that time, the three old fellows could directly teleport away or tear through the void. Although the old pig spirit was powerful, he could still continue to chase after them, and there was even a possibility that he could lock onto his target and completely kill them. However, after all, he could not split himself up. His combat power and methods were not as monstrous as Yi Xian. There was no possibility of him chasing after three of them. Therefore, if that was really the case, at least two of the old fellows would escape, and this was absolutely unacceptable. Realizing that this situation was very likely to happen, the emperor beast in the distance raised its head and roared, and immediately moved. Roar, ka-cha-cha. Boom! The emperor beast raised its head and roared. Following that, its head, which was as large as a star and covered with beehive-like facets, burst out with an incomparably blazing light. Only huge ball of energy appeared on the emperor beast's mirror head. Its speed was far faster than lightning, and it directly traversed 200 billion miles of space, arriving at the periphery of the forbidden land of the magic hall. It directly blocked the escape route of the three heavenly Tao beasts, and in an instant, it exploded. Roar, ka-cha-cha. Boom! Heaven's roar reverberated through the void as the monarch beast raised its head and roared. Tight following that, its head, which was as large as a star and covered with beehive-like facets, burst out with an incomparably blazing light. A huge ball of energy appeared on the emperor beast's mirror head, its speed far faster than lightning. Straight. After traversing 200 billion miles of space, it arrived at the periphery of the forbidden land of the magic hall, directly blocking the escape route of the three heavenly Tao beasts, and in an instant, it exploded. Roar. Ruthless, ruthless. The gigantic ball of energy was clearly formed from pure black death ray. It came from a heavenly Tao old monster like the autarch beast. Even the three heavenly Tao beasts did not dare to face it head-on, as they would definitely be injured if they did. Under the roar, their figures, which were originally retreating at an extremely fast speed, came to an abrupt halt in the void. Just like that, in this short moment of delay, the old pig spirit, the devouring treasured body, and Shi Wanjin had already caught up. The strength in their bodies was pushed to the limit, and each of them locked onto a target and immediately attacked. Woo! Bang! The old pig spirit was simple and violent. He directly stood on his hind legs, and a pair of huge black pig hooves smashed onto the head of a heavenly Tao beast, directly blasting its body into a cloud of blood mist. He then opened his mouth and devoured it. Shi Wanjin opened his mouth and spat out a huge black lightning ball, which exploded in front of a heavenly Tao ferocious beast. He had the lightning poison tribulation physique, and this lightning ball was pitch black in color. It was obvious that it was extraordinary. Half of this heavenly Tao ferocious beast's head exploded, and when Wanjin got close to it, he punched it in the chest, and its corporeal body also exploded into blood mist. As for the treasure-devouring physique, he turned into a cannonball and blasted into a ferocious beast's body, causing it to explode into a huge cloud of blood mist. Then all the blood mist rapidly condensed and was directly devoured by him. In just 3 attacks, 3 heavenly Tao beasts had already fallen. This basically represented the end result of the Chaos Forbidden Land, as there were only 20 to 30 million ancient wild beasts left, and the strongest one was only at the desolate supremacy realm. It was impossible for them to escape today, and they were destined to have a tragic end. Woo! Swoosh, swoosh! After getting rid of the opponent, old pig spirit raised his head and howled excitedly. In the past few years, he had been too depressed in the forbidden land of the magic hall. Today he was in a good mood after killing so many wild beasts. Shi Wanjin and the devouring treasured body did not say a word. They turned to look at the forbidden land and rushed back. They stood at the edge of the forbidden land and watched coldly. Forbidden land in the Earth star field, There was still an army of more than 30 million wild beasts that were surrounded by the 4 heavenly kings and the 6 armies of the Magic Hall. The one who made the move now was the heavenly king Blood Mosquito. Roar, Kachacha. Raising his head and roaring angrily, the sound of machinery grinding could be heard from the heavenly king Blood Mosquito's enormous body. A huge mouth appeared in front of his chest, visible to the naked eye. It was a dark red color that leaned towards black like dried blood, giving people a very heavy sense of oppression. The front half of the core node of the 9th circle inside the mouth of the huge mouth was densely covered with extremely sharp alloy spikes. At a glance it looked like a huge alloy porcupine. Straight, although only the side of the core node facing the mouth of the horn was covered with alloy spikes, the number of them was extremely shocking. They were too densely arranged and the total number was as huge as 100 billion. And the hardness of these alloy spikes was also extremely shocking. They were more than 100,000 meters in diameter, several times the material of the main body of the Starry Sky Fortress. Because these alloy spikes were all made by mixing some kind of special mineral or crystal. Each of the alloy spikes was 100 feet long. If thrown as a spear, it would not be a problem to pierce through a battleship or even a fortress. This was the uniqueness of the Blood Mosquito War Raja. It was tailor-made by the forging system according to the characteristics of the mosquito race. The Blood Mosquito War Raja was definitely the only one among the 4 great War Raja that could use physical attacks, and not just energy attacks. Roar, shio, shio, shio. As the Blood Mosquito War Raja appeared, the heavenly king Blood Mosquito raised his head and roared again. At the same time as his body rushed out, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound produced by the wings of a mosquito beast instantly came from his chest. At this moment, the countless densely packed holes like a beehive let out a low buzzing sound, causing the entire void to tremble slightly, as if there was some kind of resonance. The high-frequency vibrating power was restrained and gathered together. From the various beehive nodes, it gathered towards the core node of the 9th ring. After the special form of the War Raja, when it rushed out of the largest outer ring of the War Raja, it instantly blew out a wrinkle in the void. Within the shockwave, there were clearly countless huge alloy spears made of special materials that could even pierce through stars. Right now they were covering the sky and covering the earth as they whizzed out. Their power was simply unstoppable. Roar, screech, screech. These alloy spikes were pushed to the extreme by the formless shockwave. When they shot out, a formless ripple appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed billions of li and arrived in front of the army of desolate beasts. Like a tide, shocking roars could be heard instantly, revealing endless grief, anger, and despair. Among these desolate beasts, there were many desolate beasts and powerful beings. The rest were basically powerful beings of the 3 realms of the universe. Originally, they were not afraid of the attack of the Blood Mosquito War Raja and could at least avoid it. But now, under the pressure of the heavenly Tao emanating from the Emperor Beast's body, they couldn't move at all. They could only watch as the invisible shockwave wrapped in a sea of incomparably sharp alloy spears rumbled towards them. Pooh! Pooh pew pew! There was a moment of suspense. Incomparably dull and strange sounds could be heard instantly. Looking over, in the void tens of billions of li in front of them, bloody holes appeared on the bodies of countless desolate beasts. Even the powerful beings and desolate beasts were no exception. Absolute. Most of the desolate beasts exploded on the spot. Even if some did not die on the spot and were still struggling on the verge of death, they could not hold on for too long. They could not withstand it at all because the 4 heavenly kings quickly raised their heads and roared angrily. With a flash, they rushed into the army of desolate beasts. Body after passing by, whenever they encountered a desolate beast that had not exploded but was still seriously injured, they immediately threw a punch, causing it to explode and die. This was a bloody massacre. More than 30 million strong desolate beasts were completely annihilated in just a short time. In the blink of an eye, not a single desolate beast could be seen in space. It was suffused with boundless scarlet red mist of blood, and it died in expansive space in an area of a few tens of billions of kilometers red. It was a horrifying sight. Until, at this moment, this battle had completely ended. It was also at this moment that the untainted land became history. On both sides of the Milky Way in this primordial era, its name was erased. Right bank of the Milky Way. Dang primeval heavens, I led the elite army of desolate beasts out of the forbidden land of the untainted land in the middle section of the left bank. They circled around the vast dark area at the end of the left end of the Milky Way and arrived at the forbidden land of the Magic Hall in the left section of the right bank. The news quickly spread on the right bank. This. Over the past few years, the various ferocious beast forbidden lands and the upper echelons of the Remnant Star region on the right bank had always sent small scouting teams to lie in ambush in the distant void outside the Magic Hall's forbidden lands. They were closely monitoring everything that happened in the forbidden land of the Magic Hall. Whenever there was any movement, the news would be immediately transmitted to the various ferocious beast forbidden lands and the Remnant Star region on the right bank. This was because the reputation of the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, was too great. His growth was too shocking. A few hundred years ago he was only an immortal realm expert. In just a few hundred years he had crossed the 3 realms of the universe and the 2 realms of supreme expert and desolate supremacy, becoming a heavenly Dao old monster. Even after entering the heavenly Dao realm, his growth did not slow down. Instead it sped up. In just a few decades he had already reached the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the great perfection of the 9th step. Even the entire right bank of the left bank was intimidated by him alone. Even the 6th-ranked ferocious beast on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list was no match for him and was killed in public. Therefore, as for the appearance of the nether wolf and black blood fiend crocodile, these 2 terrifying old geezers of the prehistoric world, they were actually unable to suppress him, and they took the initiative to exile him within the boundless chaotic flows of the prehistoric world that was filled with danger, because the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had not perished and was only banished on his own accord. Even though the upper echelons of the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the Remnant Star region coveted the Magic Hall's forbidden lands, they did not dare to make a move. They sent out small teams of scouts to monitor the distant void outside the Magic Hall's forbidden lands. On one hand, they wanted to see if the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, would return. On the other hand, they wanted to find out more about the overall strength of the Magic Hall's forbidden lands. When the primeval heavens I descended with 7 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and charged into the Magic Hall's forbidden lands, summoning Pang Da's army of tens of millions of desolate beasts to attack the Magic Hall's forbidden lands. The scouts hiding in the distant void immediately reported this matter back to their respective forbidden lands and star regions factions. When this matter had just started, the heavenly Dao's old monsters and peak desolate supremacies from the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant star region's forbidden lands had already secretly rushed over. They hid in the distance and watched everything closely. However, they did not expect that a total of 8 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, including the primeval heaven's eye, leading an army of tens of millions of desolate beasts, including hundreds of desolate supremacies and thousands of powerful figures, would be completely slaughtered in less than the time it took to eat a meal. Including the primeval heaven's eye, who was a level 8 heavenly Dao expert, not a single one of them managed to escape. They were all wiped out. Dang, when the battle came to an end and everything was over, the distant void of the Magic Hall's forbidden lands fell into a deathly silence. Following that, there were sounds of gasps and all sorts of shocked cries that resounded through the void. Hiss. This is too shocking. Such a grand army was actually wiped out in just the time it took to eat a meal? The strength of the Magic Hall's forbidden lands is actually this strong. Heavens, that black pig is actually at the peak of level 9 heavenly Dao. How did that fellow cultivate? It's simply heaven-defying. There's also that Emperor Beast. Although it's only at level 5 heavenly Dao with the 4 mechanical mantids integrated into its body, its true battle strength is probably comparable to that of a level 7 heavenly Dao expert. Other than that, there are actually 2 heavenly Dao old monsters in the Magic Hall's forbidden lands that we've never seen before. One of them is at level 4 heavenly Dao, and he actually stole the primeval heaven's eye's netherworld furnace. The other is at level 7 heavenly Dao. Where did these 2 fellows come from? It doesn't matter where they came from. What's important is that the Magic Hall's forbidden lands are not something we can provoke. 8 heavenly Dao experts were wiped out in the time it took to eat a meal. This kind of strength, even if placed on the left bank of the Milky Way, would be considered to be in the middle class. Let's disperse. It's not good to stay here any longer. Even if the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, hasn't returned, this Magic Hall's forbidden lands are not something we can mess with. If we continue to stay here, it would be bad if we cause a misunderstanding. That's right. Just the Magic Hall's forbidden lands are already so strong. Once the master of the Magic Hall returns, including his battle strength, who in the entire right bank can go against him? We can't afford to offend him, we can't afford to offend him. Roar. Ruthless. In the end, these heavenly Dao old monsters and peak barren supremacies raised their heads and roared, revealing their unwillingness. However, they didn't stay any longer. They led the scouts sent by their respective forces and retreated, leaving far away. At least they're tactful. the treasure-devouring body's divine sense had been paying close attention to everything that happened outside the magic hall's forbidden lands. At this moment, seeing these peak barren supremacies and heavenly Tao old monsters from the right bank's forbidden lands and the abandoned star region leaving one after another, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "Fight!" The cleanup began and ended very quickly. The 6 armies of the magic hall went back to where they came from. Soon, they dispersed and returned to the abandoned stars in the depths of the forbidden lands. The entire forbidden grounds of the demon hall once again regained its tranquility. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that an earth-shattering massacre had just taken place here. Even the old monsters of the heavenly Tao had fallen in this place. 1 month later, right bank in the vast dark area in front of the shore, in the silent void around the base camp of the Source Nest star. Swoosh, a weak sound broke through the air and an undetectable light appeared. Yi Xian's figure instantly appeared. He looked around as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously clenched his fists. This lord is back. Without stopping before his voice faded, his figure had already swept out. He instantly arrived at the distant Source Nest star and swept it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he landed on the surface of the star. Source, there were no longer any patrolling scouts on the surface of the Source Nest star. All of them were lurking in the dark. This was also under Yi Xian's orders. Now that the 2 banks of the Milky Way weren't peaceful, he was afraid that a cosmos expert would pass by and notice something amiss. However, if someone were to really suppress their figure and stop on the surface of the Source Nest star, the upper echelons of the base camp would immediately take action and kill them to prevent the news from leaking out. Such as the Source Nest star had long been devoured by the giant life plume on the Wild Dragon battleship. Beneath the shallow layer of rock on the surface was the entire giant life plume. It was extremely massive. Heavens! Even if a heavenly Tao realm expert were to descend, the giant life plume on the Wild Dragon battleship would be caught off guard and annihilate them with a full-powered strike. The Source Nest star was massive to begin with, and now, it had become the giant life plume on the Wild Dragon battleship. The interior of the giant life plume used spatial folding technology, so it was extremely vast with no end in sight. After Yi Xian entered the interior of the star, the news of his return quickly spread. Looking around, there were large numbers of ferocious astral beasts surging over. Chapter 51-54. After Yi Xian entered the interior of the star, the news of his return was quickly spread. As far as the eye could see, there were a large number of space beasts rushing over. Guihai Dao, Sangqingyu, Naibuishan, Bachai, Zuofengtai, and other great beings of the demon race were among them. Baoque Bajin was among them, but Flying Centipede and Silver G Old Monster had entered the other origin nest stars, so they were not here. All the generals under Yi Xian's command rushed over, and they were all very excited. This time he had not been away for a long time, but it had been several years. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xian checked everyone's cultivation, and he was delighted. Over the past few years, the subordinates who had stayed in the origin nest star had been cultivating wholeheartedly, and their cultivation progress was very gratifying. The 8 great beings Guihai Dao, Sangqingyu, Naibuishan, Bachai, Zuofengtai, and the other leaders of the demon race army were all great beings of the primordial era, and they were at the late stage of this realm, not too far away from the level of a desolate master. As for the 20,000 great beings of the demon race under Guihai Dao and Sangqingyu, without exception, they all had the battle power of a universe master. Although they were only at the initial stage, as long as they had a large amount of cultivation resources, it would not be long before the entire demon race army of 20,000 people made great progress in their cultivation. Guihai Dao and Sangqingyu had been leading this demon race army of 20,000 people, and Yi Xian had been cultivating it as an elite trump card troop. All these years he had invested a lot of top-notch cultivation resources, and now it seemed that the results were extremely amazing. However, this was obviously not enough and everything had to continue. Thinking that there would be a demon race army of 20,000 universe supreme beings soon, Yi Xian felt very gratified. Even he was looking forward to the ultimate height of this elite demon race army that had followed him since the beginning. Perhaps in the future, there would be an elite demon race army made up of all great beings of the primordial era. Apart with the demon race army, the space beasts in the 10 million beast army under Pig Demon's command also made great progress in their cultivation. Today there were more than 100 desolate masters in the entire beast army. As for the great beings of the primordial era, there were more than 1,000, and there were more than 10,000 universe knights, universe masters, and universe supreme beings. They were all at least at the level of a titled Undying. This was definitely an extremely elite ferocious beast army. Their overall strength even surpassed the ferocious beast army of the 6 great armies in the Forbidden Star Field. Of course, the Heavenly Dao Realm combat strength of Desolate Knight and above was not included. After all, there was not a single Heavenly Dao Realm master among the 10 million ferocious beasts. After all, of the primordial era, of the 8 great warriors quickly gave him an introduction. Although the base of the Source Nest base camp had yet to the world, of the universe of the origin, of the star had, and the of the 8. And of the primordial era, of the 8 quickly gave them. The 8 great guardian deities also explained the details of the shocking battle that took place in the forbidden grounds of the Demon Palace a month ago. The primeval Heaven's Eye, has it finally been killed? Speaking of the fall of the primeval Heaven's Eye, even the last 7 Heavenly Dao Realm beasts under its command, as well as the entire ancient desolate beast army of tens of millions, were all killed in the Forbidden Star domain of the Magic Hall. Yi Xian immediately felt relieved, and a look of sorrow appeared on his face as he muttered softly. Naturally, it was inevitable for him to feel sorrow, because this meant that the primordial world of this era had completely become history, and its name had been erased. Back then his greatest enemy was the Tianji race, but he had long exterminated them. Back then later Yi Xian's greatest enemy became the primeval Heaven's Eye, but now, it had been annihilated in the annals of history. It wasn't only him. The grudges and obsessions in the headless infant's corpse's heart should have dissipated as well. He had been entangled with the primeval Heaven's Eye for countless years, so he probably never expected that the primeval Heaven's Eye and its subordinates would be completely wiped out by Yi Xian without him being present. Everything was not completely over because there was still Xing Bo. To Yi Xian, apart from probing the secrets of the mysterious homeworld and pursuing the ultimate goal of the supreme chaos, the only thing left on his mind was Xing Bo and the secrets of the devouring system he created. No, there was no need to be anxious about all of this. Everything would come to light before the start of the next primordial era. Swoosh. Swoosh. Putting aside the sorrow in his heart, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources, including various levels of elixirs, were immediately sent out by him. He divided them into 2 portions, put them into 2 storage treasures and sent them to the 8 great guardian warriors. Of these 2 portions of cultivation resources, one is for your use in the Source Nest base camp, and the other is to be escorted to the forbidden area of the Magic Hall by a few desolate supremacy beasts. Give it to Old Pig for the use of the subordinates of the Magic Hall over there. Seeing that one of the 8 great guardian warriors received the 2 storage treasures, Yi Xian continued, there is a large amount of 9 colored elixirs, chaos elixirs, and a considerable amount of elixirs of various levels, including level 29 elixirs and level 30 desolate supremacy elixirs. There are quite a lot of them, enough for your use. Soon the conditional opening of the Milky Way star field will arrive. Before that, the forbidden area of the Magic Hall will be in the light, and the Source Nest base camp will be in the dark. You all will guard each other. There is no need to fight outside. Focus on cultivation and improve your cultivation as much as possible. Once the conditional opening of the Milky Way star field arrives, it will be the time to enter the Milky Way star field and start the Milky Way star field hegemony. I'm afraid there will be no time to cultivate then. Swoosh. After saying that, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He nodded to the 8 great guardian warriors Guihai Dao, Song Qingyu and the others as a greeting. Then he turned around and rushed out of the Source Nest base camp, disappearing into the dark void in the distance. Since everything was as usual in the forbidden area of the Magic Hall, and even the primeval Heaven's Eye that he was most worried about had been killed, then there was no need for Yi Xian to rush there. After leaving the Source Nest base camp, his destination was still the left bank of the Milky Way. For example, today his cultivation base was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Dao Realm. There were still 4 small levels to break through before he could consume the level 31 primordial pill. Although with Yi Xian's cultivation speed, it wouldn't take long for him to break through 4 small stages under normal circumstances. However, a few years wasn't an issue. Although a few years wasn't a long time to the current him, he felt that he couldn't wait any longer. In the current primordial void, there were already more than a dozen primordial Dao Realm experts after the Heavenly Dao Realm. He had a very strong premonition that the conditional opening of the Milky Way star field would arrive soon. Before that, Yi Xian had to make his cultivation base reach the primordial Dao Realm. Otherwise, how could he compete with these old monsters of primordial Dao for the next era? How could he protect his subordinates in the forbidden area of the Magic Hall and the Source Nest base camp? Therefore, Therefore he had to go to the left bank and look for the ferocious beasts ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao roll to battle with the survivors. He had to forge ahead amidst the bloodshed and increase the speed of his cultivation base as much as possible. After returning from the primordial void, Yi Xian decided to go to the left bank and look for the ferocious beasts ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao roll to battle with the survivors. He had to forge ahead amidst the bloodshed and increase the speed of his cultivation base as much as possible. After leaving the Source Nest base camp, he immediately rushed to the end of the right bank. From the end of the Milky Way star's end, he made a detour to the left bank. Journey Yi Xian considered all aspects and decided not to show his true appearance to others, including the ferocious ape and the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form. This was because it would undoubtedly let the experts on both sides of the Milky Way know that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had returned from the primordial void. After all, there were more than a dozen primordial chaos Tao realm experts on the left bank of the Milky Way. Yi Xian was no match for any one of them. Knowing that he was no match for them, there was no need to attract the attention of these primordial chaos old monsters. Even if Yi Xian had the interstellar coordinate jump ability, even if he was targeted by the primordial chaos old monsters, as long as he reacted quickly, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and escape. However, if there were some treacherous fellows among these primordial chaos old monsters who couldn't catch him, they would learn from Primeval Heaven's Eye and attack the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank to force him to show himself. That would be bad. Therefore, on this trip to the left bank, Yi Xian used the Blood Sea mystic art to change his appearance into the appearance of a ferocious astral bear. Moreover, with the Demon Soul Pupil's disguise, Yi Xian was sure that even if he accidentally encountered the primordial chaos Tao realm old monsters, they wouldn't be able to see his true appearance. Bag including the big-headed black cudgel, the Shinnong cauldron, the heaven-falling bow, and the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape real body, it was best not to use them on this trip to the left bank. Of course, if he needed to use them in a big battle, there was no other way. However, in Yi Xian's opinion, with the 10-colored flame and the spiritual power mystic art, it should be enough just to find the ferocious beasts ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao roll on the left bank and fight the remnant old monsters alone. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of the demonic ape bloodline, although his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm and was suppressed by the primordial chaos Tao, his real combat strength was far from what it was a year ago. After all, during this 1 year, the strength of his true body had broken through 2 minor realms in the boundless primordial chaos. So, he was able to make a breakthrough in his true body. Therefore, Yi Xian only used half a month to reach the right bank of the left bank from the right bank to the left bank. However, he did not stop at the right bank of the left bank. His figure was a bloody bear that was about 10 feet tall. He had already fully activated the spiritual power mystic art of perfect vibration, causing his figure to disappear and his aura to converge. From the dark void in the distance of the right bank of the left bank, he headed towards the middle of the left bank. After passing through the middle section, he did not stop and directly rushed to the left bank of the left bank. Today, on the left bank of the Milky Way, there were a total of 13 primordial chaos old monsters, including the nether wolf and the black blood demon crocodile that Yi Xian had met a year ago. Of the 13 primordial chaos old monsters, 3 were on the left bank, 3 were on the right bank, and the remaining 7 were all in the middle of the left bank. The left bank of the Milky Way was originally far stronger than the right bank of the Milky Way. At this time, until now, in each of the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant star fields on the right bank of the Milky Way, the strongest experts were still only the desolate venerable old monsters. There were no Heavenly Tao old monsters at all. However, on the left bank of the Milky Way, even the weakest ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant star fields would definitely have more than 2 Heavenly Tao old monsters guarding them. Such as, among the 3 sections of the left bank of the Milky Way, the middle section was the strongest. In the entire middle section, there were as many as 7 primordial chaos old monsters after the Heavenly Tao. To Yi Xian, the middle section was truly too dangerous. The chances of accidentally encountering a primordial chaos old monster, or attracting the attention of a primordial chaos old monster due to a great battle, were far greater than the right and left sections. Therefore, after some consideration, Yi Xian decided to go to the left bank first. Of course, it was not that he did not want to go to the middle section of the left bank, but he would at least have to wait until the level 31 primordial chaos pill was refined before he could make such a plan. Because in that case, even if he was trapped, as long as Yi Xian raised his cultivation base to the peak of the Heavenly Tao of the 9th stage, even if he was trapped, he would be able to swallow a level 31 primordial chaos pill and break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao. Moreover, his level 31 primordial chaos pill was different from the 9 heavenly Dao elixir that Hong Ke refined. Even if the ferocious beast old monsters and the remnant old monsters in the Meng Void obtained enough 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir to break through to the primordial chaos Great Dao realm after consuming it, it would still take a long time for them to successfully break through. It would easily take millions of years. However, the greatest characteristic of the primordial chaos pills that Yi Xian refined was that they took effect quickly. The level 1 elixir to the level 30 heavenly Dao elixir were the same. After swallowing them, it would take at least a few days to a year to break through. Namely, it was the same for the level 31 primordial chaos pill that was about to be refined. In that case, as long as he had the level 31 primordial chaos pill in hand, even if he encountered a primordial chaos old monster in the middle section of the left bank and had no choice but to conjure the 10 colored flames to protect himself, he would not be able to leave and fall into a predicament. Then, in a predicament, as long as Yi Xian's cultivation base reached the peak of the heavenly Dao of the 9th stage, he could immediately swallow a level 31 primordial chaos pill. In just a year he would successfully break through to the heavenly Dao realm and step into the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao. First, once his cultivation base stepped into the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao, the suppression of the primordial chaos Dao that had always existed to him would no longer exist. Second, at that time, Yi Xian's 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline ability would be displayed once again. Once this bloodline ability was activated and used to its 9th transformation state, he would instantly possess the cultivation base of the primordial chaos peak of the 9th stage. In other words, it would be fine if Yi Xian did not break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao. However, once he successfully broke through, he would become the strongest person in the primordial chaos Dao realm. At that time he could just retract the 10 colored flames. Even if there were more than 10 primordial chaos old monsters surrounding him, Yi Xian would not be afraid. He could easily beat them to a pulp. But just breaking through to the primordial chaos peak of the 9th stage from the peak of the heavenly Dao of the 9th stage required tens of millions of years of seclusion. Then, in the primordial chaos Dao realm, even a small breakthrough was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Embrace. Compared to them, Yi Xian, who had the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline ability, would have an absolute advantage. As he calculated all of this in his mind, Yi Xian became even more eager to break through to the peak of the heavenly Dao of the 9th stage. Second, with this thought in mind, he concealed his figure and restrained his aura. In just a short month, he had rushed from the right section of the left bank to the heavenly bull Forbidden Land. Heavens! The heavenly bull Forbidden Land was guarded by a demonic blood heavenly bull. This was a type of space bug. It was called the demonic blood heavenly bull because its antennae were similar to a bull's horns. This demonic blood heavenly bull's cultivation base was extraordinary. On the left bank's heavenly Dao savage beast list, it was ranked 8th. In a short month, Yi Xian had already rushed from the right side of the left bank to the left side of the left bank. He headed straight for the heavenly bull forbidden area on the left side of the left bank. Due to the fact that he'd activated the perfect mental energy technique, his aura was completely restrained, so everything was silent. The heavenly bull Forbidden Land was guarded by a demonic blood heavenly bull. This was a type of space bug. Because its antennae were similar to a bull's horns, it was called the demonic blood heavenly bull. This demonic blood heavenly bull's cultivation base was extraordinary. It was ranked 8th on the left bank's heavenly Dao savage beast list. As for its specific realm, there was naturally no need to say much. Even the Longjing, which was ranked 10th, was at the peak of the heavenly Dao of the 9th stage, so the demonic blood heavenly bull, which was ranked 8th, was obviously the same. However, although its realm was the same, its battle strength was obviously much stronger than the Longjing. However, no matter how strong it was no pressure to Yi Xian. A year ago he had already killed the tyrant blood silver wolf, which was ranked 6th on the left bank's heavenly Dao savage beast list, in a head-on battle. Today he had broken through 2 small realms in the past year. Killing the demonic blood heavenly bull, which was ranked 8th, was completely a piece of cake. There was naturally more than one heavenly Dao savage beast guarding the heavenly bull Forbidden Land. It was said that there were more than a dozen of them, but it was impossible for all of them to be in the heavenly bull Forbidden Land. Some of them must have gone out or entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. This, Yi Xian didn't care about anything at all. His target was the demonic blood heavenly bull. Although the demonic blood heavenly bull was definitely not as strong as him and was destined to be killed by Yi Xian in a battle, he was after all, ranked 8th on the left bank's heavenly Dao savage beast list. In addition to the other heavenly law beasts that were guarding the heavenly bull forbidden area, if they joined forces, Yi Xian would indeed be able to temper himself and allow his cultivation to advance as he tempered himself. As for the almighty figures and Huang Zun under the heavenly Tao, he wasn't interested. After killing all the heavenly Tao savage beasts in the heavenly bull forbidden land, including the demonic blood heavenly bull, Yi Xian would immediately leave. After all, there were still 3 grandest old monsters behind the heavenly Tao in the left bank. If he delayed for too long and attracted one of the 3 grandest old monsters, the result would be extremely troublesome. Even Yi Xian would have a headache, Xiao. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Xian only used a day to reach the heavenly bull forbidden land after arriving at the left bank. Without any hesitation, he directly rushed into the Forbidden Land star region. At this moment, his appearance was that of a blood-red violent starry sky bear. He was about 3 meters tall, but he was in the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability. Therefore, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, his aura was extremely thick and condensed. Even his perfect mental power secret technique had been fully activated, so he did not make a sound when he shot into the celestial ox forbidden land stellar region. Even the demonic blood heavenly oxen in the depths of the forbidden land stellar region did not sense anything out of the ordinary. Xian's divine sense instantly effused out, and it was fully utilized. In an instant, it enveloped the entire sky bowl forbidden area, and not a single trace in the vast region of stars could escape his detection, causing it to be a panoramic view. For among the 4 heavenly Tao savage beasts, 2 were in the middle stage of the heavenly Tao, 1 was in the late stage of the heavenly Tao, and the last was the demonic blood heavenly bull, who was at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao like him. In an instant, Yi Xian's divine sense had completely locked onto the auras of the 4 heavenly Tao savage beasts. On the other hand, his figure was revealed at the same time that the energy of his divine sense spread out. He was like an inflated ball that expanded explosively in the wind, and in the blink of an eye he was already 25 million kilometers in size. He was like a blood-red star that lay across the center of the heavenly bull forbidden area. This venerable one blood bear has come here to challenge. At the same time, his divine sense voice sounded. His voice was muffled and deliberately changed, revealing an endless sense of arrogance. Demonic blood heavenly bull and the other 3 heavenly Tao sovereigns come out. This venerable one will challenge all of you alone. Roar! Roar! Just as he finished speaking, for shocking roars and roars came from 4 different directions in front of him and the depths of the heavenly bull forbidden land at the same time. All the other ferocious beasts hiding in the abandoned planets in the forbidden area didn't dare to do anything. However, the 4 old monsters of the heavenly way led by the demonic blood heavenly bull rushed out of their respective cavern mansions. As they rushed over, their furious divine sense voices rang out. It's just a violent bear, how dare you speak such arrogant words? So what if you're at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao? Isn't this the cultivation base of this venerable one? You actually dare to say that you'll fight 1 against 4, you're simply courting death. Since he wants to die, then there's no need to be polite. Let's join hands and kill him. I hope you don't turn around and run. That's tantamount to slapping yourself in the face. Where would the heavenly Tao old monster's face go? Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. As these furious divine sense voices sounded, 4 incomparably huge figures, each of them 40 to 50 million miles long, also shot out from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered the void within 100 billion miles. Together they attacked Yi Xian in the form of a violent bear. The void suddenly rumbled with thunder, revealing an endless killing intent. Good one. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian, who was in his violent bear form, instantly flashed forward and punched towards the demonic blood heavenly ox, who was the strongest in terms of cultivation, in front of him. This time, his purpose in coming to the heavenly bull forbidden land was not the heavenly Tao origin liquid, nor was it the heavenly Tao blood essence. Of course, after killing these 4 heavenly Tao beasts he would get these rewards, but his main purpose was to train himself. Therefore, other than the fallen sky bow, the big-headed black stick, and the demonic ape's true body, he would not use any of his methods, abilities, or treasures to prevent his identity from being exposed. Yi Xian did not even plan to use the 10 colored flames that he had just completed the fusion not long ago. Before the fusion, the 9 colored flames were already enough to strike fear into the hearts of any heavenly Tao elite. This time, with the addition of the red lotus karmic fire and the transformation of the 10 colored flames after the fusion, even old freak primordial chaos had to be wary of it. Such as today he was only dealing with 4 heavenly Tao beasts. If Yi Xian used the 10-colored flames, the battle would be over in an instant. He would not even have the chance to warm up. In this way, the purpose of using a bloody battle to train himself would be out of the question. In this battle, Yi Xian would not use any other methods. He would only use a pair of fists to fight the 4 heavenly Dao beasts led by the demonic blood heavenly bull. At most, he would occasionally use 1 or 2 spiritual lightning spells or annihilation spears and other spiritual power secret techniques. Boom! When these thoughts flashed through his mind, his full-powered punch had already collided with the demonic blood heavenly bull's attack. Incomparably violent energy surged in the void, wreaking havoc for billions of kilometers, and produced a shocking explosion. Hiss! The demonic blood heavenly bull was clearly not his match. The pair of antennae on its head directly broke off, and it let out a vicious howl as its body was sent flying backward. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out. Yi Xian's full-powered punch collided with the demonic blood heavenly bull's attack in the blink of an eye. Incomparably violent energy surged in the void, wreaking havoc for billions of kilometers. Hiss! The demonic blood heavenly bull was clearly not his match. The pair of antennae on its head directly broke off, and it let out a vicious howl as its body was sent flying backward. Their bodies were about the same size, around 50 million kilometers. Their cultivation strength was the same as well. They were both at the peak of the heavenly Dao at the 9th level of perfection. Yi Xian, who had transformed into a violent starry sky bear, was a nobody, while the demonic blood heavenly bull was ranked 8th on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. Judging from this, the demonic blood heavenly bull should have the upper hand. However, in reality, the result of their full-powered attack was the exact opposite. Yi Xian, who had transformed into a violent starry sky bear, was still standing in the void, and his body was extremely stable. However, the demonic blood heavenly bull had broken a pair of antennae, and it let out an incomparably shrill howl. Its body was like a stone roller that was blown by a violent wind, and it was sent flying backward. This scene was too shocking. The other 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that were charging over were instantly dumbfounded. Their incomparably huge bodies came to an abrupt halt in the void, and even their originally incomparably fierce auras suddenly froze. They subconsciously revealed looks of fear. They were only at the mid-stage and late stage of the heavenly Dao. Facing such a powerful violent starry sky bear that could send even the demonic blood heavenly bull, who was at the peak of the heavenly Dao at the 9th level of perfection, flying with a single punch, how could they withstand it? What? You're scared? Who was the one who said not to turn around and run just now? You're slapping yourself in the face? After sending the demonic blood heavenly bull flying with a punch, Yi Xian turned to look at the 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts. As he spoke, his body shot forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of one of the mid-stage heavenly Dao ferocious beasts. Boom, boom, bang. Before this heavenly Dao ferocious beast could react, Yi Xian punched out again, and a huge fist that was like a meteor directly smashed into its huge body. This fellow was only at the mid-stage of the heavenly Dao ferocious beast. Facing Yi Xian's full-powered attack, it could not withstand it all. Its entire huge body exploded the moment the huge fist landed, turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread out. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the sound of a violent wind immediately rang out. An incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. Division. In addition, 3 thin rays of light shot over and landed in Yi Xian's heart. They were 3 portions of compressed heavenly Dao origin liquid. This was a pleasant surprise, and his harvest was not bad. The battle had just begun, and he had already obtained 1 heavenly Dao blood essence and 3 portions of heavenly Dao ferocious beasts. There were also 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts around him, and one of them was even the demonic blood heavenly bull, the strongest among them. He probably had a lot of heavenly Dao origin liquid in his hands. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was in his bear form, immediately licked his lips. With a cold glint in his eyes, he turned around and rushed toward another mid-stage ferocious beast. Where did such a ferocious bear come from? I've never heard of this on the left bank. What the F***ck? At this moment, the demonic blood heavenly bull, who had been sent flying by Yi Xian's punch at the beginning, had already stabilized its body. It was furious. We can't let him attack us one by one. We have to attack together and fight together. We have to use all our strength. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. He used teleportation and instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian, attacking with all his strength once again. Whoosh. At the same time, the other two heavenly Tao ferocious beasts were also awakened by his words. Their bodies trembled violently and without any hesitation, one opened its mouth and spat out a huge energy blade, while the other directly charged toward Yi Xian. The void along the way collapsed and its power was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the three heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had already formed a tripartite balance. They appeared 10 billion kilometers away from Yi Xian and attacked at the same time, attacking Yi Xian with all their strength. Now this is what a heavenly Tao expert looks like. However, these three old fellows did not escape in fear. Instead, they closed in together and pushed the power in their bodies to the limit. At the same time, they launched their strongest attacks at him. Violent, a satisfied expression immediately appeared on the bear's face. Yi Xian's voice rang out, "Unfortunately, even this won't change anything. Today, all of you will die." Rumble, bam, bang bang bang. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian's shoulders shook, and his incomparably huge figure instantly arrived in front of the demonic blood heavenly bull. This time he did not simply throw out a punch because a single punch would not be able to kill this demonic blood heavenly bull. Instead, it would cause the other party's body to tumble backwards, which would be a waste of time. Out in front of him, Yi Xian raised his left hand and grabbed the demonic blood heavenly bull's abdomen. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and rapidly punched the bull's back. In just 3 short breaths of time, the demonic blood heavenly bull had suffered more than 10 heavy punches. It was completely stunned, its head buzzing, and for a moment, it was unable to take any defensive measures. Part 1. At the same time that the 13 punches landed, the demonic blood heavenly bull's incomparably huge body finally exploded, exploding into a bloody mist that spread out in the air. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. The sound of a violent wind immediately rang out, and an incomparably majestic invisible force suddenly appeared, sweeping up the majestic bloody mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence condensation. As expected, it did not disappoint him. 7 rays of light shot out from the exploded bloody mist and landed in Yi Xian's heart. They were 7 portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. The quantity was far greater than that of the mid-stage ferocious beast just now, which made Yi Xian extremely satisfied. Roar. Screech. Damn it, where the hell did this violent bear come from? In a head-on battle, it actually exploded the heavenly bull in just 3 short breaths of time with just a pair of bare fists. This is at least the battle strength of the top 3 on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list of the left bank. Could it be that another old monster who has not appeared for a long time has just come out of seclusion? It's really too tragic. It actually chose our heavenly bull forbidden land as a sacrifice. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to escape today. We can't beat it, there's no need to continue fighting, let's split up and escape. At least one of us has a chance to escape. Swish swish. As the voices of these divine senses filled with fear sounded out, the last 2 remaining heavenly Tao ferocious beasts no longer hesitated. Before the voices of the divine senses could finish, their bodies had already stopped abruptly in the air. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned around and fled in different directions. I just praised you too, but you turned around and fled before I finished speaking. Isn't this too disappointing? Where is the face of the heavenly Tao old monster left? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately activated the power in his body and teleported to chase after them. Unfortunately, even if you all split up and flee, it won't change anything. This sovereign will definitely kill them all. Chapter 51-55. I just praised you a little before you turned around and ran away. Aren't you too disappointing? Where's the face of the heavenly Tao old monster? Seeing the 2 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts turn around and run, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. Unfortunately, even if you split up and run, you won't be able to change anything. I will kill you one by one. Swish. Before the voice of the divine sense could finish, an incomparably weak sound of something tearing through the air rang out. His incomparably huge figure directly appeared billions of miles behind the heavenly Tao ferocious beast on the left. Suitable in the process of killing the demonic blood heavenly bull over a dozen times within 3 breaths, Yi Xian did not have time to dodge the attacks of the 2 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts at all. All of them landed on his body. It was impossible to say that it did not hurt. After all, it was a full-powered attack from a heavenly Tao expert. At that time, Yi Xian felt his blood boil and he was rather angry. Therefore, now that he was close to one of the beasts, he did not hesitate at all and immediately threw a punch. Rumble, bang. A loud sound rang out in the sky. This heavenly Tao ferocious beast could not dodge in time. The huge fist that was like a meteor smashed directly onto its huge body. This fellow was the other mid-stage heavenly Tao ferocious beast. It could not withstand Yi Xian's full-powered attack at all. Its huge body exploded the moment the huge fist landed, turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread out. Phew! The sound of a strong wind could be heard. Yi Xian, who was in the form of a violent bear, waved his hand. An incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the condensation of blood essence. Division in addition, 2 rays of light shot over and landed in Yi Xian's heart. They were 2 portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. The entire process flowed smoothly like flowing water, and it terrified the last ferocious beast out of its wits. While its figure shook violently, it didn't stop moving, and the voice of begging for mercy resounded out. Fellow Taoist Balrog, you've already achieved your objective. From today onwards, the 8th position on the Heaven Tao Ferocious Beast rankings on the left bank is yours. I haven't ascended the rankings, so it's useless to kill me, Kacha? Yi Xian's eyes flickered with a dark light. Seeing that this old fellow was about to escape, he immediately activated the spirit core that was floating above his sea of consciousness. In that instant, his mental energy moved and directly activated the spirit lightning technique. With a crisp cracking sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of thousands of miles appeared above the head of the late-stage ferocious beast in the distance. While it was unprepared, the old guy's figure immediately stopped in the void. Obviously it was confused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian teleported and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. With a cold glint in his eyes, he smashed his huge fists down one after another. Bang bang bang. After only 3 hits, the old man's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. There were 3 rays of light in the blood mist. They were 3 portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. It wouldn't be a waste. The blood mist and heavenly Tao origin liquid were swept over, and Yi Xian directly absorbed them into his body. This battle came to an end. His harvest was not small. He had obtained 4 heavenly Tao blood essences and more than 10 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid, which made Yi Xian extremely satisfied. Unfortunately, it was just a battle like this. The gains from the previous breakthrough were not enough to completely integrate them. The opportunity for another breakthrough has yet to come. Feeling the power in his body, Yi Xian muttered softly, a trace of regret appearing on his face. However, he subconsciously clenched his fists. But it doesn't matter. One battle is not enough. I'll continue. Next target, ranked 7th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. Phoenix-tailed blood fox. Hiss. Just as he finished muttering, an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth could be heard. Yi Xian did not stay any longer and directly tore open a spatial rift with a wave of his hand. With a shake of his shoulders, he immediately rushed into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even after he disappeared, the huge heavenly bull forbidden area was still deathly silent. After a while, from the abandoned stars in the depths of the forbidden area, figures finally rushed out one after another. These figures were all supreme expertess and desolate sovereigns of the heavenly bull forbidden area. There were quite a few of them, but it was obvious that they were all scared out of their wits. All of their faces were filled with fear that could not be dispersed, and even their bodies were slightly trembling. As they looked at each other, the supreme expert and the desolate sovereign slowly regained their senses. In an instant, a tidal wave of cries of alarm resounded throughout the entire forbidden star field. Damn it, where did this violent bear come from? It's actually so ferocious. After the violent ape from all those years ago was annihilated and forced into the chaotic flows of the primordial chaos, a similarly hateful violent starry sky bear appeared on the left bank. Its methods were too cruel, its actions were too arrogant, and it actually almost annihilated our heavenly ox forbidden land. With such arrogant actions, he is destined to not be arrogant for long. He will soon be suppressed. So what if he is at the peak of the 9th stage great perfection? So what if he can suppress Lord Heavenly Bull, who is ranked 8th on the left bank? Back then the violent ape was so stunning, but it still couldn't escape the fate of being exiled. This violent bear is far from it. Once the news spreads, his misfortune will soon descend. This violent bear won't be able to jump for long. Ruthless. As the final roar and howl rang out, Some of the powerful beings and desolate supremes rushed out of the heavenly bull forbidden land star domain and scattered in all directions. We have to spread the news of the violent bear of the starry sky as soon as possible and incite public anger. We have to let the heavenly beasts of the other forbidden areas on the left bank, and even the 3 grandest old monsters who are guarding the left bank, take revenge for the heavenly bull forbidden area. Now, among the top 10 heavenly beasts of the left bank, 4 of them had been killed by Yixian. Ro the dragon whale ranked 10th. The frost blood blue crocodile ranked 9th. The demonic blood heavenly bull ranked 8th. And the overbearing blood silver wolf ranked 6th. However, among the 4 heavenly beasts of the left bank, the demonic blood heavenly bull ranked 8th was killed by Yixian using the identity of the violent bear of the starry sky. So, until now the outside world still didn't know his true identity. They didn't know that the master of the magic hall Yixian had returned from the grand mist turbulence. This time, the great battle in the heavenly bull forbidden area didn't allow Yixian to once again obtain an opportunity to break through. However, he wasn't far away, and the next place he needed to go was the blood fox forbidden area. If nothing unexpected happened, the opportunity to break through again would come after this battle. The blood fox forbidden area was also located on the left bank. Although it was not far from the heavenly bull forbidden area, it was not close either. The strongest person guarding the blood fox forbidden area was a phoenix tail blood fox. This old fellow was ranked 7th on the left bank's heavenly beasts of the left bank. Its cultivation base was second only to the overbearing blood silver wolf that Yixian had killed. The blood fox forbidden area was also located on the left bank. The strongest person guarding the blood fox forbidden area was the phoenix tail blood fox. This old fellow was ranked 7th on the left bank's heavenly beasts of the left bank. Its cultivation base was second only to the overbearing blood silver wolf that Yixian had killed. It was obvious that there wasn't only one heavenly Dao ferocious beast in the forbidden land of Fox. Yixian didn't know how many heavenly Dao ferocious beasts there were in the forbidden land, so he didn't care. With his current cultivation base, what did he have to fear even if there were more heavenly beasts in the blood fox forbidden area? After leaving the heavenly bull forbidden area, Yixian shrunk his body. Although he was still in his violent bear form, he was only about 3 meters tall. Moreover, he used the perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique again to hide his body and aura in an instant. He immediately rushed toward the blood fox forbidden area. It only took him a day to arrive at the blood fox forbidden land. He directly rushed into the forbidden land star region and spread out his divine sense to cover the entire vast void of the blood fox forbidden land. At the same time, his figure and aura that had been concealed by the secret technique of the perfect vibration of spiritual power were also revealed. At that time, the news of the tragic murder in the heavenly bull forbidden area had not reached here yet. Therefore, the ferocious beasts in the blood fox forbidden area were completely unaware of the appearance of the violent star bear and its rampage on the left bank. Now that a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage had suddenly barged into the blood fox forbidden area without permission, it immediately attracted the attention of the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in the blood fox forbidden area. Xian's divine sense had already completely enveloped the void of the blood fox forbidden area. He captured a total of 3 heavenly Dao auras and he instantly locked onto them. Roar! Ruthless, violent bear, why have you barged into my blood fox forbidden area? You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to leave easily today. When Yixian spoke, a heaven-shaking roar and ruthless howl sounded out from the depths of the blood fox forbidden grounds. There was even an arrogant and disdainful voice of divine sense that didn't contain the slightest bit of fear. This existence that was clamoring for Yixian to give an explanation, or else it would be difficult for him to leave, was clearly the strongest person in the forbidden area, the phoenix-tailed blood fox that was ranked 7th on the heavenly Dao ferocious beast list on the left bank. This old fellow was very arrogant. Yixian was also a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage, but he spoke like this. It was obvious that he did not put Yixian in his eyes. It was no wonder that the existence ranked 7th on the heavenly Dao's heavenly beast list on the left bank had the right to be proud. Here at this moment, as the incomparably cold and arrogant divine sense sound resounded through the void, 3 rays of light shot over from 3 different directions in the deepest part of the star domain. These were the 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that were currently guarding the blood fox forbidden area. Here the one that shot over was the phoenix-tailed blood fox. This old fellow was 50 million kilometers in size, and his form was that of a blood fox. His entire body was covered in a blood-red mane that made one's heart palpitate. However, there were countless furry blood-red fox tails behind him that looked like phoenix tails. That was why he was called the phoenix-tailed blood fox. In addition to this phoenix-tailed blood fox, there were also two heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that shot over from the left and right sides of the forbidden area. Their cultivation was not weak and they were all at the late stage of the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao. Only 3? It's a little small but it's basically enough for me to move my muscles and bones. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes when he saw the 3 old fellows shooting over. At the same time that his divine sense sounded out, he instantly activated the Blood Sea secret technique. His figure, which was originally only around 3 meters tall, expanded in the blink of an eye and only stopped when he was 50 million kilometers away. Roar. Come together and save me the trouble. I'll get rid of all of you together. Raising his head and roaring, the violent bear that was 50 million kilometers in size took large strides forward in the void. The words that came out of its mouth were even more arrogant than the phoenix-tailed blood fox. This unknown violent star bear actually dared to speak like this. This was simply a slap in the face, causing the phoenix-tailed blood fox to fly into a rage. He immediately made a move and attacked with all his strength. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish, Phoenix Tail. Covers the sky. Rumble, whoosh whoosh whoosh, an incomparably cold light flashed in the phoenix-tailed heavenly fox's eyes. As soon as the voice of his divine sense sounded, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder resounded in the void, and a strange and inexplicable aura instantly spread out. It was accompanied by countless dense and sharp sounds of the air being torn apart, causing one's scalp to go numb. It was very clear that in his fury, the old fellow had actually executed his strongest bloodline ability, Phoenix Tail covers the sky. Behind his enormous body that was 50 million kilometers in size, there were originally countless furry fox tails that were intertwined together. They were even larger than his body. Now, with the execution of his strongest bloodline ability, Phoenix Tail covers the sky, the countless blood-colored fox tails behind the phoenix-tailed blood fox instantly loosened and spread out. They expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the sky and earth and shot toward Yi Xian from all directions. In just half a breath, they had already enveloped 10 billion kilometers of the void. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the 2 late-stage heavenly Dao experts that had shot over from the left and right of the depths of the Blood Fox Forbidden Land once again raised their heads and let out a wild roar. Without the slightest hesitation, their figures were like lightning, and they directly charged into the 10 billion kilometers of void that was enveloped by countless huge fox tails. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He turned around and saw that the void within 10 billion kilometers had already been sealed. Huge blood-colored fox tails were everywhere, and they were as agile as giant pythons in the starry sky as they attacked him together. Apart from, with these countless strange fox tails, there were also 3 incomparably huge figures in 3 different directions. They also activated the strongest power in their bodies and attacked with loud rumbles. This scene indeed gave people a feeling of astonishing power. Even if it was an ordinary person at the peak of the 9th step, when suddenly trapped in such a situation, their heart would probably suddenly sink, and they would have a bad feeling. However, Yi Xian was the opposite. When he saw the phoenix-tailed blood fox use its strongest bloodline ability to seal him in a cramped place with a radius of 10 billion kilometers, it even immediately joined forces with the other 2 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that were guarding the Blood Fox Forbidden Land and attacked him with all their might. Such a scene refreshed his spirits and even gave birth to a feeling of joy. Here Yi Xian's goal in coming to the Blood Fox Forbidden Land this time was not as simple as killing these 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts. What he really wanted was to use this kind of hunting to temper himself as much as possible in a bloody battle. How without a doubt, this seemingly dangerous situation was the best for Yi Xian's goal of tempering himself in a bloody battle. In other words, all of this was actually what he wanted. The 3 of you are really too considerate. You are so enthusiastic right from the start. You are really making this sovereign happy. No matter what. Thank you. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the violent bear had already rushed out. Its pair of iron fists danced in the air, and in an instant, it started a bloody battle with the 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and the countless python-like fox tails that covered the sky and covered the earth. The 3 of you are really too considerate. You are so enthusiastic right from the start. You are really making this sovereign happy. No matter what. Thank you. Before the voice of the divine sense could finish, the violent bear form of Yi Xian had already rushed out. Its pair of iron fists danced in the air, and in an instant, it started a bloody battle with the 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and the countless python-like fox tails that covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom. Rumble. Roar. Screech! In the air, an earth-shattering rumble instantly sounded out, causing one to be shocked. However, this vast space of 10 billion kilometers was completely enveloped by the countless giant blood-colored fox-tails behind the phoenix-tailed blood fox. From the outside, it was impossible to see the scene of the great battle inside. Where therefore, the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Grounds and the depths of the Blood Fox Forbidden Grounds were not worried at all. There were even some mighty figures and desolate supremacy beasts of the Forbidden Grounds who rushed out of their respective cave abodes and stood in the void to watch the battle from afar. Although, however, the cultivation of the starry sky violent bear that suddenly invaded this time was not weak. It was a peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection of the 9th stage. However, the strongest person guarding their Blood Fox Forbidden Land, the Phoenix-tail Blood Fox, was also an expert of this realm. Moreover, it was ranked 7th on the ferocious beast list of the Heavenly Tao on the left bank. Coupled with the other 2 late-stage 7th-order Heavenly Tao beasts, it was a 3-on-1 battle. In their opinion, the battle would definitely be one-sided. Time slowly passed, and the great battle continued. In this 10 billion kilometer space sealed by countless blood-colored fox tails, earth-shattering rumbles continued without end. It could be seen how intense the bloody battle inside was. In the beginning, the roars and howls were still very noisy, but later on, after 2 consecutive explosions, the originally noisy roars and howls in this space sealed by countless blood-colored fox tails instantly decreased by a lot. However, the mighty figures and desolate supremacies of the Blood Fox Forbidden Grounds who were watching the battle from afar did not think too much about it. This was because they did not think that this violent bear that had come to court death would have a chance to leave this place alive today. Very quickly, the time it took to eat a meal passed. Bang! Bang bang bang! A woo! At this moment, 7 or 8 earth-shattering sounds were heard in succession, followed by an incomparably shrill scream, causing the mighty figures and desolate supremacies of the Blood Fox Forbidden Grounds who were watching from afar to be stunned at the same time. This was because this scream was too familiar. It was the voice of the strongest person in the Blood Fox Forbidden Grounds, the phoenix-tailed Blood Fox. At this moment, a thought flashed through their minds. Their bodies trembled violently, and their faces turned pale. They all gasped, bang! Before anyone could recover from their shock, the battlefield in front of them once again shook the heavens. The countless blood-colored foxtails that covered billions of miles of space exploded at the same time, turning into a vast and boundless blood mist that filled the void. Then, when the blood-red foxtails exploded, everything within the sealed space was revealed. Surprisingly, there was only one figure inside. Shockingly, it was the violent starry sky bear that had invaded today. Until, the other 2 late-stage ferocious beasts that were guarding the phoenix-tailed Blood Fox and the Blood Fox Forbidden Grounds had long disappeared. It was obvious that they had fallen, and even their bodies had been blown apart. Whoosh! The howling of the wind sounded. Yi Xian, who was in the form of a violent bear, waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whizzed out. The boundless blood mist that was spreading in the surrounding void was instantly swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. In addition, there were also more than 10 rays of light that shot over and landed in Yi Xian's heart. They were more than 10 portions of compressed Heavenly Tao origin liquid. In this battle he had once again obtained 3 Heavenly Tao blood essences. As for the Heavenly Tao origin liquid, his harvest was also not small. There were more than 10 portions which made Yi Xian extremely satisfied. Roar! Hiss! In the surrounding void, the mighty figures and desolate supremacies of the Blood Fox Forbidden Grounds were already stunned. Their mouths were agape as they glanced around. The violent ape raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Then it waved its hand and tore open a void crack in front of it. Very quickly its body shrank and with a shake of its shoulders, it rushed into the void crack and disappeared. The battle could be said to be hardy, and the opportunity to break through had arrived. Yi Xian had no interest in staying in the Blood Fox Forbidden Grounds. Now that he had left, the first thing he would do was to find a suitable place to go into seclusion and break through to the 6th order of the Heavenly Tao. In the dark void in front of the left bank, Shio! A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yi Xian in the form of the violent bear. Turn around. After looking around and confirming the direction, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately flashed out, rushing towards this area that was even deeper within the vast and dark void. After a few days, an abandoned star appeared in front of him. The location was extremely remote and inconspicuous. It was the best place for seclusion. Yi Xian used his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he immediately rushed into the core of the abandoned star. He took out the shrunken farmer god cauldron and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. Shio shio shio. With a wave of his hand, a weak sound of breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and suspended in front of Yi Xian. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. With a flash of light in his eyes, the farmer god cauldron's domain was activated by him. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist, and then swallowed into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala! The nascent soul fist ball melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic river of energy in the blink of an eye. It slowly flowed out in Yi Xian's body. While, as expected, the clanging sound of the shackles filled the air. This time only one shackle appeared. This meant that the cultivation resources that he had swallowed this time were enough to stimulate the shackles that represented the bottleneck of his cultivation. As long as he could tear it apart, he would be able to smoothly break through. With his heartstrings relaxed, he quickly focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in the hundreds of meridians in his body again and again. After half a month, the huge river of energy that had formed in the meridians in Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. With just one impact, the incomparably thick shackles had been broken. As for the anticipated system notification, it quickly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 6 of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, level 6 of the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes. A trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. Very obviously, the suppression of the primordial Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, at the very least, after this breakthrough, his true battle strength had clearly soared by a large margin. More importantly, there were only 3 small stages left before he could consume the level 31 primordial pill. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's true battle strength had once again soared by a large margin. More importantly, there were only 3 small stages left before he could consume the level 31 primordial pill. 3 small stages. It was not a lot, but it was not a small number either. After this breakthrough, he had gone through a huge battle and assimilated all the gains from the previous breakthrough into his body. He had welcomed the opportunity for a breakthrough and then went into seclusion to break through normally. Therefore, in the next breakthrough, Yi Xian could once again attempt to consume the heavenly Tao blood essence and forcefully break through to the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao, which was the late stage of this stage. However, before consuming the heavenly Tao blood essence and attempting to forcefully break through, he would have to go through at least 2 more huge battles to ensure a success rate. Whoosh! These thoughts flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the mouth of the Shinong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he put the cauldron into his body. Then he activated the Blood Sea Secret technique again to transform into the Violent Star Ape and rushed out of the core of the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion. The destination of this trip was still the left section of the left bank. This was because the fearsome beast forbidden grounds overseen by the 5th and 4th ranked fellows on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Savage Beast list were both in the left section of the galaxy. Currently, half of the powerful existences in the top 10 of the left bank's Heavenly Tao Savage Beast list had been killed by Yi Xian. The 10th ranked Dragon Whale. The 9th ranked Frost Blood Blue Crocodile. The 8th ranked Demonic Blood Heavenly Bull. The 7th ranked Phoenix-tailed Blood Fox. With the 6th ranked Silver Blood Silver Wolf. As for the rest of the 5 old fellows, he did not plan to let them go either. He would find them one by one, and while tempering himself in battle, he would kill them and obtain the Heavenly Tao blood essence and the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. Up until now, other than the 2 grandest old monsters, the Underworld Wolf and the Black Blood Demon Crocodile, the strongest opponent that Yi Xian had encountered was the Blood Tyrant Silver Wolf, who was ranked 6th on the Heavenly Tao rankings. However, in fact, even if the Silver Blood Silver Wolf encountered the current Yi Xian, without using top-grade treasures like the Shinong Cauldron, the Big-Headed Black Stick, and the strongest divine ability like the Heaven-Falling Bow, Yi Xian could still kill it in a short period of time. During the year in the primordial chaos, Yi Xian had consecutively broken through 2 small stages. After returning, Yi Xian had just broken through another small stage. After breaking through 3 small stages, Yi Xian activated the bloodline divine ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and displayed the 9th transformation. Although his cultivation was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage, his combat strength was far from what it was before. His next target was the 5th-ranked demonic blood-flying bear on the left bank's heavenly Tao Savage Beast list. The demonic blood-flying bear was the strongest expert in the demonic bear forbidden land. Its cultivation was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage, but its combat strength was definitely stronger than the silver-blood silver wolf. However, Yi Xian did not care about this at all. According to his estimation, although this demonic blood-flying bear was stronger than the silver-blood silver wolf, it was not much stronger. With his current combat strength, he could still suppress or even crush it head-on with his fists. Although the demonic blood-flying bear forbidden land was on the left bank, it was close to the middle section of the star domain. Now that Yi Xian had returned from the vast and boundless dark area in front of the left bank, he was rushing over there. Swish! Less than half a day after leaving this abandoned planet, a faint sound of breaking air suddenly came from the dark void in front of him. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat and he immediately followed the sound. This was the vast dark area in front of the left bank, and it was still very far away from the left bank of the Milky Way. Even with his cultivation strength, it would take him more than half a day to reach the left bank from here. It was the most suitable place to meet a powerful expert in the heavenly Tao Great Circle and train himself in a great battle. At the same time he could kill them and steal their treasures. At that time he was in the form of a violent bear. His body was about 10 feet tall, and he was in the state of using a perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique to hide his body and hide his aura. As such, even if Yi Xian activated the cultivation in his body and rushed over with all his might, the other party would not be able to detect his aura at all. They could not sense his existence at all. Everything was silent. In front of him in the distance, an enormous cosmic ferocious beast appeared in his line of sight. This ferocious beast was 50 million miles long. It was a black bear with a mane like needles all over its body. It was dark and cold, and there was a pair of blood-red bone wings on its back. Its wingspan was astonishing, and the tips of its bone wings were as sharp as knives. With a flap, it could probably even split a planet. As for the cultivation aura that emanated from its body, it was the same as Yi Xian's, the perfect 9th stage of the heavenly Tao Great Circle. This was a powerful ferocious beast with cultivation at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle. With such a cultivation level and its characteristics, Yi Xian instantly understood the other party's identity and origin. He was stunned, and the expression on his face immediately became strange. Demon, the strongest expert in the forbidden land of the bears, the demonic blood-flying bear. Yi Xian was originally rushing towards the forbidden land of the demonic bears, and his target this time was this demonic blood-flying bear. However, he did not expect that before he reached the left section of the left bank and was still in the vast dark area in front of the left section, he would unexpectedly encounter the target of this trip. This was also good. This place was incomparably secluded. Even if there was a shocking bloody battle, it would not attract too much attention in a short period of time. It was the best opportunity to suppress this demonic blood-flying bear and temper himself in a bloody battle. Roar! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He raised his head and roared angrily. The power in his body was pushed to the limit, and it instantly turned into an invisible pressure that completely locked onto the demonic blood-flying bear in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. In the next moment, Yi Xian's figure also appeared. His body, which was originally only about 10 feet tall, was like a balloon that had been blown up. It rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 50 million miles long. In an instant, the atmosphere in the void froze. The two ferocious beasts looked at each other from hundreds of millions of miles away. Both of them were in the form of violent bears, and the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was also at the peak of the perfect 9th stage of the heavenly Tao Great Circle. Only, the difference was that the Yi Xian here was a violent starry sky bear with a mane as red as blood, while the one standing in the void hundreds of millions of miles away was a black flying bear with a pair of sharp bone wings on its back. You are the violent starry sky bear that has been wreaking havoc on the left bank recently? As Yi Xian's figure appeared, the aura of his cultivation turned into a pressure that imperceptibly locked onto the other party's chi. This demonic blood-flying bear also turned to look at him. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and the killing intent in its body grew stronger. It said in a muffled voice, "You actually dare to ambush this sovereign. You are truly audacious." Obviously, the news of Yi Xian wreaking havoc on the left bank in the form of a violent starry sky bear had already spread. This demonic blood-flying bear had already heard everything about him. But this didn't matter. To Yi Xian, the demonic blood-flying bear in front of him was just an existence that could be killed in a single battle. Everything else was just floating clouds. Chapter 51-56. Roar. Rumble. Raising his head and roaring, Yi Xian didn't say a single word of nonsense. He instantly moved and charged towards the demonic blood-flying bear in front of him. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he punched out. In an instant, rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard. Wherever the huge fist passed, space would rapidly collapse. The strength of this punch was too violent. Even a peak heavenly Tao at the perfection stage of the ninth order would have a change in expression upon seeing it. But the demonic blood-flying bear did not do so. He was no ordinary ninth order great perfection heavenly Tao. As a terrifying existence ranked fifth on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, typical peak heavenly Tao experts were nothing in his eyes. Darn violent bear, how dare you take the initiative to attack this supremacy? Yi Xian's initiative to attack infuriated him. The demonic blood-flying bear looked up and roared incessantly, "This is a blatant provocation and disregard. Today you will pay the price for this." Roar, boom. Flap. Before the angry roar faded, the demonic blood-flying bear had already charged forward. The pair of gigantic bone wings on its back flapped crazily. Its speed was so fast that even Yi Xian was caught off guard. All he saw was a blur as his right chest instantly felt a burning sensation. He did not dodge the strike. The demonic blood-flying bear had arrived in front of him at a speed that left him flabbergasted. The punch struck Yi Xian's right chest, causing his lifeblood to churn as he flew hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Void realm experts could traverse the void, much less heavenly Tao realm experts. For existences at this level, the so-called wings were superfluous. This was because they could still fly without wings. Therefore, if a heavenly Tao ferocious beast at this level were to grow a pair of wings on its back, the effect of the wings would definitely not be as simple as flight. Demon, the might of the bone wings on the demonic blood-flying bear's back was as such. Without the bone wings he could still fly. However, due to the existence of the bone wings, his advantage in terms of speed allowed him to exceed most experts at the same realm. With this kind of speed, even Yi Xian would have to use the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle to be able to match it. What's more, the demonic blood-flying bear's bony wings were incomparably sharp, and clearly had the ability to break through defenses. Once the demonic blood-flying bear flapped its bony wings in front of Yi Xian, the demonic blood-flying bear would most likely end up with his skin and flesh lacerated. I have to say, I seem to have underestimated you. At the very least, in terms of speed, you far exceeded my expectations. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian steadied himself and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He spoke with his divine sense, however, this still won't change the fact that you will be killed. Because the same extreme. The sovereign also has it. Phew. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and arrived at his feet before disappearing in a flash. What he summoned was the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle, but Yi Xian did not let it show its form. Instead, it turned into a ray of light and merged into his feet. He would need to divide a part of his divine sense to activate the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle in his feet, but it didn't matter. As long as his speed could be increased, Yi Xian's cultivation strength would be enough to kill this demonic blood-flying bear. A ray of light can increase your speed by 30% and reach the same level as this sovereign? What a joke. Rumble, phew. Seeing this scene, the demonic blood-flying bear immediately curled its lips. Obviously, it did not believe it at all. A look of disdain appeared at the corner of its mouth. Before it finished speaking, its figure had already rushed out again, turning into a ray of light that was much faster than lightning. Along the way, the demonic blood-flying bear caused the space in front of Yi Xian to collapse rapidly. Whether it's a joke or not, you will soon know. Yi Xian sneered and immediately activated the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle in his feet. The power of the domain was stimulated to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already disappeared from the void. It was not teleportation but an extremely low-speed display. This kind of speed was actually not any weaker than the demonic blood-flying bear, and was even slightly faster. Bam! After arriving at the side of the demonic blood-flying bear, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he immediately punched out, smashing directly below the opponent's right side. This attack was heavy and fierce, and it hit the target squarely. In addition, the demonic blood-flying bear had never thought that Yi Xian could have such a terrifying speed, so it did not use its strength to defend. Under such circumstances, the lethality of Yi Xian's full-strength attack was immediately displayed to the extreme. At the same time as the loud bang, a muffled puffing sound was heard. The demonic blood-black bear could not withstand it at all. Its body shook violently as it opened its mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. This speed, this power. Who exactly are you? As the arrow of blood spurted out of its mouth, it transformed into a majestic black river that stretched across the void. The demonic blood-black bear's expression changed as it cried out involuntarily. He had always been extremely confident in his speed, but now he had encountered Yi Xian, who was just a nobody on the left bank, who had actually surpassed his speed in an instant. Only just this point alone was already inconceivable, and he simply could not accept it. However, he had previously struck Yi Xian's body head-on, and although Yi Xian had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, he was not injured at all. And now Yi Xian had also struck his body with a punch, but it had instantly broken half of his ribs, and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood essence like a river. Just based on this point alone, it could be seen that the gap between him and Yi Xian was not small. Not only was his strength inferior, but even the toughness of his body was also inferior. This was absolutely something that he could not believe and was even more unwilling to accept. After all, he was in existence ranked 5th on the left bank's Heavenly Law Ferocious Beast ranking, and had been famous for hundreds of thousands of years. Just like this, today he had encountered an unknown starry sky berserk ape, yet he had been suppressed in all aspects such as speed, strength and toughness of his body. How could he endure this? The primordial void is vast and boundless, ancient and mysterious. In this place, nothing is impossible. Faced with the demonic blood-flying bear's shock and horror, a cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, but it was calm and casual, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Shio. Rumble, bang. Pooh. In the next instant he once again activated the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle that had fused into his feet. His entire body instantly turned into a flash of light, and in a fraction of a second he was already on the other side of the demonic blood-flying bear's body. Without hesitation, Yi Xian once again activated the strength in his body to the extreme, and with a punch, the demonic blood-flying bear's ribs on the other side were instantly broken. At the same time, a shockingly loud sound was heard. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, which merged with the blood he had spat out before, transforming into a large black river, spanning across the void. So you were once the embodiment of the heavenly law of a large world. At this time Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, compressing the large black river and storing it into his body. I didn't expect to unexpectedly obtain a portion of the heavenly law's origin liquid. Anyway, thank you. So you were once the embodiment of the heavenly law of a large world. At this time Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, compressing the large black river and storing it into his body. I didn't expect to unexpectedly obtain a portion of the heavenly law's origin liquid. Anyway, thank you. When Yi Xian heavily injured the demonic blood-flying bear with his previous attack, causing it to spit out a blood arrow, he already knew that he was once the embodiment of the heavenly law's origin liquid. This was because the blood essence he spat out at that time clearly revealed an extremely dense aura of the heavenly law's origin liquid. No, after that first canopy of blood essence, Yi Xian still didn't have enough, so he didn't immediately store it. Now that he made another move, causing the demonic blood-flying bear to spit out a second blood arrow, the two canopies of blood essence converged together, finally forming a portion of the heavenly law's origin liquid. Only then did he store it. Wait. By the time the demonic blood-flying bear reacted, the canopy of heavenly law's origin liquid formed by the two blood arrows he spat out consecutively had already been compressed by Yi Xian and stored into his body. The old fellow was furious. This was his heavenly law's blood essence. As a powerful existence ranked 5th on the heavenly law's ferocious beast list on the left bank, his heavenly law's blood essence had never been collected by anyone before. This was because although there were experts who could severely injure him, they basically wouldn't fight until they were able to injure him to the point of causing him to spit out heavenly law's blood essence. Therefore, in the entire left bank of the Milky Way, no one had ever collected his heavenly law's blood essence and compressed it into heavenly law's origin liquid. Who would have thought that the first portion after countless years would actually be taken away by this unknown violent starry sky bear before him? This was definitely something he couldn't tolerate. It was simply unacceptable, and it made him so angry that he was about to go crazy. Screech. Brang. All of this flashed through the demonic blood-flying bear's mind. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless grief and indignation. At this moment, his killing intent was extremely fierce, unprecedentedly blazing. Swish, rumble, screech. Before the roar fell, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The demonic blood-flying bear had pushed the power in his body to the extreme, and his entire body turned into a fine ray of light. His speed was so fast that he overtook the first attack. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Yi Xian's side and pretended to throw a punch. A cold light flashed across Yi Xian's eyes as he suddenly dodged to the side. However, the demonic blood-flying bear's battle experience was also extraordinary. He took advantage of this moment to flick the pair of sharp bone wings on his back. Rip, rip. The sound of a piece of cloth rang out as the bone wing on his left side cut across the violent bear's body. The flesh below his left rib was torn open, and blood rained down from the sky. Yi Xian was injured. Fortunately, it was only a flesh wound and wouldn't affect him much. Your reaction is not bad. No wonder you are ranked 5th on the Heavenly Law's ferocious beast list on the left bank. The violent bear glanced down at the wound below his rib that was rapidly healing. He nodded, and Yi Xian's divine sense voice rang out. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. He circled around and appeared behind the demonic blood-flying bear in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he grabbed the violent bear's wing with his left hand and smashed down with his right fist. Unfortunately, you are still going to fall here today, Kacha. Bang bang bang, pith. Thunderous rumbles rang out in the void as an explosion rang out. A huge blood-red lightning bolt appeared above the demonic blood-flying bear's head. It had a diameter of millions of miles, and the lightning enveloped the demonic blood-flying bear's body. His consciousness also entered a temporary state of unconsciousness. Although it was only a short time, it was enough to change everything. The violent bear's huge iron fist smashed into the demonic blood-flying bear's back one after another. The demonic blood-flying bear could not take it anymore. With just a dozen punches, the demonic blood-flying bear's huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that filled the void. Soon, a figure walked out from the dense and majestic blood mist. His eyes emitted a cold light, and his killing intent overflowed into the heavens. His body was 50 million kilometers long and he was like a small star. Shockingly, it was Yi Xian in his bear form. Whoosh! As the figure appeared, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the whistling sound of the wind immediately rang out. An incomparably majestic invisible force whizzed out and swept up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out. It was directly sent to the bottom of the central region's volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Whoosh! At the same time, after the demonic blood-flying bear's body exploded, over 10 fine lights shot out from within his body and descended into the violent bear's hand. Shockingly, it was over 10 portions of compressed heavenly Tao quintessence liquid. At this moment, 6 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast rankings had fallen, and only 4 of them remained. The rest had been destroyed at the hands of Yi Xian alone. I never expected that I would actually encounter this demonic blood-flying bear as soon as I left my closed-door cultivation. After the battle ended, Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the Crimson Lotus Voidbreaker shuttle, and then a dim light flashed in his eyes as he muttered. In this way, it seems like there's no need to head to the demonic bear forbidden area. Whereas the remaining fellows that are ranked in the top 4 of the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast rankings are all at the middle area of the left bank. When he spoke up to here, he didn't speak any further as he pondered the pros and cons of this. In the end, he made a decision and instinctively clenched his fists. Even though there are 7 seniors of primordial chaos at the middle area of the left bank, so long as I'm careful, I ought to not alarm them. In that case, the next target is the middle area of the left bank. The poisonous python forbidden area. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly made his move. An incomparably clear sound of tearing cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant, rushing towards the poisonous python forbidden area in the middle area of the left bank. Left, the middle area of the left bank, the poisonous python forbidden area. The poisonous python forbidden area was very powerful, and its overall strength was ranked 4th in the vicious beast forbidden area of the left bank. There were more than 30 heavenly Tao old monsters in the entire forbidden area, but of course, these heavenly Tao old monsters were not always in the forbidden star field. Some went out, while others cultivated in seclusion in the parallel void. No matter how powerful the vicious beast forbidden area was, there was no need for more than 30 heavenly Tao beasts to guard it at all times. Among the more than 30 heavenly Tao beasts guarding the poisonous python forbidden area, the strongest one was the starry sky venomous python. Matter in fact, among the more than 30 heavenly Tao beasts, there were 3 or 4 who were at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao realm like the starry sky venomous python. However, even if they were at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao realm, there were differences in their true battle strength. Star the poisonous void python's battle strength was undoubtedly one of the best among all the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao realm. Otherwise, it would not be ranked 4th on the left bank's heavenly Tao beasts list. At this time, the news of the violent starry sky bear's appearance and wreaking havoc in the left bank had not yet reached the middle area of the left bank, so the poisonous python forbidden area of the poisonous python forbidden area was still unaware of this matter. It completely did not expect that the violent starry sky bear had already rushed to the middle area of the left bank and was heading towards the poisonous python forbidden area, wanting to kill it and steal its treasures. Hiss. The sound of tearing cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared at the edge of the poisonous python forbidden area. A figure rushed out from it and it was Yi Xian. Hiss. With the sound of tearing cloth, a spatial crack appeared at the edge of the poisonous python forbidden area. A figure rushed out from it and it was Yi Xian. At this time Yi Xian was still in the form of the violent starry sky bear. He was only about 10 feet tall, but the moment his figure rushed out of the spatial crack, he had already activated the Blood Sea Mystic technique. In half a breath he was already 50 million kilometers wide. Like a meteor, with a shake of his shoulders, he charged straight into the poisonous python forbidden area. Roar! Poisonous starry sky python, come out and die. Just as he entered the poisonous python forbidden area, the violent starry sky bear had already raised its head and let out a shocking roar. The power of its divine sense extended out, enveloping the entire poisonous python forbidden area. Soon, the general situation in the forbidden area was understood by him. He could not be bothered to pay attention to the ferocious beasts in the forbidden area, including mighty figures and desolate supremes. As for the upper echelons of the heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts, there were a total of 12 of them presiding over the poisonous python forbidden area. Among the 12 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, there were 2 at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. One of them was the poisonous starry sky python. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in the form of the violent starry sky bear. As soon as he rushed into the forbidden area, he immediately roared, clamoring for the strongest poisonous starry sky python to come out and die. After being stunned for a moment, the 12 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts immediately roared, roar. Am I hallucinating? A ferocious beast actually came to the poisonous python forbidden area and clamored for venerable python to come out and die? Peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection? His cultivation is not weak, but there are differences in combat strength between those at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Venerable python is ranked 4th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. Where does this violent starry sky bear's confidence come from? Violent starry sky bear, you actually dare to challenge me? That's interesting. If that's the case, I'll accompany you in a battle. It just so happens that this period of time is a little boring. However, you have to think carefully. This is a battle of life and death. Once the battle begins, there is no turning back. You and I shall each leave it to fate. Whoosh, rumble. The last 2 sentences were obviously from the mouth of this poisonous starry sky python. As the voice fell in the depths of the forbidden area in front of them, a ray of light shot out from some giant abandoned stars. It carried a powerful aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as it rumbled towards Yi Xian. The other 11 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding the poisonous python forbidden area did not appear. Their original bodies were guarding their respective cave stars, and they only extended their divine sense to watch the battle. In their opinion, even if the violent starry sky bear that came to provoke them was a peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection, the poisonous starry sky python alone was enough to suppress and kill it. The final result was without any suspense. Don't you have 12 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts? Why don't you all come together? I will fight all of you alone. Look. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the cold and domineering voice of his divine sense rang out. Penetrating. There was a trace of provocation that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. In any case, after killing you in a while, they will rush over together. Why don't we join forces now, so as to avoid missing out on the strongest battle strength? Roar. You are too arrogant. Even the sky suppression holy ape that is ranked first on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list on the left bank doesn't dare to say such words to me. The poisonous starry sky python that rumbled over was furious. It felt that it had been insulted, and it raised its head and roared madly, replying with the same words, "But violent bear, are you feeling guilty? Are you deliberately using such words to provoke me? Don't worry, even if I fall in this battle, the other heavenly Tao of my poisonous python forbidden area will definitely not swarm over to kill you. In a head-on battle, who can you blame if you lose? This is the purpose of your provocation, right? I will satisfy you, but the prerequisite is, you have to have the strength to kill me." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the poisonous starry sky python that was 50 million kilometers in size had already arrived in front of him. Without saying anything else, it opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of poisonous mist. It expanded without wind and spread out in the blink of an eye, enveloping a vast expanse of space that was 10 billion kilometers in size. In an instant, as the poisonous mist spread out, Yi Xian and the poisonous starry sky python in the form of a violent bear disappeared, and they were enveloped by the blood-green poisonous mist. When they saw this scene, wild roars and vicious howls sounded from the abandoned stars in the surroundings, and all of them revealed a sense of joy. In their opinion, this arrogant violent bear was definitely going to die. The poisonous starry sky python's blood-green poisonous mist was no small matter, and it was one of its bloodline abilities. Otherwise, there was no need for it to open its mouth and spit out such a vast and majestic blood-green poisonous mist. However, as long as one was enveloped by this blood-green poisonous mist, any existence, even if it was a peak heavenly Tao like the poisonous starry sky python, would have no chance of survival and was destined to be suppressed and killed. Boom! Rumble! Bang bang bang! Within the vast and boundless blood-green poisonous fog, earth-shattering booms could be heard. The fog was rolling and the battle inside could not be seen. However, just by listening to these sounds, one could guess a thing or two. Poison the fierce beasts in the forbidden areas of the poisonous python forbidden land had been roaring madly, and their auras were shocking, as if they were supporting the battle. In their opinion, this battle would soon end, and that arrogant violent starry sky bear would die here. In fact, the situation was the opposite. In the blood-green poisonous mist, the poisonous starry sky python was being beaten. Violent, the bear's incomparably huge iron fist blasted on its back, one punch after another. In just 5 or 6 punches, the poisonous starry sky python could not bear it anymore. His python was smacked with huge blood blisters, and they were arranged in a circle above his head. At a glance, it was as if there was a flesh crown growing under his head, which was simply shocking. These 6 or 7 punches all smashed on his head, and the poisonous starry sky python's consciousness had long been dizzy, and he did not have the consciousness to defend himself. In this situation, it was only a dozen or so punches, and the poisonous starry sky python's incomparably huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, diffusing in the void. The fight ended here, and a figure walked out of this blood-green mist. His eyes were cold, and his murderous aura was monstrous. His body was 50 million miles long like a small star. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent bear. Whoosh! As soon as the figure appeared, Yi Xian had already waved his hand, the whistling of the wind suddenly resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the majestic blood mist that was spreading out. It was directly sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and began the blood essence condensation. At the same time, after the poisonous starry sky python's body exploded, a dozen or so fine rays of light shot out and also fell into the violent bear's hand. It was a dozen or so compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. At this time, 7 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list had already fallen, and all of them were destroyed by Yi Xian alone. Only 3 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank remained. Roar! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian collected the blood mist and heavenly Tao origin liquid into his body. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze immediately swept across the heavenly Tao old monster's cave stars in the distance. The poisonous starry sky python has been killed. All of you can attack together now. With the death of the poisonous starry sky python, only 3 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list remained. Roar! After collecting the blood mist and heavenly Tao origin liquid into his body, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and his gaze instantly swept across the heavenly Tao old monster's cave stars in the distance. The poisonous starry sky python has been killed. All of you can attack together now. A deathly silence. At this moment, the entire poisonous starry sky python forbidden land was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. On the abandoned stars in the Forbidden Land star region, all the beasts in the Forbidden Land were stunned. Oh my god. Even the mighty figures, desolate venerables, and even the other 11 heavenly Tao beasts who happened to be guarding the Forbidden Land star region were no exception. They were completely stunned by the scene in front of them, as if they had been struck by lightning. They had originally thought that this battle would not last for too long, and that it would end soon. However, the result after the battle ended was completely out of their expectations. It was the exact opposite of what they had expected. The poisonous starry sky python had been defeated and killed. Its entire huge body had exploded into a blood mist and was taken away. Not even a single hair was left. This was a powerful existence that was ranked 4th on the heavenly Tao beast list on the left bank. Except for the top 3 and those supreme beasts of the primordial realm that had appeared in the past year, the other beasts on the left bank were not its match at all. Yet this unknown violent starry sky bear had actually blasted him to death in a short period of time, and the strength of its combat strength was simply inconceivable. Even if the other 11 heavenly law ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Star Zone fought together, they would definitely not be a match for such a terrifying existence. In the end they would definitely be killed one by one. Brain. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the 11 heavenly Tao beasts suddenly trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they gasped. Then, with a slight trembling, they each sent out a voice to express their position. Fellow Taoist violent bear's combat strength is really shocking. With this kind of cultivation, you shouldn't be unknown. Yes, presumably after this battle, fellow Taoist will soon be famous on the left bank. The 4th on the heavenly Tao beast list will change hands from then on, becoming the starry sky violent bear. But what does fellow Taoist mean now? Do you think we are such untrustworthy people? Just now, Venerable Python had said that this battle was between the two of you. Even if Venerable Python was defeated and died, the 11 fellow Taoists of the poisonous Python Forbidden Land can't swarm up and attack fellow Taoist. That's right, fellow Taoist doesn't need to test anymore. Just leave at ease. This matter has passed and the poisonous Python Forbidden Land will not pursue this matter. It really made people speechless. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Originally, he thought that these 11 guys would swarm up after the poisonous python of starry sky fell, but he didn't expect them to be a bunch of cowards. But this was also good. Although he was confident that he could kill all the remaining 11 heavenly Tao old monsters in the poisonous Python Forbidden Land, once the battle started, it would probably not end in a short time. In this way, it was very likely to attract the attention of those outside the Forbidden Land. There were a total of 7 Grand Mist Realm ferocious beasts and old monsters in the middle section of the left bank. If one of them was attracted, today's matter would probably be difficult to resolve. That is, even Yi Xian would have a headache. What's more, after the end of this battle, he had completely digested the gains from the previous breakthrough. In other words, the opportunity to break through again was basically almost there. At most, he would swallow a few more heavenly Tao blood essences at that time, and he would definitely be able to break through smoothly. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he immediately made a decision. No longer entangled with the remaining 11 heavenly Tao old monsters in the poisonous Python Forbidden Land, he would leave first and find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Hiss! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. He immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. With a flash of his body, he rushed into it and disappeared. When he left, the originally silent void of the Forbidden Land instantly rang out with shocking roars. It was the voices of the 11 heavenly Tao old monsters. Roar! Damn it, the venerable python has fallen just like that. There is something fishy about this matter. The origin of that ferocious bear is suspicious, and it must have used some unknown vicious means. Otherwise, how could the venerable python on the left bank's heavenly Tao list be so vulnerable and be blown into a bloody mist in such a short time? We must spread this news. Don't forget, the top 3 heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank's heavenly Tao old monster list are all in the middle section of the left bank. As long as one of them makes a move, this ferocious bear will definitely die. Hiss. Hiss. In the middle section of the left bank in front of the vast and boundless dark area, after leaving the poisonous Python Forbidden Land, Yi Xian immediately rushed over here. For example, 4 days had passed, and he had already left the left bank of the Milky Way and entered the depths of this vast dark area. Another half a day passed, and an abandoned planet appeared in front of him. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he extended his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he flew over and directly entered the core of this abandoned planet. After some hesitation, he immediately took out the Shinong treasured cauldron. In order to shrink its form, it was only 10,000 feet long. It hung in the middle of the core and then stepped into the cauldron's mouth that was filled with dense 9-colored fog. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Among them were a few heavenly Tao blood essences. These were the resources that he had to consume for this closed-door cultivation. With a flash of light, the Shinong cauldron's domain was activated by him. Some of the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then, with a wave of his hand, they were swallowed into his stomach. The moment they entered his mouth, they melted, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed out of Yi Xian's body. Willis expected, the clanging sound of the chains covered the sky and earth. This time there was still only one shackle that appeared. As long as it was torn apart, he would be able to successfully break through. Very quickly, Yi Xian fully activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in the hundreds of meridians in his body. In just half a month, the great river of energy formed in the meridians in his body had been completely refined. With just a single impact, the incomparably thick shackles had already been broken. The anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, 7th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 7th level of the heavenly Tao. In an instant Yi Xian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of excitement quietly flashed. After this breakthrough, the suppression of the primordial Tao still existed. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th stage great perfection of the heavenly Tao. However, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. More importantly, he was only 2 small stages away from the 9th stage great perfection of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 primordial pill. Chapter 51-57. Without any suspense, Yi Xian successfully broke through once again. Although the primordial chaos great Tao suppression still existed, causing his cultivation to remain at the peak of the perfected 9th stage of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, his actual combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only 2 small stages away from the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Although these 2 small breakthroughs wouldn't take much time under normal circumstances, Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer. He had to raise his cultivation to the peak of the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao as soon as possible. Then he would immediately begin refining the level 31 primordial chaos pill. This time he had first wreaked havoc in the left bank's left section. Now he was in the middle section of the left bank, killing many heavenly Tao old monsters in succession. Even the top 10 old monsters on the left bank's heavenly Tao list were now down to only 3. The news of the violent astral bear's appearance and wreaking havoc must have spread in the left bank's left section. For example, today, following the deaths of the demonic blood-flying bear and the cosmic venomous python, the old monsters in the Forbidden Grounds and Star Domain in the middle section of the left bank would also receive the news. This time, after leaving the poisonous python forbidden area, he had been in seclusion for half a month. If there were no accidents, most of the news about what he did after returning in the form of a violent bear would have spread throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. This was no small matter. After all, the beasts that had been hunted were all in the top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Tao savage beast list. Yi Xian had a very strong intuition that the primordial chaos old monsters were already paying attention to this matter. Therefore he didn't have much time left. He had to raise his cultivation to the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao as soon as possible and refine the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Only with the level 31 primordial chaos pill in hand, he would be confident. Heavens afraid that he would encounter Patriarch primordial chaos in the middle section of the left bank, he had no choice but to conjure the 10 colored flames to protect himself. However, he was not allowed to leave and enter a predicament. While in a predicament, Yi Xian could immediately consume a level 31 primordial chaos treasure pill at any time. It would only take him about a year to successfully break through the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Once he stepped into the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao, the suppression of the primordial chaos Dao that had always existed to him would no longer exist. Once he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape's bloodline ability, he would be able to display its might once again. Once he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape's 9th transformation, his cultivation would instantly reach the peak of the Grand Mist realm. After the Heaven Dao was the primordial chaos Dao realm. It would be fine if Yi Xian did not break through. However, once he successfully broke through, he would become the strongest person in the primordial chaos Dao realm. At that time he would have nothing to fear even if he retracted the 10 colored flames. Even if he was surrounded by more than 10 patriarch primordial chaos old monsters, he would be able to easily beat them into a pulp. Although 2 small breakthroughs are not much, I cannot let my guard down. During this period I must not be targeted by any patriarch primordial chaos old monsters. A dark light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he fell into deep thought. He muttered softly, the first 2 breakthroughs were completely reliant on consuming the heavenly Dao blood essence. The second breakthrough was made after I digested the benefits of the previous breakthrough and consumed a few more heavenly Dao blood essences. For the next breakthrough, I cannot consume the heavenly Dao blood essence to forcefully break through. Otherwise, my realm will definitely be unstable. In other words, before I break through this time, I will have to go through a fierce battle and completely digest the benefits of the breakthrough. Only then can I enter seclusion again. If there are no accidents, I will have to kill 2 of the top 3 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list in order to usher in this normal opportunity to break through. And after that breakthrough there is only one small stage left. For this last small stage breakthrough, I only need to go through a fierce battle and consume the heavenly Dao blood essence, to forcefully break through. Then, the next 2 targets are the ferocious beast on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list and the old tortoise that is ranked 2nd. These 2 fellows must be continuously fought and killed in order to have the opportunity to break through. Whoosh. At this point Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, his figure flashed and instantly rushed out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body and directly rushed out of the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and tore open a void crack. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he rushed into it. This time, his destination was the Forbidden Land of the Owls in the right area of the middle section of the left bank. The Forbidden Land of the Owls was located in the right area of the middle section of the left bank. The strongest person guarding the Forbidden Land of the Owls was a devil-eyed owls. Although its cultivation strength was the same as Yi Xian's, which was also at the peak of the heavenly Dao ferocious beast list, it was a supreme ferocious beast that was ranked 3rd on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. Left bank, although there was only 1 rank difference between the 3rd on the left bank and the 4th on the left bank, the devil-eyed owl's combat strength was definitely not comparable to the venomous starry sky python that was ranked 4th on the left bank. After all, the top 3 were already in the top 3. Although the 3rd was the lowest of the top 3 on the left bank, it was definitely not comparable to the so-called 4th on the left bank. Its significance was completely different. There were at least 30 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land of the Owls. After all, it was ranked 3rd on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. However, there were probably not many heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land. This time was different from when they went to the venomous python Forbidden Land. At that time, the news of the violent bear wreaking havoc on the left bank had not spread in the middle section of the left bank. Even if Yi Xian had killed the venomous starry sky python and fought with more than a dozen other heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land, the possibility of attracting the attention of the old monster of primordial chaos was not high. But now it was different. After Yi Xian killed the demonic blood-flying bear and the venomous starry sky python, the entire left bank must have known that he was hunting the top 10 on the heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. This was no small matter. It was very likely that it had already attracted the attention of a certain old monster of primordial chaos. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian had to use thunderous methods to kill this devil-eyed owls as soon as possible when he arrived at the Forbidden Land of the Owls. Then he could immediately escape. Otherwise, once he started a battle with the other heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land of the Owls, the possibility of attracting a certain old monster of primordial chaos would be greatly increased. Then it would be completely unnecessary. Now, Yi Xian was only 2 small stages away from the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. There was no need for him to be entangled with the old monster of primordial chaos who was in the heavenly Dao realm at this time. With these thoughts in mind, He quickly arrived at the forbidden land of the owls on the right side of the middle section of the left bank. However, he did not directly enter the forbidden land like before. Instead, he used the secret technique of perfect oscillation of spiritual power to conceal his body, restrained his aura, and quietly and patiently waited outside the forbidden land. After leaving the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion, Yi Xian quickly arrived at the forbidden land of the owls on the right side of the middle section of the left bank. However, this time he didn't directly enter the forbidden star zone like before. Instead, he concealed himself with a secret technique that perfectly vibrated his spiritual power and concealed his aura. He quietly and patiently lay in wait outside the forbidden star zone. This was something that could not be helped. Now, his cultivation realm was only 2 small stages away from the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. There was no need for him to be entangled with the old monster of primordial chaos who was in the heavenly Tao realm at this time. The news of the violent starry sky bear appearing out of nowhere and wreaking havoc on the left bank, specifically looking for the powerful existences ranked in the top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, had long spread throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. Perhaps, it might have already attracted the attention of a certain old monster of primordial chaos. Under such circumstances, if he directly rushed into the forbidden land of the owls, it was very likely that he would be ambushed. Therefore, it was best to wait for the devil-eyed owls to leave the forbidden land before making a move in the dark void outside the forbidden land. At that time, as long as he was a little faster and launched a thunderous attack, he would immediately escape after the successful ambush. There was not much possibility of accidents. Under normal circumstances, this kind of waiting method might not be appropriate because no one could predict when the target would walk out of the forbidden land. If the target was in seclusion, who knew if it would be hundreds or thousands of years? That would make people speechless. However, the situation in the entire left bank of the Milky Way was no longer the same as before. Ever since the appearance of the nether wolf and the black blood fiend crocodile, in the past year or so, more than a dozen old monsters of primordial chaos had appeared in the entire left bank. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the old monsters of the heavenly Tao in the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant star domain to be able to calm down and enter seclusion for a long time. They were at the peak of the heavenly Tao whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th stage. They would definitely not be able to sit still. As long as they had the chance, they would travel to the forbidden lands and star domains where the old monsters of primordial chaos were stationed to visit and seek advice. Demon the Devil-Eyed Owls was a powerful existence ranked 3rd on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. They had been in this realm for countless years, so they were naturally more eager and passionate than anyone else about the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. Therefore, they would definitely think of ways to contact the old monsters of the heavenly Tao in the forbidden lands and star domains where the old monsters of primordial chaos were stationed. They would ask them to recommend them, hoping to meet these old monsters of primordial chaos and humbly ask for advice on the key to breaking through the heavenly Tao realm and stepping into primordial chaos. As expected, Yi Xian only waited for 7 days before a ray of light shot out from the devil-eyed owl's forbidden land 50 billion kilometers away. It was a ferocious bird that was about 50 million kilometers in size. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was shaped like an owl. However, it had a cat's head and only one eye. It emitted a faint blue light, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was extremely condensed and heavy. It was the devil-eyed owls. Hiss! This old fellow was extremely cautious. This was probably because the news of the violent starry sky bear appearing out of nowhere and wreaking havoc on the left bank, specifically looking for the top 10 experts on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, had already spread. Outside the forbidden star zone, his single eye glowed with a faint blue light as he scanned the surrounding void. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he tore open a void rift with his claw and charged into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The devil-eyed owl's single eye was extremely extraordinary. It was also an eye technique. The faint blue light that suffused his eye was to scan the void 50 billion kilometers around him. It was to see if anyone was lurking in the dark so as to prevent them from being ambushed. Unfortunately, although his devil-eyed owls was also an eye technique with extraordinary might, it was still inferior to Yi Xian's demon soul pupil. Currently, not only had Yi Xian activated the perfect oscillation mental energy secret technique, even his strongest eye technique, the demon soul pupil, had been fully activated. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him, who was completely concealed and had completely restrained his aura, to reveal the slightest trace of himself. Not to mention the devil-eyed owls who were also in the heavenly Tao realm. Even the dozen or so heavenly Tao freaks of primordial chaos that had appeared on the left bank would find it difficult to find any clues. After all, they had just broken through to the early stage primordial chaos realm. If they had a terrifying cultivation level above the mid-stage primordial chaos realm, it would be hard to say. Whoosh! Yi Xianxian did not reveal himself, but the power in his body was pushed to the limit. He had already shrunk under the Blood Sea Mystic technique. His body, which was only about 10 feet tall, instantly transformed into an invisible beam of light that shot out silently. Taking advantage of the void rift that had yet to completely close up, Yi Xian, who was in his bear form, followed closely behind the devil-eyed owls. He had planned this all along. He had already predicted that if the devil-eyed owls were to leave the Forbidden Star Domain and visit other forbidden lands or star domains, they would definitely tear open a void rift and rush there. Right. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, this was obviously what he wanted. No one would have thought that he would actually possess such a mysterious aura concealment technique, as well as the strongest eye technique like the Demon Soul Eye. He was actually able to hide it from even the magic-eyed owl and follow it into the same spatial rift, following it and waiting for an opportunity to kill it, in front of the middle section of the left bank in the vast dark zone. Rip! A crisp ripping sound could be heard as a void rift appeared in the originally quiet void. Following that, a figure rushed out. It was extremely large, more than 50 million kilometers in size. It was a black owl, but it had a blood-colored cat head. It was none other than the devil-eyed owls that had just left the owl's forbidden land. He was heading to a ferocious beast forbidden land on the right side of the middle section of the left bank. A heavenly Tao ferocious beast in that ferocious beast forbidden land had recommended him, and freak of primordial chaos, who presided over that forbidden land, had agreed to meet him. Thinking at this point, the devil-eyed owl's heart immediately revealed a look of excitement. With a wave of its hand, it instantly tore open another void rift and continued on its way. But it was also at this moment that a strange change suddenly befell. I've already followed you here and it's been a hard journey. Why are you in a hurry? It's not too late to leave after the battle. Xiao. It was at this moment that an extremely cold voice sounded, and then the figure of Yi Xian appeared. At this time he was still in the form of the violent star bear. Originally he was only about 10 feet tall, but as he activated the power in his body to the extreme, he expanded like a balloon in the blink of an eye. In less than half a breath he was already 50 million kilometers in size. Separated by hundreds of billions of miles of void, he confronted the devil-eyed owls in front of him. Violent star bear, it's actually you? Yi Xian fully activated his cultivation, turning into an invisible pressure that spread out, instantly locking down the devil-eyed owl's aura. The latter's body trembled slightly and immediately turned to look. When it saw Yi Xian's figure, its eyes narrowed and its voice instantly turned sharp. You were hiding outside the forbidden land of the owls and followed me all the way here, but I didn't notice at all. Violent star bear, it's actually you? When Yi Xian appeared, the devil-eyed owl's body trembled slightly and immediately turned to look. When it saw Yi Xian's figure, its eyes narrowed and its voice instantly turned sharp. You were hiding outside the forbidden land of the owls and followed me all the way here, but I didn't notice at all. How did you do it? It was no wonder that it had such a question. After all, it was a powerful existence ranked third on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Even if Yi Xian's cultivation was stronger than it, it was probably not that much stronger. And he still had the demonic eye technique. No matter what, this kind of situation shouldn't have happened. He was actually followed by Yi Xian into the void crack and silently arrived here, but he didn't notice at all. The reason why he asked such a question at this time was obviously to test Yi Xian's tone. This way he could be prepared in the upcoming battle. Although, the violent star bear that Yi Xian had transformed into was unknown on the left bank, but after all he had just killed the demonic blood-flying bear, ranked 5th on the left bank's heavenly beast list, and the poisonous star python ranked 4th, one after another. Just these two battles were enough to prove his strength. Even the devil-eyed owls, who had squeezed into the top 3 on the left bank's heavenly beast list, did not dare to be careless. Hiss! Before he finished speaking, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. A blue beam of light shot out from the devil-eyed owl's huge single eye, and as it rumbled, the void in its path rapidly collapsed. After using the demonic eye technique, his speed was too fast. Once it enveloped Yi Xian's body, it would probably cause a certain amount of damage. This was because although this eye technique was offensive, it was too domineering and powerful. One it took a long time to describe, but in fact only a tenth of an instant had passed by the time this pillar of light arrived in front of him. 1,000 distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers was traversed in just a tenth of an instant. If it were anyone else, even if it was a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage, they would not be able to dodge. They would definitely be hit, and the result would most likely be a hole in their body. After all, when this dark blue pillar of light shot out, even the void was collapsing. But Yi Xian dodged. First in the previous battle with the demonic blood-flying bear, ranked 4th on the left bank's heavenly beast list, Yi Xian had almost fallen into a disadvantage in terms of speed. In the end, he had taken out the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle and fused it into his feet to reverse the situation. This was something that left a deep impression on him. Now that he was ambushing this devil-eyed cat owl, he would naturally be vigilant. The devil-eyed cat owl's position on the left bank's heavenly Tao list was even higher than the demonic blood-flying bear. Its strength was stronger and it was a ferocious bird. Generally speaking, ferocious birds had a more obvious advantage in terms of speed compared to ferocious beasts. Yi Xian had already expected that his speed might be faster than the demonic blood-flying bear, so before he rushed out of the void crack, he had already taken out the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle and fused it into his feet. This proved that this kind of caution was necessary. Otherwise, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to dodge this dark blue light. It was very likely that he would be seriously injured because of it. Swish! With a shake of his shoulders, his figure disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the left side, only tens of billions of kilometers away from the devil-eyed cat owl. He clenched his iron fist and immediately punched out. Rumble! The power of this attack was too violent, and an earth-shattering rumble sounded out. The iron fist rumbled out and the void along the way collapsed. If it really hit the devil-eyed cat owl's body, it would definitely break his bones and tendons. Your reaction is not bad and your speed is not bad. Unfortunately, if that's all you have, then you are destined to die here in this battle. Screech! At the same time, the devil-eyed cat owl's voice sounded out. He raised his head and let out a sky-shattering screech. The pair of wings on his back flapped wildly, and his incomparably huge body instantly became agile. In the void, he was like a butterfly flying through flowers, dazzling everyone's eyes. Light, he easily dodged Yi Xian's punch, and even appeared behind Yi Xian in a flash. He stretched out his right claw and instantly pressed down. Hiss! The sound of cloth tearing could be heard. The devil-eyed cat owl's right claw slashed across Yi Xian's back, tearing open the flesh on his back. At this moment, Yi Xian only felt a burning pain on his back. A huge wound had been torn open and blood rained down from the sky. Still, fortunately, it was only his back and not his chest or abdomen. Otherwise, this attack would have torn open Yi Xian's chest and abdomen, and his internal organs might have fallen out. That would definitely have been the result of serious injuries. This devil-eyed cat owl's strength was not very strong, but its speed was too fast. As a ferocious bird, this was what it was supposed to be, so Yi Xian was not too surprised. The top 3 of the left bank, you really live up to your reputation. Unfortunately, you are only good at speed. Enduring the pain, Wild Bear's eyes flashed with a cold light. Yi Xian's voice sounded out again, revealing an even more intense chill. You should be proud. This noble one originally planned to only end this battle with a pair of bare fists, but because of your speed, this noble one was forced to use other methods. Whoosh! Who? Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already made his move. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out. It was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already behind the devil-eyed cat owl. This ray of light expanded explosively, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of flames that spanned 10 billion kilometers. Moreover, this was not an ordinary strange flame, but a 10-colored flame that had never appeared even in the primordial chaos void. The 10-colored flame sea filled the sky, and in an instant, it spread out and blocked the devil-eyed cat owl's back, sides, and even the top of its head was sealed. This old fellow's speed was too fast, and Yi Xian could only use this method to restrict its range of movement. Otherwise, who knew how long this battle would have lasted? Once the old fellow realized that it was not a match for Yi Xian, it would very likely escape, and Yi Xian might not be able to catch up to it. 10-colored flame? That's impossible. The devil-eyed cat owl's movement was suddenly restricted, and its body shook violently. It was originally extremely agile, but now it came to an abrupt halt in the void. It gasped in shock and exclaimed, "You are the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian?" The old fellow reacted and guessed the origin of the 10-colored flame. It was formed by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, after fusing the Shinong 9-colored flame with the Red Lotus karmic fire. But, unfortunately, it was all too late. Rumble, bang bang bang, as his body stopped, a cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes. Without hesitation, he flashed to the devil-eyed cat owl's side, reached out with his left hand, and pressed down on the base of its wings. His right hand clenched into a fist, and in an instant he launched a barrage of punches. Without any suspense, the old fellow's body exploded after a dozen or so punches. The majestic blood mist was absorbed by Yixian with a wave of his hand, and at the same time he collected nearly 20 portions of Heavenly Dao origin liquid. Fruit. No wonder he was ranked third on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. He was extremely rich, and even Yixian was excited. At this point, more than half of the powerful beasts ranked in the top 10 on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list had been killed by Yixian. The dragon whale ranked 10th. The frost blood blue crocodile ranked 9th. The demon blood heavenly bull ranked 8th. The phoenix-tailed blood fox ranked 7th. The bloodthirsty silver wolf ranked 6th. The demon blood flying bear ranked 7th. Platoon the venomous starry sky python ranked 4th. And the devil-eyed cat owl ranked 3rd, which had squeezed into the top 3. Yixian was very satisfied with the result of this battle. Although Yixian was also quite surprised by the devil-eyed cat owl's speed, he was somewhat surprised that he was forced to use the 10-colored flame. Because of this, the devil-eyed cat owl recognized his origin at a glance. Fortunately, the two of them had fought in the vast and endless dark area in front of the middle section of the left bank. Within a radius of 1 trillion miles, there was no other existence besides Yixian and this devil-eyed cat owl. Therefore, even if the devil-eyed cat owl recognized his identity, it was still not important. The devil-eyed cat owl had already fallen. Even if he had seen some clues before he died, it was meaningless. Now that the devil-eyed cat owl had been killed, more than half of the powerful beasts ranked in the top 10 on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list had been killed by Yixian. Of the top 10 beasts on the left bank, only the top 2 beasts were still alive. These two old fellows were obviously stronger than the devil-eyed cat owl. One was the primordial octopus turtle, and the other was the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. The primordial octopus turtle was ranked 2nd on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. If the devil-eyed cat owl was said to be strong in speed, then the primordial octopus turtle was strong in defense. On the other hand, the heaven-suppressing sacred ape was strong in attack. Its combat strength was so strong that it was terrifying. It was said to be able to suppress all Heavenly Dao existences. That was how the name of the heaven-suppressing sacred ape came about. As for the former, it was named the primordial octopus turtle because its lifespan was too long. It was said that this old turtle had been born at the beginning of the primordial era. The first generation of living beings born at the beginning of the primordial era were the 3,000 chaos demon gods. After that, the descendants of these 3,000 chaos demon gods became Khanate ferocious beasts. While it was said that this primordial octopus turtle was the first living being to be born after the 3,000 chaos demon gods. It was even before the first generation of Khanate ferocious beasts. It was almost as old as the primordial era, so the name of the primordial octopus turtle was well deserved. Hong the primordial octopus turtle was guarding the ferocious beast Forbidden Land. The primordial octopus turtle was the strongest person guarding the Forbidden Land star region. The primordial octopus Forbidden Land was ranked 2nd on the left bank's ferocious beast Forbidden Land list. Its overall strength was stronger than that of the owl Forbidden Land. There were more than 40 Heavenly Dao old monsters guarding this ferocious beast Forbidden Land. However, in the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land, there was only one ferocious beast with the turtle bloodline. The other 40 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts were all ferocious beasts of the starry sky with other bloodlines. Also, in other words, although the primordial octopus turtle was the strongest person guarding the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land and the ferocious beast Forbidden Land was named after him, in fact, the primordial octopus turtle was a loner. He did not have any bloodline descendants. Such a powerful existence had lived for such a long time, practically as long as this primordial era, yet he didn't leave behind any bloodline descendants. This matter was indeed a bit unusual, a bit strange. Butas, for the specific reason the outside world did not know at all. This was because the primordial octopus turtle had almost no contact with the outside world. Although he had appeared a few times over the endless years, he was almost always reticent and unwilling to communicate with others. He was very lazy and, for endless years, he had been sleeping on a huge planet in the depths of the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. Perhaps this was also related to his turtle bloodline. This race had always been like this. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to fight the primordial octopus turtle, the method of waiting for the devil-eyed owl vulture to come was no longer possible. This old fellow was hibernating on a huge abandoned planet in the depths of the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land. He did not come out at all, as if he was not interested in anything in the outside world and only liked to bury his head in sleep. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian waited outside, who knew how many years he might not be able to see him even once? He could only take the initiative to attack and find him himself. This was naturally risky, but he had just arrived at the middle section of the left bank. Although he had killed the devil-eyed owl vulture, this battle had taken place in the vast dark area in front of the middle section of the left bank. It had not been leaked, so the news could not spread in a short time. While Yi Xian estimated that it should not be a big problem to rush to the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land at this time. According to the order he had killed, the venomous starry sky python ranked 4th on the left bank had just been killed. The outside world would definitely think that his next target was the devil-eyed owl vulture, ranked 3rd on the left bank. Before the news of the devil-eyed owl vulture's death spread, no one would deliberately pay attention to the primordial octopus turtle, ranked 2nd on the left bank. For Yi Xian, if he wanted to kill this primordial octopus turtle, he did not have much time left. He had to rush to the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land immediately. Otherwise, once the news of the devil-eyed owl vulture's death spread, the old fellows in the middle section of the left bank who were interested in him would immediately turn their attention to the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land. At this time, if Yi Xian took the initiative to rush to the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land and entered the depths of the forbidden land star area, the risk would undoubtedly increase exponentially. After all this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately felt a strong sense of urgency. Without hesitation, after a cold light flashed in his eyes, he immediately waved his hand and directly tore open a void crack in front of him. Then, after shrinking his body to a height of about 10 feet, with a shake of his shoulders, he immediately rushed into the void crack and disappeared, rushing toward the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land. The old tortoise forbidden area was also located in the middle section of the left bank. Yi Xian left the vast and boundless darkness in front of the middle section of the left bank and directly tore through the void to teleport forward. It only took him 5 days to reach his destination. When the last void crack ended, the node was in the void 1 trillion miles away from the edge of the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land. Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the void crack and directly rushed toward the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land 1 trillion miles away. Here at this time he was still in the form of a violent starry sky bear, but his body had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. Moreover, he had already activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique to the extreme. Therefore his body was hidden and his chi was completely restrained. Even the dozen or so primordial chaos old monsters who had appeared out of nowhere in the past year or so on the left bank could not find any clues. In this state, Yi Xian moved forward at full speed, and soon left the distance of 1 trillion miles behind him. He quietly entered the edge of the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land and made his way to the depths of the star domain. He was not in a hurry to immediately extend his divine sense to investigate the situation in the forbidden land star domain. This was because although the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique could perfectly hide his body in chi, this state as if nothing existed was very fragile. As long as Yi Xian made a move or fully extended his divine sense, the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique would immediately lose its effect. At that time, as soon as his body appeared and his chi was exposed, the heavenly way old monsters who were guarding the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land would immediately sense it. But that was clearly not what Yi Xian wanted. This time he entered the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land to fight the primordial octopus turtle, so he had to do his best to end the battle. Therefore he could only confirm the primordial octopus turtle's location and even see him in person before he revealed himself. Chapter 51-58. Whoosh! An imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian, who had completely restrained his aura, moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, he left the distance of 1 trillion kilometers behind him and silently entered the edge of the old tortoise forbidden area, heading towards the depths of the star region. As the second most powerful forbidden ground on the left bank, the old tortoise forbidden ground naturally had many forbidden ground ferocious beasts. According to what Yi Xian knew, there were more than 40 heavenly law ferocious beasts here. However, it was impossible for all of these heavenly law ferocious beasts to stay in the star domain. Some must have gone out or entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. But As for the exact situation, since Yi Xian didn't extend his spiritual sense to investigate, he didn't know what was going on. A forbidden ground of this level obviously had many abandoned planets. After Yi Xian entered the star domain of the old tortoise forbidden ground, he went all the way into the depths of the star domain and saw many abandoned planets along the way. Every single one of them. There were many forbidden ground ferocious beasts in different forms and bloodlines on an abandoned planet, but none of them noticed his arrival. The old tortoise forbidden ground was very vast. Yi Xian walked for an entire day in the void before the abandoned planets in the star domain gradually decreased. As mentioned earlier, this primordial tortoise had a rather strange temperament and was extremely lazy. It had lived as long as this primordial tortoise, but it had not walked out of the old tortoise forbidden ground more than a few times in countless years. Usually, it slept in its cave-dwelling planet. Therefore, the surroundings of the primordial tortoise's cave-dwelling planet must be very secluded. Otherwise, if there were many other abandoned planets around, wouldn't it be a nuisance to it, who liked to sleep? Yes. To Yi Xian, this was obviously good news because the more secluded it was, the longer it would take to attract the attention of the other heavenly law ferocious beasts in the old tortoise forbidden ground. At this time, he had already reached the depths of the star domain of the old tortoise forbidden ground. Looking around, there was not a single abandoned planet to be seen. The void was quiet, giving people the feeling that they had arrived at the vast and boundless dark void beyond the two sides of the Milky Way. After flying for another day, a huge abandoned planet finally appeared in the dark void 1 trillion miles ahead of them. It was the cave abode of the primordial age turtle. He was sleeping soundly inside the planet, and no one knew how long he would sleep every time he fell asleep. With Yi Xian's current terrifying cultivation, after entering the depths of the old tortoise forbidden area, it took him more than 2 days to reach this place. From this, it could be seen how deep the primordial old tortoise's cave was in the void. This place could be said to be extremely secluded. It was too far away. Even with Yi Xian's incomparably powerful divine sense, he was still unable to detect the other abandoned stars in the old tortoise forbidden land with his full strength. Also, in other words, if he fought with the primordial tortoise here, as long as he didn't cause too much of a commotion, or if the other heavenly law ferocious beasts in the old tortoise forbidden ground came to investigate on a whim, the other heavenly law ferocious beasts in the old tortoise forbidden ground would not notice anything that happened here. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's tensed heart immediately relaxed. Such a long distance was enough for him because in his opinion, as long as he found the primordial tortoise and attacked with his full strength, it would only take the time to eat a meal at most. In such a short time, even with his full strength, he was still more than a day's journey into the depths of the old tortoise forbidden ground. Even if the other heavenly law ferocious beasts noticed something was wrong, they would not be able to rush over in time. By the time they arrived, Yi Xian would have already drifted away. Xiao. With a flash of light, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. With a shake of his shoulder, he charged into the enormous abandoned star in front of him. Very quickly. Soon he arrived on the planet. A vast and boundless ocean that occupied more than 80% of the surface of the planet appeared in his field of vision. There was no doubt that the primordial tortoise was hibernating in this vast and boundless ocean for a long time. I will seal this planet and fight it inside. With the pressure of the field of Shinnong's treasured cauldron, the possibility of this battle alarming others is even lower. Xiao. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and expanded into an incomparably enormous cauldron. It floated above the star and emitted an invisible pressure that completely sealed the entire star. Xiao. At the same time with Yi Xian's move, the perfect vibration of spiritual power was also broken. His figure was revealed. He was still only about 10 meters tall, but he expanded with the wind and was 50 million miles tall in the blink of an eye. His figure fell into the vast sea below. Walala. As his huge body fell, the vast sea below immediately stirred up endless waves. The movement was terrifying, but it did not spread out. This was because the Shinnong's cauldron, which was hidden in the void, poured out the power of the field and isolated everything inside the star. Xiao. There was no abnormality at all from the outside. Everything was as usual. Even the field of Shinnong's treasured cauldron suspended above the planet could not see it. It had been invisibly hidden by the power of its field. Who is it? How dare you disturb my sleep? As soon as Yi Xian's figure disappeared into the sea, a low and indifferent murmur came from a deep trench in the deepest part of the sea, revealing dissatisfaction. It was clearly the primordial tortoise. He was originally sleeping, but at this moment he was awakened and was angry. Rumble? Then, as the voice of this divine sense resounded, a shocking rumbling of thunder resounded from the deepest part of the ocean, the deep-sea trench. An incomparably enormous black tortoise floated out from the depths of the trench. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, and its body was over 5 million kilometers in size. The aura of cultivation that emanated from its body was shockingly that of a peak heaven's way that had attained perfection in the 9th step. But it was incomparably solid and heavy. Obviously, it was even stronger than the devil-eyed cat owl that Yi Xian had just killed. This battle could not last too long. Otherwise, the possibility of being discovered would be greatly increased. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, his incomparably huge figure instantly rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the giant black tortoise. No, with some hesitation he clenched his right fist and immediately punched toward the tortoise's head. Where did this bear cub come from? Did I step on your ancestral grave? You beat me up without saying anything. Are you crazy? Screech. Seeing an incomparably huge fist coming toward his tortoise head, the primordial old tortoise was so scared that his body trembled. At the same time the voice of the divine sense sounded, he actually retracted his head and limbs into the incomparably huge black tortoise shell. Faintly, he seemed to be able to hear his slightly embarrassed muttering to himself, "A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This old man is a tortoise, it is not embarrassing for a tortoise to shrink its head." As Yi Xian made his move, the primordial old tortoise was so scared that his body trembled. At the same time the voice of the divine sense sounded, he actually directly retracted his head and limbs into the incomparably huge black tortoise shell. A slightly embarrassed muttering to himself could be faintly heard, "A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This old man is a tortoise, it is not embarrassing for a tortoise to shrink its head." Boom! Rumble! Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian's fist had already landed on his tortoise shell. An earth-shattering boom sounded and the tortoise shell shook a little, but it was not damaged in the slightest. Instead, the seabed below shattered and countless gravel of different sizes rolled in the sea like the roar of a raging river. It's so hard? Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. He had used all his strength just now, so one could imagine the power of this punch. However, when it landed on the tortoise's shell, not a single crack appeared. It was simply so hard that it made one's hair stand on end. As he frowned, Yi Xian's mind raced. Only then did he remember that this primordial black tortoise was good at defense. Presumably, this tortoise's shell was so hard, which was one of the reasons for its astonishing defense. He did not continue to punch. Instead, he flipped his right hand and took out the big-headed black rod. If Yi Xian did not plan to use the big-headed black rod outside because once he used it, his identity would be exposed. However, the entire planet had been sealed by the domain of the Shenong treasure cauldron that was hidden in the void. Standing in the void outside the planet and looking inside, one would not be able to see anything unusual at all. And he had to kill this primordial black tortoise, so he naturally did not have to worry about this. This sovereign does not believe that I cannot break through your broken shell? Rumble! With the black rod in hand, Yi Xian's eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. As he muttered softly, he raised his right arm high and swung it in a circle, ruthlessly smashing it towards the huge tortoise's shell in front of him. A thunderous boom shook the heavens. After the previous strike, the black shell of the primordial black turtle still remained unmoved. Instead, cracks the size of a spider web appeared at the bottom of the sea. If it weren't for the restraining power of the domain, the seawater would have probably flowed in. This result made Yi Xian dumbfounded again. He was a little caught off guard. Even when the big-headed black rod smashed down, there was no reaction at all. The old fellow's tortoise shell did not even have a white mark on it. This was simply heaven-defying. This is impossible. Boom! Bang! As if he was unwilling to give up, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and muttered. He swung his right arm again and smashed the big-headed black rod down again. Obviously the result was no different. The tortoise's shell was still the same, but the seabed below was even more severely damaged. It was covered with spider web cracks of varying sizes. They were densely packed and looked shocking. This time he was truly speechless. If this continued, the tortoise's shell would be fine, but the entire planet would be shaken into a pile of rubble. At that time, the power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron would not be able to restrain it anymore. Once the planet collapsed and scattered, the energy fluctuations produced here would instantly spread out. If that was the case, the heavenly Tao old monsters in the star domain in front of the old tortoise forbidden land would soon notice the abnormality. And if by that time Yi Xian was still unable to break through this incredibly hard tortoise shell, he would probably have no choice but to run away. After all, the farmer god's treasure cauldron and the big-headed black rod had already been used. It would be strange if the other party did not know this. In this situation, once Yi Xian retreated, the news that the violent starry sky bear that had recently appeared and wreaked havoc on the left bank was the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would spread in an instant. At this time he could only stop here and find a place to hide, because the dozen or so grandest old monsters on the left bank would definitely not let him go and would search everywhere for traces of him. So Yi Xian hid very well. However, if there was a certain shameless old man who did not care about grandest old monster's face and turned to attack the forbidden land of the magic hall on the left bank of the right bank, forcing him to show himself, then he would be in big trouble. It was simply impossible to resolve. Old man, to think that you're ranked second on the Heavenly Dao Savage Beast list on the left bank. When faced with an enemy attack, you only know how to hide like a tortoise. Don't you find it too embarrassing? Yi Xian unwillingly transmitted his divine sense. He was clearly provoking the old man, using his reputation as the second on the left bank to provoke him. Generally speaking, a powerhouse of his level would not be able to tolerate such words. If he wanted to stick his head out of the tortoise shell, Yi Xian would have a way to deal with him. He did not believe that this old tortoise's head was as hard as his tortoise shell. Stinking brat, don't give me that. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, the primordial black tortoise's voice came from the huge black tortoise shell. The old man was not angry at all. It was obvious that he was not going to listen to anything. This old man is a tortoise to begin with. If a tortoise does not shrink its head, then wouldn't it be a joke? This is this old man's freedom, this is this old man's right. I'm a tortoise, so I shrink my head. It's only right and proper. This was awkward. He thought that it would be of some use, but who would have thought that it would be so righteous? Instead, it made Yi Xian feel embarrassed and angry. He felt that he had been overthinking things. It was simply the heart of a petty person. Fine, this is the last strike. If you still don't come out and fight with this sovereign, don't blame this sovereign for being impolite at that time. In anger, Yi Xian spoke again. He raised his right arm high and smashed down with the big-headed black tortoise's staff with all his strength. Bang! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the cracks in the spider web on the seabed below became even denser. It seemed that if the staff struck again, the entire planet would shatter. However, the black tortoise shell in front of him was still the same as before. It did not move at all, and not a single white mark was left on it. Similarly, the primordial black tortoise that had shrunk into its tortoise shell was still as stubborn as before. It had no intention of coming out at all, and it did not even have the intention to make a sound. Do you think you can escape today's calamity like this? What a joke. Since this sovereign has come, it is impossible for me to return empty-handed. Furthermore, you have already seen through this sovereign's identity, so I definitely cannot let you live today. No matter what, I must kill you. Swish. As he spoke, Yi Xian flipped his hand and put away the big-headed black tortoise's staff. Then, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and an incomparably dazzling light shot out from his hand. As it expanded in the wind, it instantly turned into a boundless sea of 10-colored flames. It surrounded the primordial black turtle's huge turtle shell and was about to close in and incinerate it. Although this tortoise shell was hard, it was obviously unable to withstand the terrifying power of the 10-colored flame. If nothing unexpected happened, as soon as the 10-colored flame sea closed in, this primordial black tortoise and his tortoise shell would be incinerated into ashes. 10-colored flames? Damned little bastard, king. Sensing the aura of the 10-colored flames outside, the old man in the tortoise shell finally lost his composure. After a soft cry, he actually begged for mercy on the spot. Forget it, this old man admits defeat today. Little bastard, don't be impulsive, just give this old man some face, okay? 10-colored flames? Damned little bastard, king. Sensing the aura of the 10-colored flames outside, the old man in the tortoise shell finally lost his composure. After a soft cry, he actually begged for mercy on the spot. Forget it, this old man admits defeat today. Little bastard, don't be impulsive, just give this old man some face, okay? With the terrifying power of the 10-colored flames here, Yi Xian was not surprised that the old man begged for mercy, but what he said at this moment, asking Yi Xian to give this old man some face, was really puzzling. Hearing this, Yi Xian was completely confused and stunned on the spot. Yi Xian, after being stunned for a few seconds, he finally reacted. His eyes turned cold and he snorted softly, "What? You're scared after seeing the 10-colored flames? How dare you say such words? What does it have to do with me who your grandson is? Do I need to give him face and spare your life? Little bastard, you're shameless, too shameless, you're simply turning against me. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the primordial octoturtle was so angry that his tortoise shell trembled. He roared loudly, "This old man's grandson is at least in cahoots with you, but you won't even let his grandfather go. Can you be any more heartless?" "In cahoots with me?" Yi Xian asked. The more Yi Xian listened, the more confused he became. His brows furrowed even tighter, but the curiosity in his heart was also aroused. He subconsciously asked, "Old man, who exactly is your grandson? Void giant tortoise, you dare say you don't know him?" Within the tortoise shell, the primordial octoturtle's muffled voice sounded, as if he was gnashing his teeth, revealing his resentment. When the chaos world was just created, this old man entered once and left behind that bloodline. If he's not my grandson, then what is he? It's actually that guy? This result was too unexpected. Yi Xian cried out involuntarily on the spot, "You old bastard, you're actually the void giant tortoise's grandfather?" "It's the truth." Seeing that Yi Xian did not seem to know about this matter, which meant that his previous words could not be considered heartless, the old man's tone softened a little, and he continued in a muffled voice, "Kid, you're also a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage. Sense the aura of this old man's bloodline and compare it with his. Can't you see it?" After being reminded, Yi Xian really did see through the clues. Previously he had not thought about it at all, but now that he knew the truth with his cultivation, especially the supreme power of the demon soul pupil, he naturally saw that the old man was not lying at all. He was indeed the bloodline ancestor of the void giant tortoise. "I didn't expect that today the Dragon King Temple would be washed away by the flood, and we don't recognize each other anymore. Phew, whoosh." However, in a moment of enlightenment, Yi Xian directly waved his hand, and the 10-colored sea of flames that he had just summoned turned into a ray of light, entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. At the same time, his body also shrank, turning into the size of about 10 feet. Even the Shenong treasured cauldron that was suspended in the sky above the star, but had been hidden in the void, was directly absorbed into his body. After all this, Yi Xian spoke again and waved at the primordial black tortoise, "Brother old tortoise, please don't take the misunderstanding from before to heart. But then again, the strength of your defense is really something this little brother has never seen before, and I really admire it. Why don't you become sworn brothers with this little brother, and become sworn brothers with different surnames?" If it was anyone else, Yi Xian naturally would not have such thoughts, but this old man was the void giant tortoise's grandfather, so it was a different story. The void giant tortoise and Yi Xian were indeed considered partners, but the old man didn't treat Yi Xian very well in the beginning. Of course he had likely stepped into the heavenly Tao realm by now, but he was definitely not Yi Xian's match. Perhaps it was for this reason that the old man and the primordial Yeksha had never appeared again. They probably felt that they would lose face in front of the powerful Yi Xian. And this time, Yi Xian had accidentally encountered his bloodline patriarch, a figure from his grandfather's generation. He naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity. Only if he could become sworn brothers with the primordial black tortoise, then the next time he saw the void giant tortoise, he could show off in front of him as an elder. Just the thought of the old man's expression when that happened left Yi Xian extremely excited. It could be said that he was extremely eager to become sworn brothers with the primordial black tortoise. He felt like he had been injected with steroids and he was excited and agitated. Become sworn brothers? Yi Xian's words left the primordial black tortoise taken aback, but when it saw Yi Xian put away the 10-colored sea of flames, including the farmer god's treasure cauldron floating above the star, it was no longer on guard. It immediately shrunk its body to the size of 10 feet just like Yi Xian. Together with Yi Xian. At the same time, it extended its head and limbs from its original turtle shell. It stared at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes and sized him up. It asked suspiciously, "Rascal, you were talking about killing me a moment ago, but now you suddenly want to become sworn brothers with me. What are you scheming?" "Scheming? Do I need to scheme against you?" Yi Xian was unhappy to hear that. His expression darkened as he continued, "Don't be fooled by your turtle shell. If I really wanted to deal with you, my 10-colored sea of flames would be enough to turn you into ashes in an instant. Not to mention you, I don't even care about that Saint Ape who is ranked first on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Once I leave here, I will go to his Saint Ape forbidden land and kill him." At this point, Yi Xian snorted coldly and curled his lips in disdain. "Do I need to scheme against such a peerless and supreme existence? You want to go to the Saint Ape forbidden land to find that Saint Ape?" The old turtle was shocked and his tone was full of disbelief. That Saint Ape is an ancient existence from the same era as this old one. He is also almost as old as this primordial era. His combat strength is incomparably powerful and he is known as the Saint Ape. He can suppress the will of heaven and earth. Since he was born, he has never tasted defeat. Even this old one feels guilty when facing him. If it weren't for this turtle shell, I wouldn't have the qualifications to fight him head-on. After saying that, he paused for a moment and glanced at Yi Xian before continuing, "It's not that this old man is looking down on you, brat. Although your battle prowess is also heaven-defying, if you want to fight this heaven-suppressing Saint Ape head-on, unless you use the 10 colored flames, there's no way you can win. In fact, if you're not careful, you'll be suppressed by him. So you better think twice about this matter. Don't be impulsive, roar. Damned old man, you're looking at me through the crack in the door. You're looking down on me." Hearing the words of the primordial octopus turtle, Yi Xian raised his head and roared, "Isn't it just a Saint Ape? If this old one makes a move, I will definitely suppress him." "Oh, you're still in the mood?" Old Tortoise Meng rolled his eyes as if he was going to fight with Yi Xian. "If you insist, then up to you. This old man will throw his words here. Without using the 10 colored flames, if you can avoid being suppressed by him, this old man will become sworn brothers with you. What's the harm in that?" Brr. As soon as the primordial octopus turtle finished speaking, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless anger. He was furious. He was truly infuriated. It wasn't because he wanted to become sworn brothers with the primordial octo-turtle, but the primordial octo-turtle had proposed a condition instead. Instead, it was because the primordial octo-turtle's condition was that he wouldn't be suppressed by the primordial octo-turtle's divine ape. This was blatant contempt and even disregard. It was as if Yi Xian was destined to be suppressed by the Saint Ape. There was absolutely no suspense. "Old man, you're really looking down on me. I won't use the 10-colored flame in this battle. I'll just use my bare fists to suppress that heaven-suppressing holy ape," Mao said. As Yi Xian spoke, he had already turned to the primordial octopus turtle and said in a deep voice, "But you also know that this old one's identity is a little sensitive right now. It will be troublesome if the primordial octopus, a descendant of the heavenly Tao, sets his sights on me. So this battle cannot be fought in the Saint Ape Forbidden Land. You have to be responsible for attracting that Saint Ape. We will fight in the vast dark void in front of the left bank." This is not a problem. This old one knows that old monkey's temper. If he hears that a violent bear is clamoring to suppress him with a pair of bare fists, that old monkey will definitely not be able to stop it. Not to mention the dark void in front of the left bank, even if it is the right bank, he will immediately rush over. At this point, the primordial octopus turtle paused for a moment, then continued, "Moreover, this old one and he can be considered to have some friendship. This old one will pass on this matter, so he will definitely not suspect anything. You just have to choose the place of the battle and then wait for his arrival. In that case, this old one will wait and see." Whoosh! As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand and in an instant, a ray of light shot out and was collected by the primordial octopus turtle. This ray of light was an interstellar coordinate. The location was in the depths of the vast dark void in front of the left bank. It could be said to be extremely secluded. If a battle were to unfold there, the great beast Forbidden Lands and the remnant star fields on the left bank of the Milky Way would definitely not sense it. Even the primordial octopus turtle would not be able to sense it. Hiss! After all of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately waved his hand again, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. He stepped into it and his figure disappeared in an instant. As for the primordial octopus turtle, his mission was to go to the sacred ape Forbidden Land and lure over the sacred ape, who was known as the number one on the left bank, invincible in the heavenly Tao realm, and the strongest under the primordial octopus turtle. Left, in front of the left bank in the depths of the vast dark void. Yi Xian had already arrived. Xian had arrived here 2 days ago. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. He was in his best condition, ready to fight at any moment. Although his figure was only about 10 feet tall, he was already in the 9th transformation state of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, and it was extremely condensed and heavy. No, because the perfect oscillation spiritual power mystic technique had long been fully activated, his body in the form of the violent star bear was hidden. His aura was completely restrained and the void looked empty. Heavens, even if the primordial octopus, who was a descendant of the heavenly Tao, was here and carefully investigated, he would definitely not notice anything amiss. After waiting for 3 days, there was finally movement in the void in front of him. Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged and waiting, opened his eyes. Hiss! The crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded as a huge void rift appeared. Following that, 2 figures emerged from it. The 2 figures were about 50 million kilometers in size. The first to emerge from the void rift was the primordial octopus turtle, followed closely by the sacred ape suppression. This old monkey was standing on its hind legs. Its eyes were like lightning, and its entire body was covered in golden fur. Not a single strand of its fur was impure. At this moment, it walked out of the crack in the void with large strides. At first glance, it looked like a human-shaped scorching sun slowly approaching, giving people a very heavy feeling of pressure. "You're that violent star bear?" As soon as he arrived, Yi Xian's figure appeared. The sacred ape suppression's gaze locked onto him, and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted. There was an invisible sense of majesty in the low voice. This venerable one just received news that even the devil-eyed cat owl, who was ranked 3rd on the left bank, has fallen. It should be because of you, right? Apart from the devil-eyed cat owl, this bastard was originally going to fall as well. However, it was discovered that he had a relationship with this venerable one, so this matter was dropped. Yi Xian nodded, his face full of disdain. As he stood up, he replied with his divine sense. "Excluding him, you're the only one left in the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list on the left bank. And in today's battle, you will also be suppressed." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian in his bare form raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At this moment he activated the Blood Sea Secret technique. His figure, which was originally only around 3 meters tall, had become 50 million kilometers tall in half a breath's time. He stood facing the sacred ape suppression from a distance of 100 billion kilometers in the void, and the atmosphere in the void became oppressive. A smell of gunpowder that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed spread out invisibly. A shocking battle was about to happen. "You stinking brat, you said you wanted to become sworn brothers with this old man, but now you don't give this old man any face in front of outsiders. You're really too much." It was because he felt that Yi Xian's words just now had embarrassed him. The primordial black turtle's expression turned awkward as it muttered a few words in a muffled voice. Then, with a sway of its body, it directly retreated 1 trillion kilometers away. This battle had nothing to do with him. He was just a witness, so there was naturally no need for him to stay in the battlefield. Here. After arriving 1 trillion kilometers away in the distant void, the primordial octopus turtle immediately turned around and floated in the dark void. His eyes were sharp as he watched with great interest. Right. Even he was looking forward to this battle. There was no need to say much about the sacred ape suppression strength. On the left bank of the Milky Way, putting aside those ancient existences who had retreated from the world millions of years ago to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm, the sacred ape suppression was known as the strongest among all the heavenly beasts. It was the strongest of the heavenly Tao, the strongest person below the primordial chaos Tao. And now, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who was about to battle with him, was also an existence of this level. He had already killed 8 of the top 10 heavenly beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list, and excluding himself, this sacred ape suppression was the only one left. Such a shocking battle record had never been seen even on the left bank of the Milky Way for countless years. But, therefore, this upcoming battle would definitely be recorded in the left bank's history books. It was rare to see in countless years, and even an ancient existence like the primordial octopus turtle who had lived for countless years couldn't help but be fascinated. "You want to become sworn brothers with this old bastard? That's a good idea." As the primordial octopus turtle retreated into the distance, the sacred ape suppression's divine sense voice rang out again. "Speaking of which, I have known him for countless years. In today's battle, if you can survive my iron fist, I will join you. So what if we become sworn brothers?" Roar. Chapter 51-59. Speaking of which, this supremacy has known him for countless years. If you can survive this supremacy's iron fist today, this supremacy will join you. So what if we become sworn brothers? Roar, rumble. As the voice of the divine sense faded, the heaven-suppressing sacred ape raised his head and roared angrily. Without wasting any more words, his figure flickered, and he immediately threw a punch at Yi Xian. The amount of power was too violent. Wherever the punch passed, the void would rapidly collapse. This was a shocking scene. The heaven-suppressing sacred ape had already arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. He was only 10 billion kilometers away from Yi Xian in his bare form. "Heaven-suppressing sacred ape, you really live up to your reputation. Once the punch was thrown, the scene was so shocking that even Yi Xian could not help but sigh. But at the same time, it also aroused his fighting spirit. Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately rushed forward and threw a punch at the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. Bang! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The punch of Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape collided in the void. A huge area of 10 billion kilometers in size collapsed. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc. This attack almost tore apart the deeper layer of the primordial void, but, in the end, it did not. That was something that could only be done by a primordial realm expert. More than a year ago, outside the Chaos Lac star field, the two powerful primordial realm experts, Dark Wolf and Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, easily tore apart the deeper layer of the primordial void. A primordial realm black hole appeared, and it was filled with primordial chaos void turbulence formed by primordial realm energy. Today, Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape could definitely be considered the strongest experts under the primordial realm. However, they had not reached the primordial realm and did not possess primordial realm energy. Even if the terrifying energy of their full-strength collision was not enough to tear apart the deeper layer of the primordial void, however, Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were sent tumbling backward when the earth-shattering explosion rang out. They were both hundreds of billions of kilometers away. When they finally stabilized themselves, their breathing was rapid, and their chests were heaving up and down. Their blood and chi were surging. They were evenly matched in one strike. No one was injured, and no one had the slightest advantage. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying battle. I didn't expect that on the left bank of the Milky Way, there would be someone who could fight me head-on and not be at a disadvantage. The heaven-suppressing sacred ape's eyes flickered with a dark light as he spoke with excitement. He sized Yi Xian up from head to toe with admiration. You're not bad either. All these years, when I throw out a punch with all my strength, the only one who can come out unscathed besides that old bastard is you. However, that doesn't count. He's just a coward who hides in his shell. Yi Xian nodded as well. He was extremely impressed by the astonishing battle prowess of this heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. At this moment, when their gazes met, a feeling of mutual appreciation arose in their hearts. Although the primordial chaos void was vast, the two sides of the Milky Way were vast, and there were countless experts in the starry sky, but for the current Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, not counting the old monster of primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao, it was already extremely difficult to find someone who could fight them head-on. Roar! In the void billions of kilometers away, the invisible primordial black turtle roared wildly, expressing his dissatisfaction. You can fight all you want. Why are you talking about this old man? What's wrong with being a coward? It's not embarrassing for a turtle to shrink its head. Bang! Rumble! Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape did not pay attention to him at all. With a cold flash in their eyes, the two of them shot forward and clashed again in the void. This time the two of them did not collide with each other with their fists. Instead, they both punched each other's bodies. This was intentional. Because in that head-on clash of fists, they had already competed in strength. In terms of strength, the two of them were evenly matched. Now, in the second clash, the two of them did not dodge each other's giant fists and allowed each other to hit their own bodies. What they wanted to compete was the strength of each other's bodies. An explosion resounded in the sky, followed by continuous rumbling of thunder. Another black hole that was 10 billion miles wide was blasted open in the void. The violent energy wreaked havoc, and nothing could be seen within 100 billion miles. The only thing that could be seen was two figures shooting out of this chaotic area. These two figures were Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. This clash was different from the first one. The first clash was a clash of fists and neither of them was injured. However, this clash of fists hit each other's bodies, and it was incomparably tough. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 100 billion kilometers away. He was slightly injured. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape was the same. He was sent flying 100 billion kilometers away and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had been injured in countless years. Although it was also only a light injury, it was enough to shock the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. You're only lightly injured? However, he was not shocked by his own injuries because he had already tested Yi Xian's strength. He had already expected that this punch would cause him a light injury and cause him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, from his words, it was clear that the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape was shocked because Yi Xian was the same as him. He only spat out a mouthful of blood and was only lightly injured. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful Yi Xian's physical body was. Just like him, it was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder. There was no difference in strength at all. Their strength was on par, and the strength of their bodies was also on par. This battle was clearly a tie, and neither could do anything to the other. Whether it was the heaven-suppressing sacred ape or Yi Xian, both of them were incomparably proud of their own combat strength before they met each other. They never thought that at the same cultivation level, they would actually meet an existence that was not inferior to them in terms of strength or physical strength in a direct battle of this level. Of course, Yi Xian still had the 10-colored flame, fallen bow, and spiritual force secret techniques that he had not used yet. However, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape was the supreme existence ranked first on the left bank's heavenly beast list. He obviously had many secret techniques, divine abilities, and various supreme treasures in his hands. If the battle escalated, both sides would be able to use their own methods, and the final result would be a tie. Even though Yi Xian had a higher chance of winning because he had the 10-colored flame that even Grand Mystic Centric was wary of, it could not erase the shock brought to him by the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Without the use of secret techniques or supreme treasures, just a head-on battle of fists could truly answer the most basic question. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's strength had undoubtedly received Yi Xian's acknowledgement. In fact, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had also acknowledged Yi Xian's strength. This was the true meaning of, no discord, no concord. There is no need to continue this battle. For countless years, you are the only opponent this sovereign has ever encountered that can make this sovereign sigh in admiration. As he withdrew his hand, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's voice rang out. This sovereign cannot miss an opponent like this. This sovereign wants to become sworn brothers with you so that we will have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. There is no need to continue this battle. For countless years, you are the only opponent this sovereign has ever encountered that can make this sovereign sigh in admiration. As he withdrew his hand, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's voice rang out again. This sovereign cannot miss an opponent like this. This sovereign wants to become sworn brothers with you so that we will have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape said that he wanted to become sworn brothers with Yi Xian, but his purpose was so that they would have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. This in truth Yi Xian also had the same idea. This kind of opponent was too difficult to find, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Even more so, not to mention that there was no enmity between him and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, and they even appreciated each other. The so-called oath of brotherhood was only natural. This old man thought that he would be able to witness an earth-shattering battle, but I didn't expect the two of you to be so boring. Seeing that both Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had stopped fighting and had no intention of continuing the battle, the primordial black tortoise, who had retreated 1 trillion kilometers away, immediately rolled his eyes. Same as with a flash, he also rushed over, muttering to himself as if he was extremely dissatisfied. A battle of this level might not even occur once in many years, but I didn't expect you two to be all bark and no bite. What a waste of this old man's effort. It's simply too disappointing. In other words, the reason he had rushed to the sacred ape forbidden land and lured the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape here was only to watch the battle between Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Such words were naturally infuriating, so both Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape turned to him and glared at him. From the looks of it, it was clear that if the old man said a few more words of nonsense, they would immediately join forces and beat him up together. Whether it was Yi Xian or the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, the old man couldn't win. If the two of them really joined forces, it was easy to imagine how miserable his end would be. Realizing this, the primordial black tortoise immediately shrunk his neck and wisely shut his mouth, but he could still faintly murmur to himself, "What kind of world is this? This is too violent, too disrespectful of the elders. Even if we want to become sworn brothers, this old man is the oldest, so I'm still the eldest. How dare the younger one look at the older one? How unreasonable." The three of them naturally couldn't be ranked by combat strength, because that would change the meaning. The reason why they became sworn brothers was because they appreciated each other and appreciated each other. If they were to be ranked by combat strength, it would lose its meaning. Very soon, the three of them became sworn brothers in the primordial void. Just as the primordial old tortoise had said, he was the oldest and was slightly older than the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, so he was naturally the eldest. The second was the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, and as for Yi Xian, he was too young, so he could only be ranked third. To be honest, the cosmic violent ape is just one of my identities. In fact, I am the master of the magic hall. Yi Xian. Since they had become sworn brothers, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't hide his true identity. The primordial black tortoise already knew this, so he took the initiative to reveal it to the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. "It should have been you. Second brother, I have already guessed it. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had an as-expected expression on his face. It seemed that he had been wondering about this for a long time. Now that he heard Yi Xian admit it, he wasn't surprised. After exchanging pleasantries, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Third brother, why did you hunt the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly beast list? What's the deep meaning behind this?" He wasn't the only one. Even the primordial black tortoise had been wondering about this for a long time. Now that the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape asked, he immediately looked over with interest. "My true cultivation is only at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao. I've been searching for the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly beast list because I want to temper myself through battles and seek an opportunity to break through." Yi Xian didn't hide much about this, but he didn't reveal anything deeper either. Jian, after a brief explanation, he immediately cupped his fists and bowed to the primordial black tortoise and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape before continuing, "I've been through 3 battles recently, and the opportunity to break through has arrived. Therefore I can't stay any longer. I'm about to break through in seclusion, so we'll meet again in the future." Hiss. After saying that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. After nodding to the primordial black tortoise and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, he stepped into it and disappeared. Whoosh! A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Yi Xian's figure walked out of a spatial rift that suddenly appeared. This was still the vast dark void in front of the left bank, but it wasn't the void where he had fought the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Yi Xian came to the place where he had been in seclusion before. Before an abandoned planet appeared. Not long ago he broke through to the 7th level of the heavenly Tao here. Well, now Yi Xian came here again. His purpose was to break through to the 8th level of the heavenly Tao, and even reach the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. A dim light flashed as he extended his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he swept over and directly entered the core of this abandoned planet. Following then he took out the Shenong treasured cauldron. In order to reduce its size, it was only 10,000 feet long. It hung in the middle of the core and then stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Between his hands, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and floated in front of Yi Xian. They were all cultivation resources used to launch this breakthrough. Very quickly. Soon a dim light flashed in his eyes. The power of the Shenong cauldron's domain was activated by him. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul's fist. Then, with a wave of his hand, they were swallowed into his stomach. All the cultivation resources melted in Yi Xian's mouth. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed in his body. The expected sound of the chains immediately came. This time there was only one shackle that appeared. As long as it was torn, he could smoothly break through. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian quickly threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He closed his eyes and immediately urged the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. Also, after an unknown amount of time, the river of energy that had formed in his meridians was finally completely refined. Then, with just one impact, the incomparably thick shackles had already broken. While the anticipated system prompt soon sounded in Yi Xian's mind, "Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 8th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 8th level of the heavenly Tao." In the next moment Yi Xian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of excitement quietly flashed. No, there was suspense. After this breakthrough, the suppression of the primordial great Tao still existed. Therefore, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. However, his true combat strength had once again skyrocketed by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only a small breakthrough away from the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm required to consume the level 31 primordial pellet. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's true combat strength had once again soared by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only a small breakthrough away from the 9th level of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 primordial pill. With the completion of the breakthrough, he who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog, suddenly opened his eyes. Pinch calculating the time, he had actually spent a month in seclusion this time, which was twice as long as the last time he had broken through. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought. He was hesitating whether to continue his closed-door cultivation. In one go, he would break through the last small stage before consuming the level 31 primordial pill. Of course, the reason why he was hesitating was because he had just completed a breakthrough. Although this was considered a normal breakthrough, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested after the great battle. Next, he could forcibly consume the heavenly Tao blood essence, enter closed-door cultivation again, and continue to break through. The next breakthrough was, after all, the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. It was different from the previous breakthroughs. The difficulty would definitely increase, and it was no small matter. If he failed to break through by consuming the heavenly Tao blood essence, it would obviously be more complicated to break through this small stage in the future. However, after some consideration, he finally decided to break through this last small stage in one go. This was because the news of the death of the devil-eyed owl, who was ranked 3rd on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, had spread. Furthermore, the primordial octoturtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had become sworn brothers with him not long ago. If he wanted to continue using the great battle to train himself and seek the opportunity to break through, it would be difficult to even find an opponent. Among the shore beasts, the ones ranked below the top 10 on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list could not withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. If he wanted to challenge them, the effect of using the great battle to train himself was almost negligible. However, there was also a heavenly Tao remnant list on the left bank of the Milky Way. The top 10 powerhouses on this list were comparable to the top 10 powerhouses on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. But the composition of the battle power of the remnant powerhouses was quite complicated. The battle power of the fierce beasts reflected the power of the physical body and the power of the bloodline secret techniques. The comprehensive battle power of the remnant powerhouses also included the support of the magic weapons in their hands and the power of various arrays. Fighting with the fierce beasts was satisfying, but fighting with the remnant powerhouses was far from the same. Sometimes, from the beginning to the end of the battle, or even from the beginning to the end, it was the confrontation between the arrays and the magic weapons. For Yi Xian, it was far less useful than fighting with the fierce beasts. What's more, the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list and the heavenly Tao remnant list on the left bank were side by side. The top 10 on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list were targeted by Yi Xian. It was impossible for the top 10 existences on the heavenly Tao remnant list not to be prepared. Speaking, maybe they had already hidden in the parallel void, and he might not be able to find them. That is, then he could find them. If it was a trap and there was an old monster of the Hongmeng realm lurking behind them, the result would undoubtedly be more troublesome. Therefore, after considering all this, Yi Xian was inclined to start seclusion again in the end. He would use the method of swallowing the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcibly break through to the peak of the 9th stage Great Circle. Swish, swish, swish. After making up his mind, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and rays of light shot out. They were all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Among them were 10 heavenly Tao blood essences, and all of them were of the highest quality. It could be seen that in order to ensure the success of this breakthrough, Yi Xian had put in a lot of effort. After everything was ready, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a faint light. The power of the treasured cauldrons field was activated, and all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowed into his stomach. The same was true for the 10 heavenly Tao blood essences. There was suspense. All the cultivation resources melted in his mouth. A majestic energy river slowly flowed out from Yi Xian's body, and the expected sound of chains rattling could be heard. This time there was only one shackle that appeared, but it was incomparably thick. After all, what he was breaking through this time was the peak of the 9th stage Great Circle, the last shackle before the primordial Tao. But Yi Xian didn't care. So what if it was thick? In the end, it was just a shackle. As long as he tore it apart, he would be able to smoothly break through and step into the true peak of the heavenly Tao. Condense. After calming his mind and throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yi Xian closed his eyes and immediately activated the energy river that had just formed in his body. He started to circulate the energy in his meridians with all his might. Or, perhaps it was because he had swallowed 10 heavenly Tao blood essences, and because this breakthrough was forcefully breaking through the shackles in his body. As the energy circulated, Yi Xian's meridians, limbs, and bones instantly felt an unbearable intense pain. At this moment, his precious body was shining, and there was an endless mist around him. However, his forehead was full of beads of cold sweat. His brows were tightly knitted as he endured the pain. Even so, with his current level of cultivation, it was still so painful. Could be seen how intense it was. It was simply outrageous. In this kind of extreme pain, Yi Xian forgot about everything and had no consciousness of time. Also, after an unknown amount of time, the energy river that had formed in the meridians in his body was finally completely refined. Then, after that, when Yi Xian gathered his strength with just one final impact, the incomparably thick shackles broke. The anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Tao. 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Tao. Heavens! Peak of the Heavenly Tao. He had finally reached it. It was no longer forcefully raised by the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline. It was his own true cultivation realm. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt incomparably excited. The moment he opened his eyes, there was clearly a trace of intense excitement in the depths of his eyes. It was very obvious that after this breakthrough, the invisible suppression of the primordial Tao still existed. At this moment, after the breakthrough, Yi Xian tried to activate the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability. In the end, in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, there was no change in his cultivation realm. He was still at the peak of the Heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage. In other words, the current him was at this realm, but in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his cultivation realm was still at this realm. Of course, in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his true battle strength could still be increased by a large margin. It was just that his realm remained the same. He had long expected this situation, so he wasn't surprised. In fact, he didn't even feel too disappointed. Because the current him already had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Once he entered the primordial Tao realm and became a great Tao expert, he would soar to the heavens. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the Heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage. However, due to the suppression of the primordial Tao, even if he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability, his cultivation realm was still at this realm. He had long expected this situation, so he didn't feel disappointed. Because the current him already had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Once he entered the primordial Tao realm and became a great Tao expert, the suppression of the primordial Tao would no longer exist. To him, this was truly soaring to the heavens. However, although he was now at the peak of the Heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage and had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill, the pill hadn't been refined yet. Everything was still a little far away. The perfect pill formula for the primordial pill has long been deduced. Furthermore, the main ingredients and various supplementary ingredients required for the refinement have long been prepared. As these flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. As he muttered softly, he subconsciously clenched his fists. His tone suddenly became incomparably resolute. Since that's the case, then I'll take this opportunity to refine the grade 31 primordial pill in one go, before we talk about it again. In order to refine a level 31 Grand Mist pellet, there was no need to mention the various top-notch cultivation materials. Yi Xian had already prepared all of these. As for the main ingredients, apart from the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, each cauldron of primordial pills required 81 Heavenly Tao blood essences and 81 different Heavenly Tao origin liquids. After deciding on the refinement, Yi Xian immediately calculated the Heavenly Tao blood essences, Heavenly Tao origin liquids and 5 elements medicinal catalyst. The final number delighted him. The main ingredients he had were enough to refine 4 cauldrons. Although each cauldron was destined to produce only one grade 31 primordial pill, it was enough. For there were 4 cauldrons. Apart from the one he used, there were still 3 left. However, the primordial chaos Tao realm was different from the Heavenly Tao realm. Although he had many close friends and subordinates under him, there were probably only a few who could reach the primordial chaos Tao realm. The remaining 3 grade 31 primordial chaos pills he had on hand in case of emergencies. It was more than enough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, all the main ingredients and supplementary ingredients were produced by him as they floated in front of him. Tight following that, Yi Xian's perception extended into the cauldron through the 9-colored fog and entered the interior of the Farmer God Cauldron. The Farmer God Cauldron's interior was at the bottom of the central region's volcano. Phew! With a thought, A beam of light shot out from the farmer god cauldron at the bottom of the central region's volcano. It was extremely dazzling and was none other than the 10 colored flames that had just been fused not long ago. As it shot up, the 10 colored flames split into 4 along the way. They expanded with the wind, and in a blink of an eye, they formed 4 cauldrons that were hundreds of thousands of feet long. The cauldrons were formed purely from the 10 colored flames. They floated in midair above the central region's volcano in a row and emitted a heart-palpitating energy aura. Just the farmer god 9 colored flames were enough to refine a grade 31 primordial chaos pill. But now Yi Xian was using the 10 colored flames that exceeded the 9 colored flames. Furthermore, it wasn't just the cauldron's flames. Instead, the entire cauldron was formed from pure 10 colored flames. The effects were obvious. This kind of extravagant preparation could not only greatly increase the success rate of refining a grade 31 grand mist pellet, but also guarantee the grade and quality of the grade 31 grand mist pellet that came out of the furnace. These are 31 grand mist pellets we're talking about. It's no small matter. Yi Xian has to do everything perfectly. Otherwise, every cauldron of grand mist pellets will have flaws and accidents, and the losses will be immeasurable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was completed, the sound of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Dense dark lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano. These dark lights were the various top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of the grade 31 grand mist pellet. They shot out from the mouth of the cauldron and directly appeared at the bottom of the volcano. They were divided into 4 portions above the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were arranged in a row. Then they suddenly paused and hovered in midair. Each portion of the materials contained a set of 5 elements guiding herbs, 81 heavenly Tao blood essences, 81 heavenly Tao origin liquids, and various top-grade cultivation resources that were used as supplementary materials. All of them were extremely rare. Only Yi Xian could gather such a large amount of top-grade materials. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Very quickly, with a thought from Yi Xian, all the materials that were suspended in midair above the central region's volcano automatically flew up and entered the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were arranged in a row below. From then on, the refinement of the 4 cauldrons of grade 31 grand mist pellets officially began. Just one grade 11 grand mist pellet was enough to allow a cultivator at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm to reach the primordial Tao realm in a short period of time. A primordial Tao realm expert was the strongest existence in the primordial Tao realm. Even the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born at the beginning of each primordial Tao era were only at the primordial Tao realm. While in this primordial Tao era that was about to end, there were only a dozen or so primordial Tao realm experts that were born. Even they had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm a million years ago. Because in order to obtain enough heavenly Tao 9 great Tao elixir from Hong Kei, they had been in seclusion for a million years before successfully coming out and entering the primordial Tao realm. Just this alone allowed one to discern how rare and precious existences at the level of the primordial grand Tao were and how rare they were. This was the first time Yi Xian had refined this grade 31 grand mist pellet, and 4 cauldrons had been opened at the same time. Therefore, even with Yi Xian's impressive attainments in alchemy and experience in refining various grades of pellets, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. From the beginning of the refinement, he had already put his heart and soul into it, ensuring that he controlled everything with incomparable precision. There couldn't be the slightest accident. At this time, Yi Xian was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. As his hands moved, one alchemy technique after another was formed in his hands, turning into extremely obscure and mysterious runes that floated from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron and landed in the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were lined up in a row in the center of the volcano in the central district. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. 2 hours later, several loud booms sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central district. The 4 cauldrons that were lined up and formed by pure 10-colored flames instantly dispersed. For the sake of the 4 10-colored flames that were like a river, they whistled and rushed back to the farmer god cauldron below and disappeared. While, as these 4 10-colored cauldrons dispersed, 4 pigeon egg-sized purple gold pellets appeared in midair in the center of the volcano in the central district. The grade 31 grand mist pellet had been born.